Chapter 60. The Dragon Factory. Sunday, August 29, 5:30 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 78 hours, 30 minutes EST. Paris poured martinis for them both. Hecate was perched on the edge of a chair, her body tense, her eyes bright with anger. Paris set the picture down and slumped onto the couch. "He was telling the truth," Paris said. "After what you did to his friend, he couldn't tell enough of the truth. He was begging you to believe him." Paris's face still wore a shadow of the disgust he felt. He did not mind killing and even liked a little recreational violence, but torture was not his cup of tea. "I can believe this of Otto," said Hecate, "but not Dad." Paris peered at her over the rim of his glass, one eyebrow raised. "Really? You can't believe that our dad, would resort to murder?" "Don't be an ass," she snapped. "I know what kind of a monster he is. If you tally up all the nastiness in which we've indulged, we don't hold a candle to him. Then how on earth can you be surprised that he'd want one of us killed?" She sipped her martini. "Because we're his children. His only children." "Are we?" She shot him a look. "What do you mean by that?" "That kid. Sam. The one Otto called 82 before Cyrus bit his head off for it. I never saw a picture of Dad as a kid, but Sam looks like how I imagine he'd looked. Same eyes, same mouth, and chin. Otto said that he was Dad's nephew." "Sure. And we both know how much trust we can place in anything Otto says. Besides, I'm pretty sure the kid is a twin. A year or so ago I saw another kid at the deck. He ducked out of sight pretty quick, but it looked a lot like Sam, and I'd just come from seeing Cyrus and Sam. Twins run in families." She nodded, chewing her lip. Paris said, "Cyrus probably has a legion of little bastards roaming around, ready to usurp our place." "Even so. I can't believe that Dad would want us killed." "Only one," Paris reminded her. "And it didn't matter which one, according to our late informant." "I think we should be more concerned," said Paris, "with how he found us. Marcus said that no one came aboard our jet when we were at the deck, and I believe him. But we were clearly followed. That means that Otto somehow managed to put a tracking device on the jet and also managed to have us followed." "How? Where did Dad get the follow planes that Pinter fellow told us about? How did he hire assassins?" "Pinter said that this wasn't the first mission he'd done for Dad." "How the hell is Dad managing all of this?" She shook her head. "I guess we don't have as tight a control on him as we thought." "Oh really? You think?" He sneered as he rose and refilled their glasses. "At this moment I don't know who we can trust. We certainly can't trust anyone at the deck. I wish to Christ we'd gone through with the failsafe device we talked about, 'cause right now I'd be happy to blow the whole fucking thing up. Dad, Otto, and everyone." She nodded. They'd seriously considered booby-trapping the deck during its construction but had ultimately decided against it. Back then they thought that they had Cyrus on an unbreakable leash. Now she felt like a fool. "God, I hate being played." "He's played us our whole lives," Paris said. "But how? We own everyone at the deck." Apparently he and Otto found better levers on them. They lapsed into a long and moody silence. "What do you think Dad would do if we sent him the heads of the two assassins?" Hecate suggested. "Jesus, you're bloodthirsty," Paris said, but he pursed his lips. "Interesting idea, though. Dad would probably blow a fuse." "What would that look like?" He sipped his drink. "I don't know. If he controls the deck, then he might be able to escape it. That means he'd be free to come at us any way he wants." "Christ," she said as the possibilities that presented blossomed in her imagination. She stood up and walked to the window and looked out at the crews working to load the bottled water onto the freighter. "What should we do? Do we pretend this never happened and send that shipment out? And the next one, and the one after that? Depends on whether we want to alert him. Right now he doesn't know that we know. At most he'll find out that our security team killed a bunch of intruders. We could play it like we don't know who came at us, or go with what he intended and play it like we're scared because the US government sent a Black Ops team after us. He'll know we're lying, she said. So? As long as we keep the lie going it won't matter, and it'll delay any confrontation until we have a chance to look into this. Hecate chewed her full underlip. Paris noted, for the first time, how sharp her teeth were, and he secretly wondered if she'd started filing them. It would be like her to do something freaky like that. She ran her finger around the rim of the glass, over and over again until it created a sullen hum. A smile bloomed on her face. What? Paris asked. I just had a wicked little idea. For Dad? For Dad, she agreed. Look, he now knows where we are. Okay, instead of counterattacking, why don't we really play up the innocent act and reach out to him like we're a couple of scared kids who need their daddy in a time of crisis, but... I'm not following you. Why don't we invite him here? She said with a wicked grin. Tell him we're scared and that we could use his advice on how to protect the Dragon Factory from another attack. Ah, you sly bitch. Paris said with a smile. And once we have him here, then we put a bullet in Otto, lock Dad in a dungeon, and send a couple of teams of berserkers to the deck to, sterilize it. We don't have a dungeon. So, she said, let's build one. Paris looked at her for a long moment, his eyes glistening with emotion. This is why I love you, Hecate. Hecate pulled him close and kissed her brother full on the mouth. Chapter 61. The Warehouse, Baltimore, Maryland. Sunday, August 29, 5:31 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 78 hours, 29 minutes. Doctor who turned to bug. Eugenics is in a bit of a gray area between social philosophy and evolutionary science. It was kicked off by Sir Francis Galton, Charles Darwin's cousin, in the late 1800s, and it's had a lot of high-profile supporters. We're talking people like H.G. Wells, George Bernard Shaw, John Maynard Keynes, a bunch of others. Its proponents advocate the improvement of human hereditary traits through intervention. Intervention, muttered Grace the way someone might say anal probe. Who ignored her? The theory is that by filtering out unwanted genetic elements, corruption, and damage, what emerges will be an elevated human being whose abilities and potential are beyond our current reach. Before Bug could ask a question, Grace cut in again. Which is a very slippery way for some scientists, and I use that word with the greatest reluctance, to justify the worst kind of enforced social Darwinism. There are people right now who believe in eugenics and they hide behind causes that are very noble on the surface. For example, they'll point to a particular birth defect and in their grant proposals and lobbying materials they showcase the misery and suffering. They use talk shows and the media to gather support, and everyone falls in line. Who wheeled on her? Of course they do. Who wouldn't want such a disorder eradicated? Any sane and compassionate person would agree. And if the greater good were really the end goal of eugenics, then I'd be campaigning for it, Grace cut in. But... Whoa, slow down, Bug said. You lost me 2 turns back. Why are you getting so wound up? But who ignored him? Don't tell me you're trying to make the case that all attempts to remove genetic defects have a master race agenda. That's unfair. A lot of solid genetic research is intended to prevent disease, increase health and strength, and lessen human suffering. And it's not just big pharma and big medicine that are behind it. Early funding for serious eugenics research was provided by the Rockefeller Foundation, the Kellogg's, the Carnegies. Grace looked like she wanted to spit. Well, some of that was probably very well intentioned, I'm sure, but surely, Doctor, you can't be so effing naive as to believe that everyone involved in medical research is altruistic and has the greater good at heart. Okay, let's try to keep our focus here, I interjected, holding my hand up like a traffic cop. We don't have time to debate bioethics.
No, said Church, we don't, and this is beside the point.
The research in those records wasn't intended to prevent hair lips or autism.
The cabal was working to provide data that would justify state-sponsored discrimination, forced sterilization of persons deemed genetically defective, and the killing of institutionalized populations.
Grace's face was alight with triumph. That's what I bleeding well said. Bug leaned toward me. This is, what? Like trying to create a master race?
It was Church who answered him.
Yes.
We're talking about the ethnic cleansing research of the Nazis in the hands of scientists who had access to advanced research and development methods and who wanted to see the eugenics program succeed.
Grace said, and your lot the list sorted them out?
Yes, said Church.
Bug nodded. So, the stuff from Deep Iron. Is that the eugenics research? Not entirely.
There is quite a lot of data from experiments in forced trauma, beatings and other abuse as part of Mengel's study to determine the limits of physical endurance under traumatic circumstances. Ostensibly this was intended to help the German soldiers in the field, but few rational people believe that. I noticed he cut a significant look at Who when he said that, and for once Who kept his mouth shut.
Grace, to her credit, did not break into a smug smile.
Church said, the experiments that Mengele performed, and those by other doctors in the various camps, were never intended to benefit the German soldier. They cared nothing for the man in the field. Jerome Freund did extensive interviews with camp survivors as well as those members of camp staff who were not executed after the Nuremberg trials. What Mengele did, everything Mengele did, was fueled by his insanity and driven by his need to participate fully in the eugenics program.
Why?
Asked Bug.
What was his deal?
Mengele believed in the master race concept. Through his experiments he tried to determine the physical vulnerabilities of the different races. It's one of the reasons he and his masters picked Jews and Gypsies for much of their work, because those groups married within very limited family bloodlines. It allowed Mengele to work with a group who shared many common physiological traits, and that in turn allowed him to make intuitive jumps. The collection of statistics is more than just how the body reacts to trauma but how the bodies of specific races reacts. Think about the use for that when waging a war on what they believed were the lesser race. They believed that by researching common bloodlines they would find vulnerabilities that would give them weapons against the entire race. Grace growled out a comment that would have shocked a stevedore, then said, yes, and we can thank God that Mengele was not a geneticist.
Why? Asked Bug. Who fielded that one? Because there are diseases and disorders that affect certain genetic lines. Tay-Sachs, for example, is a genetic disease that affects Jews whose bloodlines can be traced back to a certain region. Predominantly the Ashkenazi Jews of Eastern Europe. Ashkenaz is a word from medieval Hebrew that refers to the Rhineland in the west of Germany.
Who was starting to show off, so Church stepped in. If Mengele had known about Tay-Sachs and had access to genetic science, there's no telling what kind of mass slaughter he might have perpetrated. It's not inconceivable that, given time, the Nazis might have developed genetic weapons that could indeed wipe out all of the world's Jews.
Holy God, said Bug, looking aghast.
I had a very bad thought and I looked at Church.
The cabal records that you destroyed, what were their lines of research? Church was silent for so long that I knew the answer would be bad.
They were working on a way to weaponize genetic diseases.
And, yes, that included Tay-Sachs. They wanted to create a version that could be given to people rather than inherited.
Grace shook her head.
Bloody maniacs.
Church punched some keys that put the letter I'd found up on the screen side by side with the English language translation I'd written out during the flight back from Denver. This was written during Mengele's tenure at Auschwitz. The reference to her Wirths would be to Dr. Eduard Wirths, the chief SS doctor at the camp. He was Mengele's superior and was a fiercely dedicated Nazi. Wirths was a highly trained physician who specialized in communicable diseases, and his appointment to the camp was made so that he could try and stop the typhus epidemic that was affecting SS personnel at Auschwitz. He was successful in that and stayed on to oversee other areas of research. We don't have complete records of what he did, but we know from camp survivors that he was particularly interested in any prisoner who demonstrated symptoms of communicable diseases. It was Wirtz who recommended Mengele for promotion to a senior doctor at the camp.
Sounds like a right charmer, said Grace.
Strangely, Church said to her, Wirtz had a reputation for protecting inmate doctors and even improving some of the healthcare provided to inmates at Auschwitz. Which is on a par with giving a man a nice cold glass of water before shoving him into a pit of fire, I said.
Church nodded.
Wirtz was a complicated man. He insisted that the deaths at the camp were natural deaths and not state-sanctioned executions.
Jerome Freund viewed him as a villain because of Wirtz's unflinching dedication to the three spheres of Nazi ideology: the goal of revitalizing the German race, the biomedical path to a perfected master race, and the belief that the Jews were a significant threat to the immediate and long-term health of the Germanic race. So, he was no hero by any stretch, even if certain inmates praised his compassion during the trials. What happened to him?
He was taken into British custody in 1945 but shortly thereafter hung himself.
Whether to escape punishment or out of remorse is anyone's guess.
However, it is because of men like Wirtz and Mengele that we now have the Nuremberg Code of Research Ethics and Principles for Human Experimentation.
What's NOMA?
I asked. It's a disfiguring gangrenous disease that was sweeping through the camp, said Hu. It's triggered by malnutrition and is still a significant threat in Africa and other third-world countries. Anywhere you find poor food sources, inadequate healthcare, and unsanitary conditions.
I asked. Okay, and what's zoonosis? Who took that one, too?
It's the category for any infectious disease that's able to be transmitted from animals to humans.
HIV, bird flu, that sort of thing.
Usually there isn't a species jump, but sometimes contamination, a botched experiment, or someone getting jiggy with the livestock will do it.
Sorry, I asked, how's that tie into Nazi research?
It's rumored that they experimented with it, said Hu, but luckily, nothing much came of it. The cabal were doing a lot of research in that area, said Church. Their scientists were investigating zoonoses like measles, smallpox, influenza, and diphtheria to see if reintroduction to animals would strengthen the diseases so that they could then be weaponized and used against humans.
Christ on the cross, said Grace. I'm very glad your list put those pricks down. If they did, I thought. I had my doubts. What about the reference to twins? Grace asked.
Mengele was obsessed with twins, said Church. He removed them from the general population of the camps, gave them better treatment, though few actually survived the camps.
No one really knows what the ultimate point was of those experiments, if Mengele even had a point.
He was probably just batshit crazy, suggested Bug.
He was evil, said Grace. Hu gave her a condescending look. Evil is an abstraction.
Church turned slowly toward him. There was a weird vibe in the air.
I assure you, Doctor, evil exists. Everyone here at this table has seen it. My friend was murdered by a dart filled with Ebola. Insanity would have manifested differently, a bomb, a knifing, even abduction and murder, but to carefully craft a pathogenic weapon, hire an assassin, and deliver that weapon to a target shows a cool, perhaps cold, mind and a clear intent. That's evil. What if the killers believe that their ideology is sound? Hu countered. Like the Nazi Party? Church asked quietly. Sure. Like the Nazi Party. Your friend was German. Nazism emerged in Germany. Surely you're not saying that a huge chunk of the German people suddenly became evil? Of course not.
Most people, in Germany as in every other country, are easily led, and easily corrupted by an extreme few.
We've seen that with Muslim terrorists.
Islam is neither evil nor corrupt, but it takes the rap for what some people do in the name of that religion.
We can see that here in the States as well. And don't misunderstand, Doctor, I'm not calling every extremist evil. I don't even use that term to label most terrorists. Many believe that what they are doing is the only means to a better end, or they believe in the words of their leaders, or in a specific interpretation of Scripture. There are countless reasons why people take arms and do violence against one another. No, when I label someone like Joseph Mengele as evil, I am speaking of a level of corruption that is fueled by self-awareness. Mengele wasn't a fanatic blindly following a cause. He was a monster. If he had not been born into Nazi Germany, then he might have become a serial murderer or some other kind of monster. Who looked unconvinced, but he didn't pursue the point. Church selected a cookie and bit off a piece. Now, as for the rest of the material you found, Captain Ledger, most of it is in code and we lack the code key. Our cryptographers are working on it now, but that could take days or weeks. However, from diagrams and charts it's clear that a third of the boxes deal with some aspect of genetic research, which means that it is information from well after the war. We have to face the very real possibility that the material includes copies of the material the list destroyed. Swell, I said. And the bruisers who trashed the Russians made off with most of the microfiche copies and probably the damn code key. Church nodded. The book Jerome Freund was working on mentioned Heinrich Haeckel. The Haeckel family has had an association with biological science for over a century. Ernst Haeckel, who died in 1919, was a noted biologist who made significant positive contributions to natural science. However, his brother's son, Heinrich, was a monster. He was also a scientist, but his interest was eugenics, and through his research Jerome was able to determine to a great degree of certainty that Heinrich Haeckel was the scientist who sold Adolf Hitler on the concept of Lebenswurzelsleben. Jesus Christ, I breathed, and when Grace and Bug looked at me with a frown I translated it for them. The words hurt my mouth. It means life unworthy of life. Chapter 62. The Deck. Sunday, August 29th, 5:32 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 78 hours, 28 minutes EST. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Otto looked up from his computer. Give it time, Mr. Cyrus. It's been more than enough time, Cyrus snapped. Are you sure that they have the right location? Of course we do. Everything's been verified and the team is probably on the ground now. This is a field operation, a covert infiltration, and that demands care and caution. We have to let them do their jobs. I want to know what's happening. And I want to be informed the minute that either Paris or Hecate has been killed. The minute, Otto. Otto nodded but didn't respond. It was an unreasonable and irrational demand. A sure sign that it was time for a fresh set of pills. That would be tricky, because suggesting it while Cyrus was in this frame of mind was sure to spark a murderous rage. Though Otto was not physically afraid of Cyrus Jacobi, there was a very real danger to the plan. In the past few years Cyrus's rages had resulted in damage to crucial equipment and the murder or maiming of key staff members, all of which impacted the smooth flow of production. That, in turn, harmed the launching of the extinction wave. The upcoming date of September 1st had been selected during one of Cyrus's whimsical phases and celebrated the discovery of the asteroid Juno by German astronomer Karl L. Harding. Cyrus insisted that the asteroid had not been discovered prior to that date because it had not come into existence until God put it there as a sign. The previous date for the launch of the wave had held far more personal significance for Otto, May 20th, the anniversary of the beginning of construction of Auschwitz. Before that it had been April 30th, the anniversary of Hitler's suicide. Otto was determined to make the September 1st deadline, even if the astronomical connection meant less than nothing to him. The second and third extinction waves were already lined up, and both would be ready well before their initial planning dates. If they stayed with this schedule, then the global release of ethnic-specific pathogens would reach critical saturation by May of the following year. The computer models predicted that by September of next year the death toll among the mud people would be closing in on 1 billion.
In 5 years there would only be 1 billion people left alive on the planet, and unless they possessed some currently unknown immunity, none of the survivors would be Black, Asian, or Hispanic. The thought of that gave Otto a sexual thrill far more intense than anything he ever got from a woman. The new order was not only a perfect plan, it was also within their reach. Unless Cyrus went too long without his pills. Once they seized the Dragon Factory, Cyrus would likely calm down. He would have so many new toys to play with. But while the likelihood of accomplishing that goal was still fluid, then Cyrus's moods would swing further out of balance. Otto would have to think of something to get Cyrus to take his pills. If it came down to it, Otto could always hit him with a dart gun. It wouldn't be the first time. Chapter 63. The Warehouse, Baltimore, Maryland. Sunday, August 29, 5:33 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 78 hours, 27 minutes. Life unworthy of life, Bug said slowly. Man, that has an ugly feel to it. It's the core of Nazi eugenics, Church said. It refers to those people or groups of people who they believed had no right to live. If these assholes have their way, Bug said softly, half the people at this table won't make the cut. We're not master race material. Is anyone? Asked Church. The idea of a master race belonged to the Nazis. It was not and is not part of the cultural aspirations of the German people. So that's why Haeckel was corresponding with an asshole like Mengele, Bug said, putting it together now. They were all playing for the same team. But how did his records ever make it out of Germany? Demanded Grace. Wasn't Haeckel considered a war criminal? No, said Church. His involvement with the Nazi movement was never fully established even after the war. He was supposedly a dealer in medical instruments and even did work with the International Red Cross. He was sly enough to stay off the political radar, and it's very likely that he fled the country when things started going bad for Germany. A lot of Nazis were able to read the writing on the wall. They were losing the war, but many of them were so dedicated or perhaps fanatical that they wanted to lay the groundwork for their research so that it could start up again somewhere else. Haeckel might have gone to South America or even come directly here. How the hell could he swing that? Asked Bug. No way a Nazi could just come waltzing into the US during the war. Grace shook her head. Don't be naive, Bug. There was active communication and even some under-the-radar commerce between Germany and some US corporations during the war. Very low-key, but definitely there. There are people who always have what they call a big picture view that basically lets them justify anything because they know that wars end and countries usually kiss and make up. Nowadays you Yanks are chums with Germany, Russia, Japan, even Vietnam. It can't be that easy, Bug said stubbornly. It's not, said Church, but when there's enough money on the table a way is always found. Heinrich Haeckel disappeared from the public before the end of the war. Either he never made it out of Germany and was among the nameless dead or he came here and set up under a different identity. I'd place my money on the latter. From the way things have played out, it's likely he died here before passing along the records in his possession, otherwise the cabal would have sought them out decades ago. My guess is that his nephew recently uncovered some reference to it among family papers and that started the race to deep iron. I can see why Haeckel and his Nazi buds would want the records, I said, but who's the other team? The guys I tussled with in deep iron? Unknown. Possibly a splinter faction, or freelancers looking to steal the material and sell it on the black market. We don't know enough yet to make a solid guess. Was Gunnar a scientist, too? Grace asked. No, said Church. He was muscle. You thought you killed him, I said, but now he's alive and well in Brazil, or he's taking Rotary Club lunkheads on safaris for mythological animals. Yeah, said Bug, how's that stack up to a grave threat to humanity? The unicorn, I said, and who nodded agreement. Okay, I'm missing something, so spell it out for me. Church said, science has come a long way since the Cold War, and genetics is a booming field.
However, there are limits to what can be discovered during modern research.
International laws and watchdog organizations are moderately effective, and a master race research program would need a huge database, including a massive number of tissue samples and test subjects. That would be virtually impossible nowadays without the cooperation of an entire government.
Right, who said?
The Nazis had the cooperation of an entire government during World War II, and they had millions of test subjects.
Everyone who passed through the camps.
Those records you found probably include extensive information on ethnic background, gender, age, and many other variables. The boxes of index cards with brown fingerprints, those are blood samples.
30 years ago, DNA mapping wasn't possible.
The first DNA typing was accomplished in 1985 by Sir Alec Jeffreys at the University of Leicester in England.
The cabal had been torn down by then. What we stopped was a first step in gathering information that could be used when science caught up to the dreams of a master race.
Can we do DNA typing from dried blood?
Grace asked.
Sure, said Hu. DNA typing has been done from Guthrie cards, which are widely collected at birth for newborn screening for genetic diseases and saved by many states.
I read about a case where the paternity of a car accident victim was determined using blood from a 17-year-old Band-Aid.
So those cards and the records help them regain their info on bloodlines, Grace said.
Yes. Crafting a race of genetically perfect beings is the core ideal in eugenics, said Hu, but it isn't quick.
It's extreme social Darwinism, which means that it's a generational process.
Quicker than natural evolution, but by no means quick.
Unless, of course, you have access to genetic design capabilities that include transgenics.
By remodeling DNA, they could create more perfect humans in 1 or 2 generations.
Unicorns, Bug prompted.
Captain Ledger already sorted that out, said Church. It's a money-making scheme not out of keeping with the cabal mentality.
Charge the super-rich millions to hunt a trophy no one else can possibly have.
It satisfies certain desires and it provides vast operating capital for a group like the cabal. But more important, it demonstrates the advanced degree of genetic science they have at their disposal.
The bloodline information, the advanced science, the money, I said.
It not only looks like the cabal is back, but now they have a real shot at accomplishing what it took a world war and 40 years of the Cold War to try and stop.
Yes, said Hu. These maniacs may well have the science to accomplish both challenges implicit in the eugenics ideal.
Which are?
Bug asked.
Not only do you have to make one race stronger, Hu said. You have to make the other races weaker. Grace gave us a bleak stare. Or you have to remove them entirely. We sat in horrified silence for a long moment before Bug asked, how do we stop it? We don't even know who's involved, or how far along they are, or... Before he could finish, the phone rang. Church answered, and even with his typical lack of emotion I could tell that it wasn't good news. Chapter 64. Deep Iron Storage Facility. Sunday, August 29, 5:36 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 78 hours, 24 minutes EST. Light.
Jerry Spencer, head of the DMS Forensic Investigation Division and former Washington police detective, sat on the edge of a desk in the main office of Deep Iron. He felt old and tired and used up. He held his cell phone in one hand and drummed the fingers of his other hand in slow beats on the plastic shell. His eyes were bloodshot from working the Deep Iron crime scene, which was really a collection of related crime scenes, for a dozen hours, and that had been on the heels of working the ambush scene in Wilmington. There was a call he had to make, but his heart had sunk so low in his chest that he didn't think he could do it. He sighed, rubbed his eyes, and punched in the numbers. Mr. Church answered on the third ring. Spencer said, I found Jigsaw Team. He said it in a way that could only mean one thing. Church's voice was soft. Tell me. Chapter 65. The Warehouse, Baltimore, Maryland. Sunday, August 29, 5:37 a.m.
Time remaining on the extinction clock, 78 hours, 23 minutes. Church set down his phone and placed it neatly on the table. Then he stood up and walked to the far end of the room and stood looking out at the choppy brown water of the harbor. His back was to us, and I could see his broad shoulders slump. We all looked at one another. "That was Jerry Spencer," Church said without turning. "They found Jigsaw." We waited, not asking, not wanting to hurry bad news. "Spencer found sets of tire tracks out in the foothills. He figured the Russian team drove to within a mile and walked in, and he followed the tracks back into the hills and found their vehicles. The Russians had come in a couple of vans. But there were 2 DMS Hummers there, too. Spencer said it looked like both Hummers had been taken out with RPGs, Hack Peterson, his whole team. They never had a chance, probably never saw it coming. The vehicles had been sprayed down with fire extinguishers, probably so the smoke wouldn't attract attention, and then covered with broken tree branches." "Dios mío," murmured Rudy. Bug looked stricken, and even Doctor Who had enough humanity to look upset. Grace closed her eyes. Her hands lay on the tabletop and slowly constricted into white-knuckled fists. Hack Peterson was the last of the DMS agents who had worked for Church as long as Grace had. They were friends who had shared the line of battle 50 times. Without any bit of exaggeration, it was fair to say that together they had saved America and a big chunk of the world from some of the most dangerous and vile threats it had ever faced. Hack was a genuine hero, and those were in damn short supply. I took her hand. "I'm so sorry," I said softly. She raised her head. There were no tears, but her eyes were bright and glassy, her face flushed with all the emotion I knew she would not release. "Not here, not on the job. Maybe not at all. Like me, she was a warrior on the battlefield." "God," she murmured, "it's never going to stop, is it? Are we going to go on and on fighting this sodding war until we kill everyone and everything? We're a race of madmen." I squeezed her hand. Church turned back to face us. His tinted glasses hid his eyes, but his mouth was a tight line and muscles bulged and flexed in the corners of his jaw. Just for a moment, and then his control fell back into place with a steel clang. Spencer said that he also discovered how the other team escaped. He followed the blood trail from the Heckle unit. He said that there were 2 sets of spatters, one that fell from at least 5 feet, which is probably the one you stabbed in the mouth, Captain, and the other showed heavy blood loss that fell with less velocity from a lower point. Spencer figures it for a leg wound. They took an elevator up to the surface. Spencer figures in Heckle's bin you'd have been too far away to hear the hydraulics. Then they climbed up through the air vents to the roof and dropped down the side opposite where Brick was positioned. Spencer was able to follow the blood trail for half a mile to a side road, and from there tire tracks led away. He found 2 sets of footprints. Size 12 and size 14 shoes. He's doing the math on the impressions, but he estimates that the men were well in excess of 200 pounds, probably closer to 3. I said, "That's pretty nimble for big guys, even if they weren't hurt." Grace nodded. "If they left a blood trail that long, then they must have been bleeding badly. So you have heavy men who, even if they are very muscular and fit, had to climb up air shafts, scale walls, and run into the hills while injured. And this after they'd killed a dozen men with their bare hands. I'm finding this all a bit hard to accept." "Maybe not," said Church. "I'm leaning toward Captain Ledger's exoskeleton idea. Some kind of enhanced combat rig that gives them strength and supports their weight." "We're not living in a science fiction novel," said Who. "We're years away from that sort of thing." Bug stared at him. Doc, you're defending scientists who can make unicorns and you call an exoskeleton sci-fi?" Who conceded the point with a shrug. "I can't believe Hack's gone," said Grace hollowly. "For what?" "For nothing, Dot." "That's not true, Grace," I said. "We may not know the full shape of this thing yet, but we will, and that means that their deaths will matter, because they are part of the process of stopping and punishing whoever did this." "Why?" To clear the way for some other bloody maniac to do even more harm? No, I said, because what we do matters. We take the hits so the public doesn't. We save lives, Grace. You know that. It's what soldiers do, and Hack Peterson knew that better than anyone. So did everyone on Jigsaw Team. Grace turned away and I knew that she was struggling to control her emotions. All we ever see is the war, she said bitterly. All we ever do is bury our friends. I said nothing. The others in the room held their tongues. There was a knock on the door and the deputy head of our communications division leaned into the room. Mr. Church, we have another video. Chapter 66. The Dragon Factory. Sunday, August 29th, 5:38 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 78 hours, 22 minutes EST. Hecate was both amused and disgusted by her brother's weakness. He should be stronger and wasn't. They were both aware of it, though they never openly spoke of it. By ordinary human standards, Paris was a monster of superior skill, smart, careful, vicious, inventive, and cruel. By the standards of their family, he was the weak sister while Hecate was the true predator. Paris had directly murdered 6 people and had shared in the murders of several women during sex play. Hecate had personally murdered 57 people, not counting the sex partners. Paris knew of 9 of her kills. The others were not his concern, though she did nothing outrageous to hide them. Paris knew only as much as he had a stomach to know. The playtime with the 2 operatives sent by Alpha and Otto had shown Hecate how weak her brother had become. He hadn't participated at all. For a while she thought he was going to disgrace himself by throwing up. Even that muscle-brained Taunton had seen it. He asked Hecate about it later, in bed. What's with Mr. Paris? Taunton lay under her, his massive frame covered with scratches and red pinpoint bruises. She had used teeth and nails on him. He liked the intensity, and when she could coax a yelp of real pain from him it made Hecate come. She'd come over and over again. Sitting astride the big man, Hecate shrugged. Paris has other tastes. Taunton ran his rough hands over her small breasts. Her white skin was still flushed to a scalding pink from her last orgasm. He was on the edge of exhaustion, but she still had that fire in her eyes. He's not like you, murmured Taunton. No one's like you. Hecate smiled, thinking about how right he was. There was no one on the earth quite like her. Not anymore. Taunton was only semi-erect, but Hecate moved her hips in a way that had 3 times changed that. It was taking longer this time. She smiled to herself, thinking, men are weak. She decided to throw Taunton a bone. No one's quite like you, either, my pet. Nah, he said. I'm just another grunt. It was feeble humility. Though it was true that there were hundreds of berserkers now, it was equally true that he was physically far stronger than the others. The gene therapy Hecate had given him had brought him to a different level. His muscle mass was 46% denser than an ordinary man's. He was 6 feet, 8 inches tall and carried his 362 pounds of mass as easily as an Olympic athlete. He could do one-arm chin-ups in sets of 50 and he could do those for hours. He could bench press 1,000 pounds without straining. He could climb a redwood tree and snap a baseball bat in half in his bare hands. Taunton loved his strength. So did Hecate. He was the only one of the berserkers she allowed into her bedroom, and over the last few weeks he'd gotten that call from her at least 4 times a week. How come Mr. Paris isn't like you? He asked as she moved slowly up and down on him. He was hoping to distract her long enough for her to switch off. She may not have limits, but he did. Hecate had her eyes closed, concentrating on what she was doing, and Taunton thought she wouldn't answer, but then she murmured, "We're like lions, my pet." I don't get it. The males are dumb and lazy and they lay around while the females do all the wet work. We hunt, we kill. We're the real pride leaders. Taunton said nothing.
Hecate opened her eyes and the blue irises were flecked with spots of hot gold. She smiled, at least Taunton thought it was a smile, and in the uncertain glow from the candles her teeth looked strangely sharp. More like a cat's teeth than he remembered them being. Hecate said, "All the males do is look pretty and fuck." She ran her sharp fingernails over Taunton's throat and increased the rhythm of her hips. Taunton understood the message, and tired or not, he did his best to serve the needs of the leader of his pride.
Chapter 67. The Warehouse, Baltimore, Maryland. Sunday, August 29, 5:38 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 78 hours, 22 minutes. Church logged into his old email account from his laptop and his fingers flew over the keys. Same sender as the hunt video, he said. To the communications officer he said, "Track this back and find out where the user logged on." "Do it now." The officer sprinted out. We were still reeling from the shock of the news about Jigsaw, but the fact that we might have another clue was like a shot of pure adrenaline. I wanted a scent I could chase down. I wanted someone in my crosshairs. I wanted someone's throat in my hands. I wanted it so bad I could scream. Church sent the video to the conference room server and punched keys to display it on the flat screen. The screen popped with white noise, faded to black, and then we saw the face of a young teenage boy, maybe 14. Dark hair, rounded face, a slight gap between mildly bucked teeth, and brown eyes that held a look of such comprehensive despair that it chilled me. "If he finds out that I sent this, he'll kill me," said the boy. It was recorded with some kind of stationary camera, maybe a webcam. Grainy and dark, with a weak streaming image. But I had to try. "If you got the other file I sent, then you know what's going on," from what the two Americans said. But the sound kept cutting out, Bug said. "We could hardly." "SHHHH," said who? "You have to stop them. What they're doing, it's." The kid shook his head, unable to put his horror into words. "I don't have much time. I stole one of the guards' laptops, but I have to get it back before they notice I took it. I read Otto's file, so if you're who I think you are, then you have to do something before everyone in Africa dies. And maybe more than that. You got to stop them. If you can't find this place, then see if you can find the deck. That's the main lab, that's what you have to find. I know it's in Arizona someplace, but I don't know where. Maybe you can find that out when you get here. And then you have to do something about the Dragon Factory. I don't know where that is, but Alpha thinks it's in the Carolinas. I don't think so because I heard Paris tell his sister that they had to get back to the island. I just don't know which island." He paused, looking desperate. "I don't even know if I'm making sense." "Oh. Wait." He obviously spotted something and darted out of shot. We heard the rustling of paper and then he was back, with a big piece of white paper in his hands. He turned it in a few different directions, trying to orient it, and then turned it around toward the camera. "Can you see this? I think this is us. I think this is the hive dot." He suddenly stiffened, lowered the paper, and sat with his head cocked in an attitude of listening. "Someone's coming. I have to be quick. If you get this, if you come then broadcast on this frequency." He read off the numbers. "It's only short range, but I made it myself. If you're here, I can help you get past the guards, but you have to be careful of the dogs. The dogs aren't dogs." He turned his head again. "Oh no. I have to go." And with that he punched a button and the screen went blank. Without waiting for comments, Church ran it again and then froze the image on the map. "Bug," he shouted, "download that image and find me that island. Now." "On it." "Grace," Church said, "prep the TOC. By the time Bug locates that island, I want birds in the air." The Tactical Operations Center was the mission control room. It had mind reader stations, satellite downlinks that fed real-time images, and was networked into every branch of the military and intelligence network. And I don't mean just ours. Mindreader didn't give a crap about nationality. Grace hesitated. I want to.
I know what you want, Grace, he said, but it looks like we're going to have multiple targets.
This site. Arizona, and maybe the Carolinas or an island.
I need you to prepare Alpha Team for a trip out west. As she hurried out, she threw me an evil look.
Teacher's pet. Church looked at me.
You're up, Captain.
I leaned across the table.
Church. The kid said that the answers were on the hunt video, but that file sucked and we got maybe 1 word in 20.
Can you get someone who reads lips? Maybe they can pick up something. Good call. Now go. But I was already running for the door. Chapter 68. The Deck. Sunday, August 29th, 5:38 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 78 hours, 22 minutes EST.
Ottoworth stood at the foot of the bed, his hands clasped behind him so that he could feel the comforting outline of the pistol holstered at the small of his back. He was patient but cautious, and he didn't say a word.
Not while Cyrus Jacoby was throwing a fit.
The floor around the bed was heaped with torn bedding, down stuffing was scattered like snow, and tiny feathers floated past Otto's impassive face. Cyrus had already smashed the 27 vases and ground the exotic flowers under his bare feet. He even had destroyed the portrait of his beloved rhesus monkey. Now he knelt on the floor and used a salad fork to stab one of his doubles to death.
And it wasn't even Tuesday. The double had long since stopped screaming, though he wasn't dead yet.
Otto thought a salad fork to be an inefficient weapon but conceded that outright murder was not as important to Cyrus as inflicting hurt. Otto waited it out, one finger hooked under the hem of his smock in case he needed to pull the gun.
Cyrus stabbed down again and again.
Then, as if his internal passion triggered some pressure valve, the rage abruptly stopped.
Cyrus sagged and slumped, the fork tumbling from his trembling fingers. The double coughed one more time and then he, too, settled into stillness.
Otto took this as his cue to step around the edge of the bed. He caught Cyrus under the arms and gently lifted him to his feet. Cyrus was as passive as a sedated old man and allowed himself to be led over to an armchair. Otto fetched him a glass of water and produced 2 pills from a cloisonné case he carried at all times in his pocket.
One for heart and one for head.
Take these, Mr. Cyrus, he murmured, and held the glass as Cyrus washed them down.
Cyrus gasped and shook his head. I can't believe it. All of them? Dead? All of them, Cyrus confirmed.
The news had come back to the deck from one of their pursuit craft. Both infiltration teams had been lost at the Dragon factory, and the Zodiac with the extraction team had been taken out with a rocket-propelled grenade.
The hit was a complete wash. Were any of the team taken alive? All of Cyrus's people had tiny transponders implanted under their skin.
The devices were the size of rice grains and they sent 2 signals, one for the GPS and another to a biotelemeter. As long as the wearer's heart continued to beat, the second signal was sent.
None of the units are still active, said Otto. God damn it. How did the twins know? Who is to say if they knew at all?
They're quite capable of reacting to an unexpected attack, and we should not be concerned until we know they have connected the attack with us.
They're too smart, damn it. Otto tut-tutted him.
Oh, please, Mr. Cyrus, we're so much smarter than those children.
They don't even know who we are.
It took a moment for Cyrus to shift gears, but eventually he nodded.
So, said Otto sharply, we have much work to do. Cyrus nodded and glanced over at the dead man on the floor.
I'm sorry I killed him, he said. Kimball was the best of the doubles.
He's replaceable.
Oh, I know that, it's just that I was saving him for a special occasion.
Today is special, Mr. Cyrus. Cyrus looked up at him, momentarily confused. Today we discovered where the Dragon factory is located. So what if we didn't breach it or kill one of the twins? We know where it is now.
Which means that by one method or another we will take it from your young gods, and with their computer resources, well, we'll remake the world.
Cyrus's eyes sharpened and he bared his teeth.
I want that facility, damn it, and I want it right now.
Otto straightened. Then what do you want to do? Contact your Russian friend. I want as many men as he can provide. Don't haggle, Otto.
Pay him whatever he's worth, but I want to hit the Dragon Factory with an army.
I want to take it away from the twins. That will take at least a day or two. I want to do it tomorrow at the latest. At the latest, Otto. Do you understand me?
Otto Worth smiled.
Yes, Mr. Cyrus, I understand perfectly.
But you need to understand that in a full-out assault we can't guarantee the safety of the twins.
Neither of them. Cyrus answered with a sneer. Then so be it. I made them, I can make more. And I still have the SAMs. Very well. And contact Vetter.
I want him in on the assault.
He doesn't do team hits. What is the line from that movie? Make him an offer he can't refuse. If we pull him now, then it'll delay the final hits.
Church and that bitch who calls herself Aunt Sally.
So be it, Cyrus repeated.
Taking the Dragon Factory is more important. All we need is access to their computers and 6 or 8 hours to transload all of their data via satellite to our off-site networked hard drives our friend is supplying.
Once that's done we can hide it even from MindReader. Otto looked pleased. Fair enough. He looked at his watch. I'd better make some calls. I'll have to wake up the Russian. Chapter 69. In Flight. Sunday, August 29, 6:01 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 77 hours, 59 minutes EST.
Top and Bunny were still loading their gear into a Black Hawk when my earbud binged and I heard Grace's voice. Joe Bug located the island. MindReader matched the geography to Isla Daro, a small island in the Pacific, 40 miles due west of Playa Caletas.
Where's that? I asked. Costa Rica.
I'll have him download everything to your PDA. You have flight clearance to the Air National Guard base at Martin State Airport. From there you'll switch to an Osprey.
They're slow as hell. Not this one. It's a prototype being developed for the Navy.
Has a cruising speed of 600 kilometers per hour and a 1,200-mile range, which means you'll be refueling midair.
Where'd you find something like that so quickly?
Mr. Church has a friend in the industry. The Osprey is on its way to the airbase and should be refueled by the time you touch down.
Do we have any local support?
I called one of my mates at Barrier and he said that the carrier Ark Royal's in those waters. The Osprey will put you on their deck, and then you'll go to the island in a Westland Sea King. You can also have Royal Marines, Harriers, and anything else you need.
That's fast work, Major. I'll take the ride, but for now let's go with me, Bunny, and Top. Until we know what's what, I don't want to bring in the Light Brigade.
I'd rather you took the whole fleet, she said.
But I can see your point.
It was clear she wanted to say more, but this wasn't the time and certainly wasn't the place. So instead she simply held out her hand. I took it, and if we held our clasp a few seconds too long, screw it.
Good hunting, she said. Thanks. The Black Hawk was in the air in under 5 minutes. I spread out a map and we gathered around. This is Isla Doro. Gold Island.
Supposed to be uninhabited except for a biological research station funded by Swiss grants and managed by a team from the Instituto Tecnológico de Costa Rica.
We're looking into that to see if it's legit.
Satellite images tell us there's a compound with buildings on the island that match with the construction plans filed by the university. Thermals are tricky because the island is mildly volcanic.
Mildly volcanic? Echoed Bunny. That anything like somewhat pregnant?
It hasn't popped its cork in over a century, but there are vents and geothermal activity, so thermals won't give us a reliable body count.
We'll probably be relying on what we see rather than gadgets. I tapped the map. Choppers from the Ark Royal will set us down here.
The terrain is rocky with thick foliage.
Combat names for the mission and keep the chatter down. Full team on Channel 2, direct to me on Channel 1. The TOC command channel is Channel 3. Call signs only once we hit the ground . What's the op? Asked Bunny. Mission priorities are flexible, I said.
We look first. If we can find the kid who sent the videos, then we extract him.
Everything else after that is based on what we find. Rules of engagement?
Nobody gets trigger happy, I said. On the other hand, we're not flying 2,000 miles to take anyone's shit.
Hooah!
The USS George H.W. Bush is heading this way in case this really turns into something. The Bush will be in fighter range about 2 hours after we make landfall. That means 90 fixed wing and helos ready to pull our asses out of the fire if it comes to it.
Wow, it's nice when Washington likes us, said Bunny.
Say, boss, what do we do if we run into any of those guys with the body armor?
Aim for the head, said Top. Always been a fan favorite. Works for me. Top took a slow breath. Captain, about Jigsaw. Yeah. We don't know which team took them out.
Russians or the other guys?
No. I'm of two minds. On one hand, I want to know who did it and nail their hides to the wall, feel me? Completely. On the other hand, I get either side in my sights. I'm not sure I'm going to indulge in a lot of restraint. You have any issues with that, better tell me now and make it in order. I considered how best to answer that. Top.
Church and the Geek Squad are working on connecting the dots.
We got some new info off the second video, and he has a lip reader working on recovering info from the hunt video. We're all hoping that by the time we put boots on the ground in Costa Rica we know who the bad guys truly are. Wasn't goons and exoskeletons put Big Bob in the ICU, said Bunny.
Uh-huh, agreed Top.
And it wasn't the goons who killed the staff at Deep Iron. Now,
I don't see how Russian mercs tie into a bunch of assholes who still think Hitler's a role model, but I'm leaning toward them being the ones who need their asses completely kicked.
Probably so, but we have to be open to any possibility.
Church sent us on an infill and rescue, not a wet work.
Okay, Captain, loud and clear. Bunny? I asked. You're the boss. For the rest of the flight we went over the information from the conference and I played the second video. I watched their eyes when the kid said, "You have to do something before everyone in Africa dies." And maybe more than that. You got to stop them.
Top leaned back, folded his arms, and said nothing.
Bunny looked at me. Holy shit. Is this for real? We'll find out.
Top took a toothpick from his pocket, put it between his teeth, and chewed it.
He didn't say a word for the rest of the flight. Chapter 70. Cyprus. Sunday, August 29th, 11:59 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 72 hours, 1 minute EST.
Alexei Mogilevic, nephew of Simeon Mogilevic, who was the lord of the Red Mafia in Budapest, looked at the name on the screen display of his phone and smiled.
He waved away the redhead with the platinum nipple rings and flipped open the phone. Hello, my good friend. He never used names on the phone and preferred calling everyone friend. Repeat customers were always his good friends. Hello, and how is the weather? Asked Otto Worths.
The question referred to the security of the line and any prying ears where Alexei was.
Fine weather. Not a cloud in the sky.
I hear that you've used up all the products I sent.
Yes. Unfortunate. There are always more.
Of the 20 ex-Spetsnaz operatives leased to Otto by Alexei, only one was still alive, but as he was merely a coordinator, his value was negligible.
Neither Alexei nor Otto was very broken up over the losses.
Assets were assets, to be used and either disposed of or replaced depending on need.
I'm glad to hear you say that, said Otto, because I do need more. How many and how soon? Otto told him, and Alexei whistled.
The two girls sunbathing topless on the forward deck of the Angelica looked up, thinking that he was signaling them, but he shook his head.
He got up and walked along the rail and gazed out into the vastness of the sea.
The yacht was an elegant 173-footer with a 37-foot beam, built by Perini Navi of Italy. The first time Alexei had been aboard it had been a charter for which he'd paid $210,000 for a single week. He liked it so much he bought the boat after the trip was over. It had a crew of 11, and though it was slowed 12 knots, Alexei never needed to be anywhere fast. His business was conducted by satellite and cell phones and computer.
The Angelica currently floated in the wine-dark waters 30 miles off the coast of Cyprus. Can you supply those assets? Asked Otto.
There is a surcharge for overnight delivery, you understand?
I understand. Then, yes. I have assets in Florida who will do nicely.
If the assets fulfill my patrons' needs, Alexei, I'll send you a 5% bonus on top of that.
Ah, it's always heartwarming to know of the generosity of my good friends.
They discussed a few details and hung up.
Alexei watched the beautiful water and the pure white gulls and thought about how wonderful it was to be alive.
Then he sat on a deck chair and made calls that would send several dozen of the most vicious and hardened train killers he knew to the rendezvous point with Autoworths. As Alexei made the calls, he never stopped smiling.
Chapter 71. Isla d'Oro. Sunday, August 29, 2:29 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 69 hours, 31 minutes EST.
The chopper from the Ark Royal flew just above the waves and put us down on the far side of the island. We jumped out and faded into the green shadows of the trees until the chopper was far out to sea.
We were in full combat rig, with all of the standard equipment plus a few special DMS gizmos. We crouched behind a thick spray of ferns until the jungle settled into stillness.
Ambient sounds returned as the birds and bugs shook off their surprise and resumed their perpetual chatter. We waited, ears and eyes open, weapons ready, watching to see if anyone came to investigate.
No one came.
I switched on my PDA and pulled up a satellite image of the island. There was a cluster of buildings on the other side and nothing but dense rainforest foliage wrapped around a terrain so rough and broken that it looked like an obstacle course designed by a sadist. Gorges, cliffs, broken spikes of old lava rock, ravines, and almost no flatland. All of it sweltering in 102-degree heat and 93% humidity.
Fun times.
I dialed my radio to the frequency the kid gave us but got nothing but static. Then I tapped my earbud for the TOC channel.
Cowboy to dugout, cowboy to dugout.
Dugout was the call sign for the TOC. Immediately Church's voice was in my ear. The fidelity of our equipment was so good it felt like the spooky bastard was right behind me.
Go for dugout. Deacon on deck. Down and safe. No signal yet from the kid.
Not an imaginative call sign for the boy who'd contacted us, but it would do. Our friends from abroad wanted me to remind you of their offer of support. The Ark Royal and its attendant craft could invade and take a small country, and if we got into a real jam I had no problem calling on them for support.
Nice to know.
Tell them to keep the fires lit, Deacon.
Satellite feeds are updated on 5-second cycles. Negative on thermal scans. Too much geothermal activity. Copy that. Cowboy out.
Bunny said, wait.
I thought this was a dead volcano.
No, I said it hadn't blown up for a while.
Swell.
We set out, moving in a loose line, mindful of the terrain and wary of booby traps. The rainforest foliage was incredibly dense, and I could see why it would draw the attention of biologists and whoever wanted to hide from prying eyes. There were hundreds of different kinds of trees and thousands of species of shrubs, and I swear there was a biting bug or stinging insect on every single goddamn leaf. I must have lost half a pound of meat and a quart of blood in the first 3 miles. "This is some serious bush," muttered Bunny. He was the only one of us who hadn't been jungle trained, and he was streaming with sweat. His entire term of service had been in the Middle East. He was also carrying a lot more mass than Top, who was a lean and hard 170, or me at 210. I kept my radio tuned to the kids' channel, but by the time we were 5 miles in there was still no answer. Then suddenly the static changed to a softer hiss and a shaky voice said, "Is this Mr. Deacon?" "Not exactly, kid. But I work for him." "Who are you?" "How do I know that you work for him?" "You don't, but you dealt the play." "Tell me something," he said. "You first. Say something to let me know I'm talking to the right person." After a moment the kid said, "Unicorn?" I muted my mic. "Talk to me, Top." He was looking at his scanner. "Definitely originating from the island, Captain. 3.6 clicks from here." He showed me the compass bearing. With the mic back on, I said, "Okay, kid. Now tell me something," he said. The kid was a quick study. "Anyone listening?" "No." "Okay, you sent the hunt video from a cybercafe in Sao Paulo. Second video was from this island." Okay. How do you know Deacon?" I asked. "I don't. I just know the name. From an old file I stole a look at. Otto and Alpha really hate that guy, so I figured if they hated him that much then he had to be their enemy." "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," I suggested. "Old Arabian saying," the kid said without pause. "Though it could be Chinese, too. They say it as, 'It is good to strike the serpent's head with your enemy's hand.' You know your quotes." "I know military history," the kid said, and I noted that he changed the phrasing. He didn't say, "I know my military history," which would have been the natural comeback. I filed that away for now. "Where are you?" he asked. "Are you close?" "Close enough." "You got a name, kid?" "AT2. What, dot?" "That's my name. But Alpha sometimes calls me Sam." "Sam's a name at least." "No," the kid said, "it's not. It means something, but I don't know what. Alpha calls a lot of us Sam." "Who's Alpha?" "My father, I guess." "You're not sure?" "No." "Is Alpha his first name or last name?" "It's just a name. He makes everyone call him that. Or Lord Alpha the Most High. He's always changing his name." "What's his real name?" "I don't know. But he sometimes goes by Cyrus Jacoby." "I don't think that's real, either." The name Jacoby rang a faint bell with me, and I signaled Top to confirm that this was all going straight back to church at the TOC. He gave me a thumbs up. "Does Alpha run this place?" "Him and Otto. But they're not here right now." "Who's Otto, dot?" "Otto Worth's is Alpha's, I don't know, his manager, I guess. Foreman, whatever. Otto runs all of it for Alpha. The hive, the deck, all of it." My pulse jumped. Otto Worth's. There had been a reference to a her Worth's in Mengel's letter. Could this guy be related? There had to be some connection. We were actually getting somewhere, though I still didn't know exactly where. Bug kept scanning the woods around us for thermal signatures, and the readings stayed clean. "How old is this Otto character?" "I don't know. 60-something. Too young to have been at the camps. Son, nephew, whatever." I glanced at my team. They were all listening in and I saw Bunny mouth the word, 82. "Why don't I just call you kid for now?"
A call sign. You know what that is? Yes. That's okay. I don't care what people call me. And you're sure no one else can hear this call? I don't think so. I made this radio myself. I picked the frequency randomly before I sent that email. Smart, I said, though in truth anyone with the right kind of scanner could conceivably find the signal. However, they would have to be looking, and in the digital age not as many people scan the radio waves. Even so, I said, okay, kid. Call me Cowboy. No real names from here on out. Okay. Cowboy. Now tell us why we're here. What's this all about? A beat. I already told you. No, kid, you sent us a video with almost no audible sound. We saw the animal, but that's all we know. Damn. The kid said, but he put a lot of meaning in it. You don't know about Africa? About Louisiana? About any of it? No, so tell us what you want us to know. There's not enough time. If you come get me, maybe we can take the hard drives. I'm sure everything's there. More than the stuff I know about. Maybe all of it. You're being a bit vague here, kid. If you want us to help you, then you have to help us out. We know where you're broadcasting from, but we need some details. Are there guards? If so, how many and how are they armed? Are there guard dogs? Electric fences? Security systems? I can't give you all of that from here. I'll have to sneak into the communications room. I can access the security systems from in there and can watch you on the cameras. Go for it. How long do you need? You don't understand, he said. Once I'm in there, I'll have to lock myself in. They'll know I'm there. They'll break in eventually. If you don't get here by the time they get to me, then I'm dead. Kid had a point. Terrain's rough. It'll take us 40 minutes to get to your location safely. How far out are the first cameras? 600 yards from the fence. Top held out his PDA. He magnified the satellite display of the compound so we could see the thin lines of a double fence. Okay, kid, what's our best angle of approach? What will keep us safe and give you the most time? I can't describe it. We're looking at a satellite image of the compound. Describe a building and I can find it. Oh. Okay, there's 3 small buildings together on the top of a hill and a bunch of medium-sized buildings in a kind of zigzag line sloping down toward the main house. Got M. That's all maintenance stuff. Come in on the corner of the fence. The camera sweeps back and forth every 94 seconds, with a little twitch when turning back from the left. I think it has a bad bearing. If you wait for it to swing to the left, you should be able to get from the jungle wall to the fence. The camera is angled out, not down. That's pretty good, kid. Better get off the line. Contact me again when you're in place, I said. And, kid, good luck. You, too. He paused, then added, Cowboy. Chapter 72. The Deck. Sunday, August 29th, 2:31 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 69 hours, 29 minutes EST. Otto Worth sat on a wheeled stool and watched as Cyrus Jacoby's fingers flowed over the computer keys. Cyrus was the fastest typist Otto had ever seen, even when he was writing complex computer code, inputting research numbers, or crafting one of the codes they used to protect all of their research. It was hypnotic to see all 10 fingers merge into a soft blur that was streamed like water. Otto found it very soothing. They were at their shared workstation, which could be invisibly networked to any and all stations here at the deck or at the hive, but which could also be hidden behind an impenetrable firewall when the need for secrecy was greatest. Like now. The sequences Cyrus was currently writing were the distribution code that would be sent to key people positioned around the world.
People who were poised to accomplish certain very specific tasks. Some would begin the distribution of bottled water as part of the full promotional giveaway to launch a new international competitor in the growing bottled water market. The company was real enough, and there were several hundred employees on the payroll who truly believed they worked for McNeil Gunderson Water Bottling. Legitimate advertising companies had been hired to create a global campaign for the release of the water under a variety of names, including Global Gulp, Goodwater, Sooth, Eco Splash. Celebrities had been hired to endorse the water, including 2 Oscar winners who were widely regarded for their support of the environment and a dozen professional athletes from 6 countries. Hundreds of thousands of gallons of the water had been promised to fledgling sports teams in developing countries and in the inner cities throughout the United States. After the initial free giveaway, a portion of the regular sale price of the water would be donated to several popular ecology groups. Those payments would actually be made until the world economy began to collapse and chaos set in. The IRS could audit any of the companies connected with McNeil Gunderson Water Bottling and every cent would be accounted for. Another group of key people would receive a code command from Cyrus to distribute bottles of water at specific locations throughout Africa, Asia, and the Americas.
And then there were the operatives who would dump gallons of pathogen-rich fluid directly into rivers, lakes, and reservoirs.
And codes would be sent to the team of software engineers who had designed what Cyrus called the crash and burn email virus that would send hundreds of thousands of infected emails to the CDC, WHO, the NIH, FEMA, and dozens of other disaster response and management agencies. The viruses were unique and poised to launch in waves so that as one was taken down another would go out. None of the organizations would be totally disabled, but all that was required was confusion and slower reaction time. Once the wave was in motion, it would no longer matter what those organizations did. It would be too late. In all, 163 people would receive a unique coded Go order sent by the trigger device. The Go order would arrive in a coded form, and if no cancel order was sent, the program embedded in the message would automatically decode the message and present a clear and unambiguous order to proceed with the release. The failsafe had been Otto's idea. There had been too many delays to rely on an absolute go/no-go code signal. And Cyrus was, they both had to admit it, mad as a hatter. A lot of careful planning would be ruined by Cyrus sending a release order during one of his radical mood swings. The code Cyrus was writing would be saved on a flash drive that had a miniature 6-digit keypad. The keypad code on this trigger device would be changed daily by Otto, whose memory was sharper than Cyrus's, and they both knew it. They still had to decide between them who would wear the trigger device on a lanyard around his neck. Cyrus felt that as the extinction wave was his idea, it should be him. Otto agreed that Cyrus deserved to be the one to activate the trigger, but he did not trust Cyrus's mood swings. The last thing they needed was for Cyrus to fly into a rage and smash it with a hammer or on a whim feed it to one of the tiger hounds. That could be sorted out later. At the moment, however, Otto let himself become lost in the flow of Cyrus's clever fingers as they constructed the release code and built its many variations. Otto smiled a dreamy smile as he watched this little bit of magic that would serve as the link between the dream of the new order and its reality. Chapter 73. Isla Doro. Sunday, August 29, 2:57 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 69 hours, 3 minutes EST. The terrain directly around the compound was less treacherous, so it only took 22 minutes to get into position. There was nothing from the kid, so we waited. The next 8 minutes crawled by. We listened for shouts or screams from inside the compound, we listened for gunfire, we listened for anything that would indicate that Sam had been discovered. The jungle, though far from silent, simply sounded like a jungle. And then suddenly there was a wail of a siren. Then Sam's voice whispered to me, "Cowboy. Are you there?" "We're here, kid." "Where are you?" "In the communications room." I started a fire in the laundry room at the other end of the compound. Everyone went running. I don't have a lot of time before they come back. Then let's move this along. All the cameras are on, but I can't see you.
Can you stand up or something? Not a chance. But I signaled to Bunny to shake a tree. He grabbed a slender palm, gave it a couple of quick jerks, and then moved off away in case it drew fire. Was that you? The kid asked. Yes. Now what do we do? I'm the only one watching the monitors. You can rush the fence. Don't worry, I just turned off the electricity. We're taking you on a lot of faith. You'd better not be screwing with us, kiddo, I said. I didn't mention that US and British warplanes would reduce this island to floating debris if this was a trap. The boy seemed to have enough to worry about. I'm not. I swear. Hold tight. Here we come. We came at the fence at a dead run, running in a well-spaced single file. Top reached the fence first and ran a scanner over it. Power's definitely off. No signs of mines. Bunny produced a pair of long-necked nippers and began cutting the chain links. We repeated this at the second fence, then ran fast and low toward the cluster of utility sheds. There's a stone path by the sheds, Sam said, but the guards always make sure not to step on it. I think it's booby-trapped. Bunny flattened out by the flagstones and nodded up at me. Pressure mines. Kids sharp, dot. We get through this, Top said. We can chip in and buy him a puppy. Guards are coming, Sam said in an urgent whisper. To your right. We flattened out against the sheds. I had my rifle slung and held my Beretta 92F in both hands. It was fitted with a sound suppressor that you won't find in a gun catalog. Unlike the models on the market, this had a special polymer baffling that made it absolutely silent. Not even the nifty little pfft sound. A toy from one of Church's friends in the industry. 2 guards came around the corner. They were dressed in lightweight tropical shirts over cargo pants. They each carried a Heckler & Koch 416 and they were moving quickly, eyes cutting left and right with professional precision. An exterior grounds check was probably standard procedure with any emergency, and the fire Sam started must have been big enough to inspire caution. I shot them both in the head. Top and Bunny rushed out and dragged their bodies behind the sheds. Holy jeez. The kid said. What's our next move? There's a door right at the corner of the first building. All of the buildings are connected to that one by hallways. I cut the alarms on all the doors and blanked out the cameras inside the buildings. You're making me like you, kid. What do we do once we're inside? Okay, there are colored lines painted on all the floors. The blue line will bring you to the communications room, but you're going to have to go through the maintenance pod and then the common room. It's like a big lobby, with chairs and soda machines and a coffee bar. If you go straight across that, you'll see the colored lines start again. Keep following that. Roger that, kid. Wait. There was some rustling noise and then he came back, breathless. I think they're coming back. Can you lock yourself in until we get there? The door's just wood. They'll kick it in. Is your radio portable? Yes. I rigged a headset. Then get your ass out of there. Find someplace to hide. We're going to have to make some noise. God. Are there any civilians we need to worry about? Any good guys? Yes. He said immediately. The new men. You'll be able to spot them, they're all dressed the same. Cotton pants and shirts with numbers on them. Please, he begged, don't hurt any of them. We'll do our best, but if they offer resistance. Believe me, they can't. He said can't rather than won't. Interesting. Anyone else? No, everyone else here is involved. Then get out of there. Okay, but. Cowboy? Watch out for the dogs. What breed and how many? I asked. But all I got from the radio was a hiss of static. Okay, I said to Bunny and Top, pick your targets and check your fire. If anyone surrenders, let them. Otherwise, it's bad day at Black Rock. Hoa, they replied. Now let's kick some doors. Chapter 74. The Hive. Sunday, August 29th, 3:08 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 68 hours, 52 minutes EST. The exterior door was steel, so I stepped back as Bunny put a C4 popper on the lock with one of whose newer gizmos, a polymer shroud that was flexible enough to fold into a pocket but strong enough to catch shrapnel. It was also dense enough to muffle the sound, so when Bunny triggered it the lock blew out with a sound no louder than a cough. The door blew open in a swirl of smoke. No alarms. Kids still batting 1,000 so far. I led the way inside. The hallway was bright with fluorescent lights and stretched 60 feet before hitting a T-juncture. There were doors on both sides. Everything was conveniently marked, and it was clear that this corridor was used by groundskeepers and technicians. Most of the rooms were storage. The left-hand rooms had bags of chemical fertilizer, shovels and garden tools, racks of work clothes. The right-hand rooms included a small machine shop, a boiler room, and a changing room for support staff. There were plenty of clothes and I debated having my guys change into them, but I didn't. My gut was telling me that we were fighting the clock here, so we tagged each doorway with a paper sensor pad set below the level where the eye would naturally fall. The sensors had an ultra-thin wire and a tiny blip transmitter. We peeled off the adhesive backing and pressed them over the crack in the door opposite the hinge side. If anyone opened the door, the paper would tear and a signal would be sent to our scanners. Simple and useful. We found one room in which a large piece of some unidentifiable equipment hung from a chain hoist. From the scattering of tools and the drop light that still burned, it looked like a work in active progress. There was no one around. Everyone must have gone to investigate the fire the kid had set and, like most employees would, was probably stalling before heading back to work. I still had the Beretta in my hands and we moved through a building that was empty and silent. That all changed in a heartbeat. 2 men rounded the right-hand side of the T-juncture while we were still 20 feet away. Both wore coveralls stained with grease, and I knew they had to be the mechanics working on the equipment. They were deep in conversation, speaking German with an Austrian accent, when they saw us. They froze, eyes bugging in their heads, mouths open in identical O's of surprise as they stared down the barrels of 3 guns. I put the laser sight of my Beretta on the forehead of the bigger of the 2 men and put my finger to my lips. All he had to do was nothing. All he had to do was stay silent and not try to be a hero. Some people just don't get it. He half-turned and drew a fast breath to scream and I put one through his temple. Top took the other with 2 side-by-side shots in the center of his chest. They hit the floor in a sprawl. If Lady Luck would have cut us a single frigging break, we'd have been past them and into the complex within a few seconds. But she was in a mood today. There were other people behind them, out of our line of sight, farther down the side corridors. People started screaming. Then people started firing guns. A moment later the alarms sounded. So much for stealth. Chapter 75. The Dragon Factory. Sunday, August 29th, 3:17 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 68 hours, 43 minutes EST. The 3 businessmen from China stood wide-eyed and slack-jawed, all pretenses at emotional aloofness lost in the moment. Behind the glass, perched on the twisted limb of a tallow tree, its wings folded along the sleek lines of its sinuous body, was a dragon. The creature turned its head toward them and stared through the glass for a long minute, occasionally flicking its flowing whiskers. It blinked slowly as if in disdain at their surprise. One of the men, the senior buyer, broke into a huge grin. He bowed to the dragon, bending very low. His 2 younger associates also bowed. And just for the hell of it, Hecate and Paris bowed, too. It might help close the deal, though both of them knew that this deal was already closed. Does, began the senior buyer, a fat-faced man named Chen Kennett. Paris smiled. Can it fly? He reached out and knocked sharply on the window. The sudden sound startled the dragon, and it leaped from its perch, its snow-white wings spreading wider than the armspan of a tall man, and the creature flapped away to sit in a neighboring tree. The enclosure was designed for maximum exposure, so even though the dragon could move away, it couldn't hide. Chen murmured something in Mandarin that Paris did not catch. Neither of the twins could speak the language. All of the business with these buyers had been conducted in English. "How?" said Chen in English, turning toward the twins. "Bit of a trade secret," said Paris. He was actually tempted to brag, because the creation of a functional flying lizard was the most complicated and expensive project he and Hecate had undertaken. The animal in the enclosure was a patchwork. The wings came from an albatross, the mustache from the barbels of a Mekong giant catfish, the horny crest from the Texas horned lizard, and the slender body was mostly a monitor lizard. There were a few other bits and pieces of genes in the mix, and so far the design had been so complicated that most of the individual animals had died soon after birth or been born with unexpected deformities from miscoding genes. This was the only one that appeared healthy and could fly. The really difficult part was designing the animal for flight. It had the hollow bones of a large bird and the attending vascular support to keep those bones healthy. They'd also had to give it an assortment of genes to provide the muscle and cartilage to allow it to flap its wings. Unfortunately, they had not identified the specific gene or gene combinations that would give it an instinctive knowledge of aerodynamics. So they'd spend hours with it in an inflated air room of the kind used at carnivals and kids' parties, tossing the creature up and hoping that it would discover that those great leathery things on its back were functional wings. The process was frustrating and time-consuming, and the animal had only recently begun flapping, and the short flight it had just taken was about the extent of its range. More like a chicken thrown from a henhouse roof than a soaring symbol of China's ancient history. The heavy foliage in the enclosure helped to mask the awkwardness of its flight. The entire process had been a bitch. A $41 million bitch. And the damn thing was a mule, unable to reproduce. But at least it was pretty, and it more or less flew. Paris hoped it would live long enough for them to sort out all of the genetic defects so they could actually sell one. This one was display only. A promise to get the Chinese to write a very, very large check. Paris thought he could hear the scratching of the pen even now. The 3 Chinese buyers stood in front of the glass for almost half an hour. They barely said a word. Paris was patient enough to wait them out. When the spell finally lifted, though they still looked quite dazed, Paris ushered them to a small table that had been set with tea and rice cakes. The table had a view of the dragon, but it wasn't a great view. That was Hecate's suggestion. If they can't see the damn thing, she'd said, they'll get impatient. They'll want to close the deal so they can go back and gape at it. Paris liked the tactic. Before the tea was drunk, before it had even begun to cool, the buyers had placed an order for 3 full teams of berserkers. The total purchase price was the development price of the dragon with a whole extra 0 at the end. The Chinese had been too dazzled and distracted to do more than token haggling. The deal closer was Paris's promise to provide them with a dragon of their very own. Just as soon as they managed to make another one. Which, as far as he was concerned, was a couple of days before hell froze over. Chapter 76. The Hive. Sunday, August 29, 3:26 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 68 hours, 34 minutes EST. 4 guards rushed the corner and they did it the right way, laying down a barrage to stall us and then putting just enough of themselves around the corner to aim their guns high and low. It was nice. I threw a grenade at them. We ran through the smoke and screams and took the corner ourselves. The side corridor was choked with people who were fleeing back from the blast, tripping over one another, trampling the fallen, getting in the way of armed resistance. The opposite side corridor led to a 10-foot dead end and a closed door. Pick your targets. I called as I aimed and fired at a guard who had taken a shooter's stance and was bringing his weapon to bear.
My shot spun him as he pulled the trigger and his first and only shot punched a red hole through the leg of a hatchet-faced woman who was screaming into a wall-mounted red security phone. The woman shrieked in pain, but as she fell she pulled a .32 from a hip holster.
Bunny put her down for the count.
I heard a yell and a barrage from the other end, and then I was too busy for chatter as more security began forcing their way through the flood of panicking workers. These boys had shotguns and HNK G36s, and they opened up at us even though some of their own people were in the way. A whole wave of civilians went down in a hail of bullets, and we had to duck for cover because there were 10 of the Sansabitches.
"Frag out!"
yelled Top, and he and Bunny threw a pair of M67s. Most soldiers can lob the 14-ounce grenades up to 40 feet, and then they'd better take cover, because the M67s have a killing radius of 5 meters, though I've seen them throw fragments over 200 meters. We hunkered down around the corner and the blast cleared the hallway completely. When I did a fast look around the corner, I saw drifting smoke, tangles of broken limbs, and no movement at all. We got up and ran, leaped over the dead, avoided the dying, blocked out the screams, and plowed through the clouds of red-tinged smoke. A man leaned against a wall, trying to hold his face on with broken fingers. The blast had torn his clothing and blood splashed the rest, so I couldn't tell if he was a technician or guard. He threw us a single despairing look as we passed, but there was nothing we could do for him. The corridor opened into a big central lobby set with exotic plants and cages of wild birds. Technicians were running everywhere, creating a wild pandemonium, tripping over couches and jamming the exits so that no one got through. A knot of a dozen guards burst through a set of double doors. A big blonde guy with a lantern jaw and killer's eyes was clearly in charge, and he knew what he was about. He used the non-combatants as human shields to close with us, and we had to either shoot the technicians or take unanswered fire. I don't remember seeing martyr in my job description, but even so I didn't want to kill anyone who didn't need to die. It was a terrible situation that got very bad very quickly.
"Boss!" called Bunny.
The guards were taking shooting positions behind the screaming staff members. If we fell back and got into a range war with these jokers, we could be here all day, and we had no idea how many more shooters they could call on. It was balls out or beat it, so I did the one thing the guards did not expect: I attacked them, up close and personal. I knew my team would follow my lead. The blonde guy was behind a pair of women who crouched and plugged their ears and screamed, but he was too far away, so I zeroed the closest gun and I rammed my gun into his gut and fired twice. The impact jerked him a foot off the ground, and I grabbed a fistful of his shirt and spun my body hard and took him with me. He hit the guy behind him hard enough to put them both on the cold terrazzo floor, and I stamped down on the second guy's throat. To my left, Top had closed to zero distance with a pair of shooters, and he used the same stunt as them, keeping the staff between their guns and his skin. When he was close, he chucked a technician hard under the chin with the stock of his M4, and as he collided with the shooters, Top shot over the falling man and hit one guard dead center. The other guard lost his gun in the collision, but he tossed the technician aside and lunged out and grabbed Top by the throat.
I could see Top actually smile.
Here's a tip: never grab a good fighter with both hands, because he can hit back and you can't block. Top dropped his chin to save his throat and put the steel-reinforced toe of his combat boot way too far into the bad guy's nuts.
Bones had to break on that kick.
Top slapped away the slackening grip on his throat and chopped the stock of the rifle down on the back of the guard's neck.
Knocking him out was probably a mercy.
I saw movement to my right and I pivoted and ducked as one of the guards came around a thick potted fern and tried to put his laser sight on me. His face exploded and I saw Bunny give me a wink.
More people were flooding into the lobby.
It was like trying to stage a firefight in the middle of a soccer riot.
There had to be 100 screaming people around us.
I dropped two more guys and my slide locked back. I dropped it and was reaching for another mag when the big blonde guard and two others came at me in a fast three-point close. If I retreated, they'd have closed around me like a fist, so I drove right at the closest of them, a red-haired moose with missing front teeth. I slapped his gun hand aside with the back of my gun hand and then checked the swing to chop him across the bridge of the nose with the empty pistol. That knocked him back into me, and as his back hit my chest I pivoted like an axle, whipping us both in a tight circle that allowed me to throw him at the man in the middle. It would take the redhead a second to disentangle himself, and I used that second to lunge forward and bashed him in the crotch with my pistol. I didn't care if that hurt him, but I wanted to stall him in place. Then I slammed the butt of the pistol down onto the top of his foot, feeling the metatarsal snap. Before he could even scream, I shot back to my feet and put every ounce of weight and muscle I had into a rising palm strike that caught him under the chin and snapped his head back so far and so fast that he was up before he hit the ground. Maybe hurt, maybe dead, maybe I didn't give a shit. The middle guy, the big blonde, pushed his companion away. He'd lost his gun in the collision, and as he stepped toward me he whipped a Marine K-bar out of a belt holster. I have a whole lot of respect for that knife, and he held it like he knew how to use it. The K-bar has an 11 3/4 inch blade with a 7-inch sharpened clip. The point was a wicked dragon's tooth that could pierce Kevlar like it wasn't there. The Marines and Navy have been using it since World War II, and in the hands of an expert it has all the bone-cutting force of a Bowie knife, coupled with wicked speed. I whipped my Wilson rapid response folding knife out of my pocket and with a flick of the wrist snapped the blade in place. Yeah, I know it only has a 3 3/4 inch blade that looked like a nail file compared to the K-bar, but like they say, it's not the size of the ship but the motion on the ocean. The blonde guy, he had a name tag on his shirt that read Gunther, began circling right and left, trying to force me to move with him. He kept cutting his angles, and each time he changed direction he bent his elbow a little more to make me think he was staying at the same distance while actually moving closer. It was a nice trick that I'd used myself. He suddenly lunged, taking a very fast half-step forward and jabbing at my knife arm with the point of his blade. It was an expert's trick. Idiots try to stab in a knife fight, and though they can sometimes bury a blade, it leaves the other guy free to deliver cut after cut before the wound takes them. This guy went for a pick, a micro jab to try to injure my knife arm and take away both my offensive and defensive capabilities right away. He was lightning fast and I had to really move to evade the pick. I circled left and he tried it again, this time going lower and deeper before flipping his blade up, the idea there being to cut me with the clip as he pulled his blade back. Another smooth move. I was ready for him, though, and as he lunged in and back I did a tap down with the curve of my blade. My knife was very light, so I had to use a wrist flick to give it enough weight to cut, but I could feel the edge tap bone. Blood drops danced in the air as he pulled his hand back. The pain and surprise showed on his face, but he went immediately into another attack, this time doing a double fake and pick that caught me on the elbow and left a burning dot of pain where the flesh was thinnest. The panic still roiled around us, but if either of us split his focus he was a dead man. I knew that my squad was doing their job. Top and Bunny were in the thick of it, but it took a whole lot of guys to outnumber that duo. Gunther's eyes held mine, and I knew that he was relying, as I was on peripheral vision, to pick his moves and his targets. We stayed in motion, always on the balls of our feet, moving like dancers in a complex and dangerous piece of choreography. When he moved, I moved. When I moved, he moved. The blades flicked out and back. Twice steel hit steel, but each time it was a glancing parry. When you're fighting an expert you can win if the other guy gets emotional, if he makes a mistake, or if you bring something to the game that he doesn't. So far Gunther wasn't letting his emotions drive the car, and he hadn't made a single mistake. He was bleeding from 3 nicks, I was bleeding from 4. He shifted to the right and then faked back and tried for a face slash, turned that into another fake, and went into a half crouch to try to slash me across the femoral artery. The high fake almost always makes you lean backward to slip the cut, and that raises your guard away from your lower torso, exposing groin and thigh. It was beautiful, it was textbook. It wasn't the right move to use on me. When he went for the face cut I knew it was a fake. Gunther hadn't made a mistake, he just picked the wrong guy to try this move on. As he dropped low and went for the long reach toward my thigh I dropped with him so that his blade skittered across the gear hanging on my belt. I mirrored the arc of his cut with my own, shadowing his recoil so that my knife followed him all the way back, but I went deeper and drove the tip of my knife into the soft cleft between the bottom of his inner biceps and the upper edge of the triceps. My blade only went half an inch deep, but that was enough to open a pinhole in his brachial artery. From the way pain flashed across his face, I knew that I'd nicked the medial nerve, too.
Gunther tried to switch hands, and maybe he was a good left-handed knife fighter, too, but he knew as well as I did that the moment had moved away from him.
It's a terrible thing when one feels his combat grace deserting him.
It takes the heart out of you in an instant.
He shuffled backward to make the hand-to-hand exchange, but I jumped forward and my cut was deep and long and it took him across the throat. I had to spin out of the way of the arterial spray.
He went down and I spun back into the fight, shaking off the knife, scanning the floor for my pistol, bending, pulling a new magazine, slapping it in, and all of it before Gunther had finished falling. Chapter 77. The Deck. Sunday, August 29th, 3:28 p.m. Time left on the extinction clock, 68 hours, 32 minutes EST.
An aide came tearing down the hallway to the private alcove where Cyrus and Otto shared a huge and complex computer workstation. Intruding into this area was forbidden without a call or advance warning via email, and more than one employee had been summarily executed for an infraction of one of Cyrus's strictest rules. However, the words the aide shouted as he pounded on the door wiped all thoughts of punishment out of their heads.
"They're attacking the hive." Otto and Cyrus leaped to their feet demanding answers. "It's on the central channel," cried the aide, and Otto hit the buttons that sent the audio feeds to his speakers. "Message repeats, a team of armed men is attacking the hive. They've penetrated the perimeter and are in the building. We're taking heavily casualties. Please advise, please advise." Cyrus gasped. "It's the twins. It has to be. How could they, They must have taken the team that we sent. Pinter and Humler both know about the hive.
They're trained operatives," argued Otto.
"They'd never talk.
That witch Hecate, my darling daughter, could make Satan himself give up the secrets of hell, and you damn well know it."
Otto waved the aide away and slammed the door to the alcove. "We have to move fast," Otto said. "But we have to make the right move," countered Cyrus. "This will be a team that they've sent.
If they're doing this much damage, it must be one of the Berserker squads."
Otto nodded. "Then they won't be there in person. Paris doesn't have the balls for fieldwork, and Hecate is too smart. Even so, the Berserkers aren't totally stupid. They're smart enough to tear a hard drive out of a computer. We can't allow the twins to see what's on those computers.
I don't trust that they'd let the extinction wave go forward."
"I know they wouldn't. They're not truly gods," Cyrus said with grief and regret in his voice. "We have no choice, we have to use the fail-safe." Otto stepped around the workstation and put his hand on Cyrus's shoulder.
"Mr. Cyrus," he said kindly.
"My friend. 82 is at the hive."
Cyrus's eyes went wide for a moment and then he closed them as the reality of that drove nails of pain into his heart.
"No." Otto squeezed Cyrus's shoulder and sat down. With a few keystrokes he called up the security command screen that would activate the hive's failsafe system. He sent 2 sets of code numbers to Cyrus's screen. One activated the failsafe and the other simply detonated the communication centers and hardlines that connected the hive to the deck. "It's come down to this," he said softly. "Either we let the twins see what we've been doing and risk having them stop us, and they could stop us, and then the mud people get to survive and the dreams of the cabal and everything we've worked toward for 70 years will be wrecked, or you choose the boy who will make you immortal. That's the choice. The extinction wave or the boy." Cyrus shook his head. He stared blindly at the screen, tears in his eyes. 82 has my heart," he said. "He has my soul." Otto said nothing. "Please, gotta give me a choice between the twins and 82, but not this, "We're going to run out of time," Otto said. "You have to make a choice." Cyrus wiped the tears from his eyes and sniffed. When he lifted his hands to place his fingers over the keyboard they felt like concrete blocks. "Cyrus," murmured Otto. Cyrus used the cursor to select one of the codes. He closed his eyes, squeezing them against a fresh wave of tears, and hit enter. Chapter 78. The Hive. Sunday, August 29th, 3:38 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 68 hours, 22 minutes EST. It was a slaughterhouse. I went through another magazine with the Beretta before holstering it and switching to the M4. More guards crowded into the lobby from the far side, but they paused for a moment when they saw that the floor was littered with bodies. Some of them were people who had wisely dropped and covered their heads to stay out of the line of fire, the rest were dead. Bunny laid down some cover fire for me as I made a dash for a heavy counter on the far side of the lobby. I felt the wind and heard the buzz of a few close shots from guards who were crouched down behind a conversational grouping of couches and overstuffed chairs. I jumped into a diving roll and came up into a kneel, pivoted, and laid my shoulder against the side of a hardwood counter. Bunny was behind a Coke machine and Top had faded to the far side of the lobby and was shooting from behind a decorative column. Echo Team formed three sides of a box, with the guards at the far corner. There were 7 of them, and for a moment all we exchanged were wasted bullets. I had one fragmentation grenade left and a couple of flashbangs, but the lobby was half the size of a football field. To reach them I'd have to stand up and really put some shoulder into it, and I didn't like my chances of being able to walk away from that. The remaining guards were dishearteningly good shots. I tapped my earbud. Who has a shot? Nobody did. Bullets tore into the counter, knocking coffee cups into the air and splashing me with hot coffee and creamer. The coffee burned, but none of the bullets penetrated. I knocked on it. Steel in an oak sheath. I shoved my shoulder against the counter and was surprised when the heavy piece of furniture moved almost 2 inches. Not bolted down, and it must have little casters on it. Sweet. I'm trying something, I said in the mic, so make sure I have cover fire when I need it. I threw my weight against the counter. It slid easily and moved 4 feet, the metal casters sounding like nails on a blackboard. Copy that, boss. The guards saw what I was doing and concentrated their fire at me, but to little effect. The steady bullet impact slowed me, but I kept going, shoving the counter across the terrazzo floor. I kept praying to whichever god was on call that these guys didn't have any grenades. We got a runner, boss, said Bunny, and I peered around the edge to see one of the guards break from cover and race to the far wall. There was a series of pillars there, and if he could get to them he could inch his way up on my blind side. Got him, said Top, and the runner suddenly spun sideways and went down. With all of the other gunfire I never heard the shot. I kept pushing the counter until I was 30 feet out. None of the other guards tried the same end-run stunt, but I could hear the squawk from walkie-talkies and I knew that they were calling up all the reinforcements they could. This was taking way too long. It's 4th and long, I growled. Make some noise. My guys really poured on the gunfire and for a moment it forced the guards down behind their cover. A moment was all I needed. I pulled the pin on the frag grenade and risked it all as I rose to a half crouch and threw it. Then I flattened down just as the blast sent a shock wave that slammed the counter into me. There was one last burst of gunfire as a guard, blind from shrapnel and flash burned, staggered out on wobbling legs and emptied his gun in the wrong direction. Top put him down and the lobby was ours. Move! I yelled, and I scrambled out from behind the counter and made a dead run for the far end of the lobby. Bunny was behind me and Top came up slower, keeping a distance so he could work long-range visuals. At the far end of the lobby we peered down a wide hall that curved around out of sight. Now that the thunder of the gunfire was over I realized that the alarm klaxons had stopped. The lobby and hallway were eerily silent. I tapped the command channel. Cowboy to dugout. There was no answer. Bunny tried it, same thing. Top looked at his scanner. The little screen was a haze of white static. We're being jammed. 2 things happened in short sequence, and I didn't like either one. First the lights went out, plunging the lobby into total darkness. And then we heard something growl in the darkness. Behind us. Chapter 79. The House of Screams, Isla dos Diablos. Sunday, August 29th, 3:40 p.m. Time remaining on extinction clock, 68 hours, 20 minutes EST. The man on the radio, the one who called himself Cowboy, had told him to run and hide. He almost did. When he heard the voices in the hallway, 82 grabbed his portable radio and fled the communications center and ran down 2 side corridors and across the veranda, back in the direction of his room. The problem was that the guard quarters were between the communications room and the main house. He skidded to a stop at a juncture of corridors, torn by indecision. In the distance he heard gunfire and then screams. And then alarms. These weren't the fire alarms that had gone off when he'd sent his diversionary fire. No, these were the heavy klaxons to be used only in the more extreme emergencies. The Americans were attacking. The thought sent a thrill through 82's chest. He started toward his quarters again but stopped after a single step. What if he ran into Carteret on the way? When this alarm was going off, 82 was under orders to remain in his room. Everyone on the staff knew that. Guards would probably be at his room now, wondering where he was, and his absence would be relayed to the head guard. Carteret. How could 82 explain his presence on the far side of the compound, in the wrong building? Carteret wasn't stupid. He'd put the pieces together, a small fire to distract everyone and then a full-scale invasion. Would Otto have given Carteret orders to kill 82 if there was a danger he'd be taken? No. Alpha would never allow that. Then a second thrill went through the boy's chest, and this time it wasn't excitement, it was terror. If there was an invasion by government forces, American or otherwise, then their guards would almost certainly have other orders. Orders more crucial to Alpha and Otto's plans than the life of 82. The boy looked down one corridor toward the sealed computer rooms. In there, in the very heart of the hive, were records of all of the research done here on the island. Years upon years of study of genetics and transgenics, of special surgeries, of breeding programs, of the rape and perversion of nature. Evidence that would put Otto and Alpha away forever. Maybe have them executed. Then 82 turned and looked down the opposite corridor, back to the House of Screams. That's where the labs were, and that's where the bunkhouses for the new men were. The Americans were here because of what was in those computers. Even though Cowboy had told 82 that the audio on the hunt video was bad, they must know that something terribly evil was being done here on the island. They'd come to find out what and to stop it. The computer records could save millions. On the other hand, Otto and Alpha could never risk having the new men fall into the hands of any government. The worldwide outcry would be like the shouts of outraged angels. And there was the female. In 82's pocket the stone felt as heavy as an anvil. He stood and looked down the corridor toward the computer rooms, chewing his lip in dreadful indecision. Then he made his choice. He turned toward the House of Screams and ran. Chapter 80. The Hive. Sunday, August 29th, 3:42 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 68 hours, 18 minutes EST. We flattened out against the walls and flipped down our night vision. I dropped to one knee and pivoted as I heard a second growl. The lobby went from absolute blackness to eerie green. "What do you see, boss?" hissed Bunny, who was facing the other way. "Nothing," I said, but I could feel something moving in the shadows. We'd left a lot of wreckage behind us, but everything looked still. But there was something, and my senses were jangling. The after-echo of the growl played over and over in my head. It wasn't a dog growl. More like a cat, but not a cat, either. Whatever it was, the growl had been heavy, deep-chested. Something big was back there, and it was ballsy enough to stalk 3 grown men. "Move," I said, and began backing away from the lobby. We moved backward 5 feet, 10, following the curve of the hallway until the lobby was lost to view.
Just as we moved out of sight, I thought I caught movement at the extreme range of the night vision, but it was too brief a glimpse. Just a sense of something huge moving on 4 feet, head low between massive shoulders. Way too big for a dog.
What the hell's on our asses? Bunny asked in a jittery voice. I don't know, but if it comes sniffing down here, I'm gonna kill it. Works for me. Let me know if you get a signal, Top.
Roger, but we're still dead.
Lousy fucking choice of words, muttered Bunny.
The thing behind us screamed. It was a huge sound, high-pitched and filled with animal hate.
Like a leopard, but with too much chest behind it.
Then I heard the sharp click of thick nails on the tile.
Run!
I yelled, and the two of them pounded down the hallway, but I held my ground, raised my Beretta in a solid 2-hand grip, and clamped down on the terror that was blossoming in my chest. In the microsecond before the creature rounded the bend, the image of the unicorn flashed through my head.
If these maniacs could make something like that, then what other horrors had they cooked up in their labs?
Horrific images out of legend and myth flashed before my mind's eye, and then something moved into my line of sight that was far more terrifying than any monster from storybooks or campfire tales. It ran like a cheetah, with massive hindquarters thrusting it forward as long forelegs that ended in splayed claws reached out to tear at the tiled floor. The monster's face was wrinkled in fury, and its muzzle was as long as a Great Dane's but contoured like a panther. The eyes were glowing green orbs in the night vision lenses, but I could see feline slits. It snarled with a mouthful of teeth that were easily as long as the blade of my rapid-release knife. I had never seen, never imagined, a creature like this. It was easily as big as a full-grown tiger. From the points of those fangs to the tail that whipped the air behind it, the monster had to be 12 feet, and when it was 5 yards away it launched more than 700 pounds of feral mass into the air right at me. I heard myself screaming as I fired. I pulled the trigger and fired as I threw myself down into one side. The creature's mass was already in the air and it couldn't turn to track me, but I could feel the wind of its passage over me, and I saw the dark blossoms as bullet after bullet punched into it, the big .45 slugs exploding through muscle and meat. I hit it 6 times and then it was past me, landing hard on the floor, skidding, sliding down the hall in the direction my men had taken, snarling, its claws tearing up floor tiles, smearing the walls with blood. The monster scrambled to a violent turn and got to its feet, turning fast to face me.
How the hell was it still standing with 6 bullets in it? The monster hissed at me and I could see its monstrous shoulders bunching to make another run.
I put the laser sight on its left eye and the creature flinched.
But not soon enough.
I put my 7th shot through its eye and my 8th and 9th through the heavy bone of its skull. My slide locked back, the gun empty. A terrible scream tore the air as the creature fell. The sound did not come from the dying monster. This scream came from right behind me. These animals hunted in pairs. I threw myself backward, dropping the magazine and clawing another out of my pocket as the second animal came at me out of the swirling darkness. I slapped the magazine into place, but this beast was bigger, faster, and it hit me like a freight train before I could get around in the chamber or bring the gun to bear. The impact drove me backwards so fast and hard that I had no time to do anything but roll with it and try to hang on to my gun. Claws ripped across my chest, tearing open my heavy shirt and gouging chunks out of the Kevlar. The creature's own weight kept me alive because it continued to tumble over and past me. I didn't try to get to my feet, I just jacked around as the monster twisted around with a screech of claws on tiles and pounced. It landed on me with all of its weight, knocking my night vision off so that the world was black and full of teeth and claws. The sheer weight of it drove the air from my lungs, but I jammed the barrel up until it hit something solid and I pulled the trigger, over and over again. I heard other shots, the reports overlapping mine, and the monster shrieked in terrible rage and pain. Then all of its weight slammed down on me.
Chapter 81. The House of Screams, Isla dos Diablos. Sunday, August 29, 3:43 p.m. Time remaining on extinction clock, 68 hours, 17 minutes EST. 82 ran as fast as he could.
Gunfire echoed through the halls and he thought he heard the screams of the tiger hounds inside the building. There were 8 of them on the island, including 2 mated pairs that were bigger than Siberian tigers. If they got past the guardhouse and into the House of Screams, they would slaughter every last one of the new men. It had been genetically bred into them to react to new men as their primary source of prey, something 82 had heard Otto discuss with one of the animal handlers. It allowed them to sell the animals to anyone who had bought sufficient numbers of new men. The building was in panic now. White-coated scientists ran past him, cooks and house staff scrambled for any way out of the compound. The sound of gunfire was continuous and there were explosions, too.
82 knew the sounds of arms and ordnance.
He recognized the hollow pops of small arms and rifle fire and the heavy bark of grenades. This was a full-out assault, but there was no way to know who was winning. He ducked into a closet long enough to try his radio, but all he heard was a high-pitched squeal.
A jammer.
That would be an automatic response initiated by the compound's auto-defense systems, and the controls for that were in the guardhouse.
He'd never be able to shut it off.
82 shoved the radio back into his pocket and dove back into the hall, turning right and heading for the dormitories where the new men would be huddled.
He could imagine their terror and uncertainty at what was happening.
The alarms, the gunfire, the screams of the tiger hounds.
Would she be there? Would the female be back in the dormitory, or had she been taken to the infirmary after Carteret had finished with her? Doubt made 82 slow from a run to a walk. And that's when the man who was following 82 grabbed him by the hair. Chapter 82. The Hive. Sunday, August 29th, 3:45 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 68 hours, 15 minutes EST.
Before my guys would risk trying to pull the monster off of me, Top stepped close and put his M4 to its head.
Firing,
he warned, and popped 2 through its skull. The body gave a last twitch and then its weight settled even more crushingly down on me. It took Bunny and Top pulling with all their strength and me shoving with hands and feet to rock it sideways so I could scramble out. I felt flattened, and taking a deep breath was a challenge. Bunny switched on a flashlight and we all stared at the 2 creatures.
What the hell are they? Bunny breathed.
Dead, murmured Top. Somebody's been playing with his junior gene splice kit, I said as I swapped magazines. My night vision was damaged and my helmet had been battered into an unwearable shape. The creature's claws had torn the chest out of my Kevlar and severed 2 of the straps, and my shirt was covered with blood. I removed the shirt and the Kevlar simply fell to the ground.
Great. Now I was in hostile territory in a tank top. That would inspire a lot of personal confidence.
On the upside, the layers of material had kept me from being turned into sliced pastrami. Even so, I was starting to get a case of the shakes. Adrenaline does wonders for you in the heat of the moment, but when the cognitive processes kick in and you realize the enormity of what just happened, that can really do some harm. In the last 10 minutes I'd been in a deadly firefight. I killed people with guns and a knife and was then attacked by a pair of animals that should exist only in nightmares. None of this felt completely real to me, at least not to the civilized man inside my head. The cop was trying to make sense of it but was having a hard time accepting some of this as real. Only the warrior part of me was calm and in control. The warrior had tasted blood now, and all he wanted to do was take it to the bad guys over and over again. Bunny nudged one of the dead creatures with his booted toe. And to think 48 hours ago I was playing volleyball on the beach at Ocean City with 2 blondes and a redhead.
Well, at least your life ain't boring, said Top. This here's an actual monster.
Girls love monster slayers.
Might get you laid one of these days. Only when you can tell them about it, Bunny said. They ask me what I do for a living. I have to actually make up boring shit. And it's hard to make boring stuff up because, let's face it, fellas, since we signed on to this gig we haven't exactly been bored. I could use some boredom, said Top. I could use a nice long stretch where nobody wants to burn down the world. There's a train leaving for the 19th century, I said. Before moving out, we checked our surroundings.
The lobby and hallway were totally still.
We moved down the hallway.
Nothing and no one confronted us this time, and I wondered if the staff had all fled, knowing that the mutant guard dogs were being let off the leash.
I wished we still had an operational comlink.
This would be a really nice time to ask our British friends on the Ark Royal to send a couple of hellos full of backup.
They could already be inbound for all I knew.
Church was running the TOC, and I doubted he was sitting there watching Dr. Phil, not with our communication down during a firefight. Around the bend we stopped at a set of heavy double doors. We checked them for tripwires and found nothing, so I cautiously pushed the crash bar and opened one door an inch. The door must have had a tight seal, because once it was open we could hear shouts and commotion.
A couple of gunshots, too.
In this part of the building the emergency lights had come on, so we had more than enough illumination. The halls were empty, but there was the kind of debris that indicated panic and urgent flight: dropped clipboards, one low-heeled woman's shoe, dropped coffee cups. Here and there were smears of blood, probably from people fleeing the lobby fight. The hallway ran 40 feet to another set of heavy double doors that stood open. On the far side of the doorway there were 3 bodies. They were dead but not from gunfire. Their bodies had been ripped open and torn apart.
Big red footprints trailed off down the hall. "More of those whatever they were," said Bunny.
"The kid told us to watch out for dogs," Top reminded him.
He wasn't screwing around.
"Not sure if dogs is the word that comes to mind here, Top." Bunny patted his pockets to reassure himself of his spare magazines.
He glanced at me.
"What the shit have we stepped into, boss?"
asked Bunny. "I don't know," I said. "So let's find that kid and get some goddamned answers." Chapter 83. The Deck. Sunday, August 29th, 3:45 p.m. Time left on the extinction clock, 68 hours, 15 minutes EST.
Cyrus Jacoby stood wide-legged on the observation deck, his hands clasped behind his back.
Grief had given way to cold fury.
The twins had betrayed him. The twins had raided the hive, had tried to steal his secrets. The thought twisted like a serpent in his heart. It did not matter that he had sent spies and assassins to the Dragon Factory. It was his right to do as he pleased. He had made the twins.
Gene by gene, he had made them.
He owned them and they were his to do with as he pleased. It was bad enough that they thought he was insane and laughable, that they believed that all this time they had held him captive here at the deck. They had sent doctors, Chang, Banerjee, and Hopewell, to oversee his work without having the sense to realize that Otto and Cyrus already owned those men.
Just as they owned everyone at the deck. Those employees of the twins Otto could not bribe were eventually won over by Cyrus's charisma and the grandeur of his purposes.
The only thing the twins had kept from him had been the Dragon Factory, and they had been so careful to never let anyone who had ever worked on site at that facility come to the deck. The war of secrets had been waged between Cyrus and his children for 7 years, and now it had come to this. The twins had sent hired mercenaries to invade the hive.
Bastards, he snarled to himself. Ungrateful little bastards.
It was not merely the affront that tore at him. He had endured, and pretended not to notice, 1,000 slights over the years. The twins always treated him as if he was a pet scorpion, dangerous but contained.
He was disappointed in their dimness of vision.
No, the real hurt was that an attack on the hive meant that the extinction plan was in serious jeopardy.
And that Cyrus Jacoby could not allow. Cyrus felt Otto's presence and turned. The wizened Austrian looked more predatory than usual.
"Well?"
Cyrus demanded. "I've sent the orders.
We can put 200 troops on the ground at the Dragon Factory in 24 hours.
Good. I want the computer records and then I want it burned to the ground." Otto cleared his throat.
The twins have been handling the distribution of the bottled water.
We have to make sure that we can account for every copy of their distribution records.
That's paramount, Mr. Cyrus. Then make it happen, snapped Cyrus with such heat that even Otto took a half step backward. Then destroy every stick and stone of that place.
What about the twins?
Cyrus leaned on the rail and stared down at the animals in the zoo for a long time, and Otto let him work it through. There were times when Cyrus could be handled and even pushed, and there were times when that was like reaching into a tiger's mouth. Try to capture them both, Otto, Cyrus said at last.
And if we can't?
Then bring me their heads, their hearts, and their hands.
Leave the rest to rot.
His voice was barely a whisper. A passenger pigeon landed on the rail inches from Cyrus's hand. Cyrus reached for it and picked the bird up gently. The pigeon tilted its head and stared up at Cyrus with one ink-black eye.
We're doing God's work, whispered Cyrus. Man is such a polluted and corrupted animal.
I'd hoped that Hecate in Paris would be the answer, the next step in the evolution from the trash that humanity has become to the ascended level where he needs to be in order to serve God's will. I can see now that they are not all that I'd hoped.
Cyrus stopped him with a shake of his head. No, let me talk, Otto. Let me say this. He stroked the pigeon's delicate neck.
The bird did not struggle to escape but seemed to enjoy the contact. It cooed at Cyrus, who smiled faintly.
Do you know what makes me saddest, Otto? No, Mr. Cyrus, It's that I don't think the twins would ever understand why we're doing what we're doing.
They see things in terms of product and profit, and they become mired in that mindset. It actually matters to them, it actually motivates them.
They have no grand schemes.
Their highest aspirations to date have been to twist genetics in order to make themselves rich. I long ago lost my ability to communicate with them.
To be fair, sir, you play a role in that.
Yes, but they should have seen through it and glimpsed the higher purpose. Just as we glimpsed through the foolishness of politics and war-making to see the divine beauty of eugenics.
Clarity is a tool, Otto, just as perception is a test.
The twins were bred to have greater intelligence.
Their IQs are on a par with Einstein, with Da Vinci, with mine. But where is their theory of relativity? Where is their masterpiece? You might say that they've done what no one else has done, that they've twisted DNA and turned it to their will, but I say, so what? They were given the gift of higher intelligence by design. I started them on a higher level and they should have aspired to more than clever toys for rich fools. There's no higher purpose in anything they've done, or anything they've imagined, and by that standard they are failures. We could breed them, offered Otto. Maybe. But that presents its own risks. No, Otto.
I think we were both so enamored of their beauty and by their precociousness that we lost sight of our own plans for them. They are not the young gods of our dreams.
Of my dreams.
He drew a breath and let out a long sigh. If they are both taken, then we'll harvest his sperm and her eggs and enough DNA to begin the next phase. If either or both are killed, then we'll have to start with the DNA alone and hope that we can use it for gene therapy on the SAMs. I know this is vain, Otto, but we may not live long enough to see the true race of young gods become flesh. It may be 2 or 3 generations away, and it may be the SAMs alone who witness it. I know, said Otto, and he patted Cyrus on the shoulder. Of course, said Cyrus with a flicker of his old mad delight, at least we will be here to clear the way for the new gods. We will be here to see the mud people, the blacks and Jews and gypsies and all of those disgusting mongrel races wiped away. Not just reduced, but gone for good.
We will live to see that. Otto glanced at his wristwatch.
The numbers were matched to the extinction clock. He showed the numbers to Cyrus.
Die Vernichtungswelle. The extinction wave.
Those words and the numbers on the clock worked a transformation in Cyrus, whose face changed in a heartbeat from clouds of sadness to a sunburst of great joy. Nothing can stop it now, murmured Cyrus.
Nothing, agreed Otto. Chapter 84. The Hive. Sunday, August 29th, 3:51 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 68 hours, 9 minutes EST.
The hallway we followed was long and narrow, with doors only on the right-hand side. In one room we found another corpse. The victim was small and thin and had been partially devoured.
The head was gone.
Jesus, said Bunny, I hope that ain't the kid.
I think it's a woman, said Top.
Was a woman, he corrected.
That ain't our boy.
Clustered around the body were more animal prints. They were scuffed, but it looked like there were two sizes of them. I pulled the door shut and we kept moving, following the blue line that was supposed to lead us to the kid. Only I told the kid to go hide, so we might be heading in the wrong direction and we had no way to get in touch with Sam and arrange a better rendezvous. I thought about the headless corpse and hoped Top was right. We cleared all of the rooms and found no one who looked like a teenage kid.
3 times guards came at us.
3 times we put them down. And, luckily, we saw no more of those freaking dogs. Or whatever they were. Suddenly I heard a harsh buzz in my ear and then a voice.
The jamming stopped.
Scanners up, called Top.
Comlinks back online.
I switched to the command channel.
Cowboy for dugout, cowboy for dugout.
Immediately Grace Cortland's voice was in my ear.
Dugout here, cowboy. Amazing on the line. Effing good to hear your voice. Right back at ya. Deacon here, too, cowboy, said Mr. Church. Sit rep. I gave it to him in a few terse sentences.
Medical team and full backup are inbound, Church said.
Say 15 minutes.
Haven't found our local friend, I said, but contact is imminent. Tell arriving medical staff to watch for animals of unknown type. They look like dogs but are bigger than tigers. We took down 2, but they are very, I repeat, very dangerous.
This ain't a petting zoo, so shoot on sight.
Roger that, said Church, and in the background I heard Grace mutter, effing hell.
Cowboy, we have additional intel for you. We put a lip reader on that hunt video.
Most of what we got was worthless, comments on the hunt, the weather, and the mosquitoes. But we hit gold on one conversation when the men in the video had stopped to take a drink from their canteens.
We don't yet understand what we got, but the content is alarming. Sending a transcript to your PDA now. I'll look later.
Unless you are under immediate fire, look now, said Church.
Roger that, I said more calmly than I felt.
I pulled my PDA from my pocket and hit some keys.
The transcript came up right away.
It was a snatch of a conversation between one of the unidentified Americans and Harold S. Sunderland, brother of the senator.
It read.
Note from translator, the unnamed person was smoking a cigarette, which complicated the translation.
Illegible and unclear words have been marked. Unknown American, where are you going to be during the wave? Harold Sunderland, shit. Anywhere but Africa. Unknown American, illegible, not like it'll happen overnight.
Illegible, months for the illegible, to kill that many niggers.
Harold Sunderland, sure, but what if it jumps?
All we need is some white guy who can't keep it in his pants banging some jig and we.
Unknown American, shakes head, Otto said it don't, illegible, like that. Otherwise they'd have to, illegible, half of South Africa. Harold Sunderland, yeah, well, they said AIDS couldn't jump from a monkey to humans, and then some faggot bones a chimp or. Unknown American, it was a rhesus monkey, Einstein, and I don't, illegible, it just jumped.
I asked Otto about that and, illegible, me a sly-ass wink like he knew something. Harold Sunderland, yeah, well, that krautfuck had better be right about that, 'cause I am not dying of some jigaboo disease.
Unknown American, I hear you.
The next sentence is illegible as he has his hand on the cigarette, blocking his lips.
Harold Sunderland, me, too. Unknown American, I'm sure as hell going to stay illegible until after September 1st. Harold Sunderland, I thought you trusted Otto. Unknown American, I do, but I don't like taking chances. When that frigging extinction wave hits, I don't want. Note, remainder illegible.
While I listened, every drop of my blood had turned to greasy ice water in my veins.
I tapped my earbud. Is that all there was?
Yes, said Church.
I can see why the kid thought we'd be interested. Comments, reactions?
It doesn't exactly fill me with pride.
For being a white man? Grace asked.
For being a carbon-based life form.
I'd love to have some playtime with both of those jokers. Agreed. How sure was the translator about the phrase extinction wave? Very. What does it suggest to you? The same thing that it suggests to you, boss. Someone's about to launch a major plague in Africa that will target non-whites. Is there such a thing? Doctor Who is working on that.
Most of the diseases that sweep Africa are based more on health conditions, lack of food, polluted water.
That sort of thing.
Diseases focusing on racial groups tend to be genetic rather than viral or bacteriological. The Otto he mentioned has to be Ottoworth's.
What did you come up with on him?
Church said, nothing at the moment.
We've got Mindreader working on it. However, we got a hit on the other name the boy gave you. Cyrus Jacoby. If it's the same man, he's the father of the Jacoby twins. As in Paris and Hecate? Those albinos who keep showing up in the tabloids?
She can't keep her clothes on and he's always getting thrown out of restaurants.
Aren't they scientists of some kind? They're geneticists, in point of fact. Superstars in the field of transgenics. Well, how about that? Any ties to the cabal or eugenics? Nothing so far.
And nothing much on Cyrus Jacoby except a few offhand references the Jacoby twins made in interviews to the effect that their father was in poor health. Mindreader has found 12 Cyrus Jacobys in North America and another 34 in Europe. The cross-referencing will take a while, but there are no initial hits or connections to anything that rings a bell.
Very well. Let me fetch our young informant and see what kind of intel we can squeeze out of him.
He seems to be on our side, cowboy, said Grace.
Squeeze lightly.
How lightly I squeeze depends on how forthcoming he is, Grace. The words extinction wave don't exactly give me the warm fuzzies.
I signed off. Bunny said, extinction wave. Holy shit. Who thinks up stuff like that?
When I meet him, said Top, I'm hoping he'll be in my crosshairs.
With you on that. There was another burst of static and then a desperate voice said, Cowboy? Cowboy, are you there? It was the kid and we were back online. I'm here, kid. Where are you? I'm in the House of Screams. Say again? The conditioning lab. Red District. Look at the floor. Follow the red line. It ends right outside where I am. I had to run and then they tried to grab me, but I got away. Whatever else he was going to say was suddenly drowned out by the roar of gunfire and the sound of a lot of people screaming. Then nothing. Kid. Sam. But I was talking to a dead mic. The red lines on the floor stretched out in front of us. We ran. Chapter 85. The Hive. Sunday, August 29th, 3:55 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 68 hours, 5 minutes EST. We crashed through another set of double doors that opened on an atrium that was thick with exotic plants and trees in ceramic pots. The plaid leaves, the pots, and the floor were all splattered with blood. The floor was littered with shell casings. There were bodies everywhere. The dead were all strangely similar, short, muscular, red-haired, and dressed in cotton trousers and tank tops. None of the dead had weapons on or near them. From what I could see in the split second I had to take in details was that the entry wounds were on their backs as if they'd been gunned down while fleeing. The atrium was crowded with people.
Scores of the red-haired people were fighting to get through an open doorway into a room labeled Barracks 3.
A dozen guards stood in a rough firing line, blasting away at the fleeing, screaming people. One guard stood apart. He was a big man with a buzz cut and an evil grin. He was wrestling with a teenage boy who had to be Sam. The kid was screaming and kicking at the big guy, but for all his fury wasn't doing the guard a lot of harm. The guard even looked amused. Sam broke free and dug something out of his pocket, a black rock the size of an egg, and then leaped with a howl and tried to smash the guard's skull with it. The guard swatted Sam out of the air like a bug. All of this happened in a split second as we pelted across the atrium. Somehow through the gunfire and screams the guards must have heard us. They turned and began swinging their weapons toward us. "Take them!" I yelled. Easier said than done.
With the red-haired people on the far side and the kid in front, a gun battle was iffy, and we were right on top of them.
So we crashed right into them and it was an instant melee. Bunny hit the line from an angle and it was like a wrecking ball hitting a line of statues. The impact knocked guards into one another, and that probably saved all our lives because suddenly everybody was in one another's way. Top and I both capped a couple of the guards with short-range shots and then we were up close and personal. Top clocked one guard across the jaw with his M4 and spun off of that to ram the barrel into someone else's throat. I went for Sam, but the boy was once more grappling with the big guard. Another guard stepped up and put his rifle to his shoulder. If I'd been 5 feet farther back it would have been a smart move for him, but I was way too close. I grabbed his rifle and thrust the barrel toward the ceiling and pistol whipped him across the throat, then gave him a front kick that knocked him down. The guard next to him swung his rifle at me and knocked my pistol out of my hand and damn near broke my wrist. I pivoted and broke his knee with a side thrust kick, and as he sagged to the ground I chopped him across the throat with the edge of my other hand. Bunny tore a rifle from one guard's hand and threw it away, then grabbed the guy by the back of the hair so he could hold his head steady while he landed 3 very fast hammer blows to the nose. The man was a sack of loose bones, so Bunny picked him up and slammed him sideways into the chests of 2 other men. Bunny's strategy was to keep destabilizing the line. It was something we'd worked on in training. He was enormously strong and fast and he had a lot of years in judo, so he knew about overbalancing. Top, on the other hand, was lethal at close and medium range and his hands and feet lashed out with minimum effort and maximum efficiency. Top had done karate since he was a kid, and none of it was tournament stuff. No jump spinning double ninja death kicks. He broke bones and gouged eyes and crushed windpipes. One of the guards came at me with a 6.5-inch Fairburn Sykes commando knife. I took it away from him and then gave it back. He fell back with the blade buried in his soft palate. Sam screamed in rage and pain as the big guard grabbed him by the hair and punched him in the face. The kid's nose exploded in blood and his knees buckled. He would have fallen if not for the massive fist knotted in his black hair, but even so the kid tried to swing that stone again. Kid really had spunk. There was one more guard between me and the big guy and I wasn't in the mood to dance, so I grabbed the punch he was trying to throw and broke his arm, stamped on his foot, and then gave him a rising knee kick to the crotch that went deep enough to break his pelvis. He fell screaming to the floor and I closed on the big guy. The guard saw me coming and swung the boy around to use him as a shield, locking a huge arm around Sam's throat. "I'll pop his bleeding head off," the man said with a thick Australian accent. I pulled my rapid response knife and clicked it into place. "Let him go or I'll put you in the dirt," I said. Around me Echo Teen was tearing the last of his men to pieces. The guard, his name tag identified him as Carteret, lifted Sam off the ground so that he was a better shield. The boy's face was going from rage red to air-starved purple. "Killing the kid's not going to make the day end better for you, sport," I said. "He's the only coin you have left to spend." "Fuck you." I was about to rush him when Sam, oxygen-starved and battered as he was, swung both feet toward me and then bent his legs and swung them back and up so that both of his heels slammed into the man's groin. The guard's eyes went as wide as dinner plates and he let out a whistling shriek. I grabbed Sam by the front of the shirt and pulled him free.
The guard staggered back. I put him on the deck with an overhand right that knocked him cold. I spun back to the fight, but there was no fight. Bunny and Top stood in combat crouches, both of them bruised and breathing heavy, but none of the guards were able to answer muster.
Most never would. Sam took a staggering step toward me.
The lower half of his face was bright with his own gore, and he hawked up a clot of blood and snot and spit it into Carteret's face. It was a strange moment. Even with all of the vicious combat and murder around me, that act seemed to possess more real hatred than anything else that had happened here today.
The boy was panting and crying. "Sam?" I asked. He nodded. "Are you cowboy?" "At your service, Dot." The kid pawed tears from his eyes with bloody fists and then turned toward the open door through which the last of the red-haired people had fled. "We have to save them," he said thickly. "Are there more guards?" The kid shook his head. "I don't know, but I heard the tiger hounds roaring earlier." "So, that's what they're called," said Bunny. "We put 2 of them down." "2? What about the other 6? Christ. First things first," I said. "Who are the people the guards were shooting?" "They're the new men." "Why do the guards want them dead?" The boy shrugged. "To hide the evidence, maybe." "I don't know." "Evidence?" asked Bunny. "Of what?" "Of what Otto and Alpha have been doing here. The stuff in the computers is just part of it, Dot." Bunny and Top moved among the groaning survivors and bound their wrists and ankles with plastic cuffs. I gestured to the doorway through which the new men had fled. "What's through there?" "Dormitories. It's where they keep all the new men." "Are they dangerous?" Bunny asked as he picked up his fallen M4 and checked the action. "To us, I mean." Sam shook his head. "They won't fight." "They can't." "Where are the computers?" I asked. "We can cut through the dormitories and go around back. It's faster than going back through the building, and besides, if the tiger hounds are inside, then it'll be safer out there." "Show us." Will you help the new men?" he asked. I didn't know how to answer that question, so I said, "We'll see what we can do, but." He didn't look deflated, but there was a look of disappointment in his eyes that had a lot of mileage on it. I didn't know his story yet, but trust was not something he expected. That much was clear. "Okay," he said as he picked up his rock. Almost as an afterthought, he took the knife from Carteret's belt and staggered toward the open door. Like players in a bizarre drama, Echo Team and I followed. Chapter 86. The Hive, Barracks 3. Sunday, August 29th, 4:06 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 67 hours, 54 minutes EST. We stepped into hell. The barracks was vast, stretching into the shadows. There were hundreds of cots set in neat rows that fled away on all sides of us. Figures lay sprawled or huddled on the narrow beds, or sat in rickety chairs, or shuffled around with their heads down. Everyone wore the same kind of thin cotton trousers, tank tops, and slippers. The clothing was a sad gray that made the people look like prisoners, or patients in an asylum, and I had the sinking feeling that they were both. Top said, "Holy Mother of God." The new men who had fled from the gunfire were clustered a few yards away. Several of them were wounded, and the others huddled around them, pressing their own wadded-up shirts to the bullet holes. None of them looked directly at us, though a few cut nervous glances our way, but each time we made direct eye contact with them they looked away. I saw no trace of anger, no rage at what had just happened. The only emotions that I could read on those faces were fear and a sadness that was endlessly deep. All of the people in the barracks had red hair, though that varied from a bright orange to nearly brown. They were short, even the men, and all of them were heavily built. The most striking feature was their heads. Their skulls were large, suggesting a larger brain case, but it was lower and longer than normal.
They had sloping foreheads, thick lips, and no chins.
"What the hell's going on here?" asked Bunny.
"Who are these people?" "They look like," began Top but left it unsaid, and none of us wanted to put a name to it either.
"We have to get them out of here," said Sam. He turned and grabbed my arm. "We have to get them off the island." I said nothing.
One of the new men, a female, rose from the huddled group. She looked at Sam, then away, and then back. She looked scared, but she held the eye contact longer than any of the others. She was as brutish and ugly as the others, but there was an innocence about her that was touching. "Master," she said in a voice that was higher pitched than I expected from her muscular bulk. She turned toward the main barracks and shouted, "Master." The call was repeated over and over in that high voice. Suddenly everyone in the barracks was in motion. The new men all got quickly to their feet and began moving forward.
"Boss," murmured Bunny.
He began raising his rifle, but Sam reached over and pushed the barrel down.
"No, it's okay. They have to line up. They're afraid not to, . Bunny and the others stared at the kid and then turned back to watch as the new men shuffled forward, eyes and heads down, to stand in rows in front of their cots. Because they moved with their heads down, they frequently collided with each other, but there were no grunts or growls of annoyance, no harsh words. After each collision, they would separate and bob their heads as if each automatically took responsibility for the mistake, then continue toward their assigned spot. We stood rooted to the spot, unable to speak, as 500 of these strange people formed into lines and slowly straightened as much as their stooped and muscular bodies would allow. One of them, an older man with gray in his red hair, who stood at the first cot in the line, called, "Master," but all of them dropped to their knees and bowed until their heads touched the floor. Bunny wheeled on Sam and grabbed a fistful of the kid's shirt and lifted him to his toes. "What the fuck is this shit?" Bunny snarled in a dark and dangerous voice. "Tell them to get up," I said. "Stand," Sam yelled. "Stand."
The new men climbed to their feet, but their heads were still bowed like whipped dogs waiting for their master's approval.
I felt sick and angry and deeply confused.
"Farm boy here asked you a question," said Top, leaning close to Sam, who was still up on his toes.
"Let the kid go," I said. Bunny opened his hand and pushed the kid roughly away. Sam fell back against Bunny, who twitched his hip to push him away. The kid looked up and saw a lot of hard faces staring down at him. "Tell us," I said. "What are they? Why are they acting like this?" "They have to. They're genetically designed to be servants." "You mean slaves," said Bunny. He nodded. "Yes. Slaves.
They did gene therapy on them to remove genes that code for aggression and assertiveness. The idea is to create a race of people who will do anything they're told to do," and his voice faltered, but he sucked it up and tried it again.
"And accept any kind of abuse. No matter how bad you beat them or degrade them, they'll just take it." Otto and Alpha call them the new men.
"I didn't ask what they're called, I asked what they are." "They Otto, Alpha, and their science teams, they took old DNA and then rebuilt it to create them."
"They're not human. What are they?" I asked again. Sam looked scared to even say the word. "They're Neanderthals," he said. Chapter 87. The Dragon Factory. Sunday, August 29th, 4:09 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 67 hours, 51 minutes EST. "What is this stuff?" asked Taunton as Hecate injected a golden liquid into the 4-line attached to the berserker's arm. "A gift from my father," said Hecate. She emptied the syringe and threw it into a red sharp's disposal. "It'll make you feel better." "I feel pretty frigging great right now," Taunton growled. Even when he spoke in ordinary conversational tones, he had a deep voice that rumbled like thunder. Over the last few months, the gene therapy had taken him a few steps further than the other berserkers. Taunton's brow had become more pronounced, his nose wider and flatter.
He looked less like his natural Brazilian German and more like a mature silverback gorilla. Hecate had even noticed that Taunton's back hair was starting to fade from black to silver. It was one of the things that troubled Paris, because they hadn't given the berserkers the genes for hair coloration or facial deformity, and yet the traits had emerged anyway. Hecate found it fascinating and wildly sexy. It also reflected some of the changes she was experiencing with her own covert experiments. The gene therapy she used on herself was nowhere near the scale used on the berserkers, and it drew on feline traits from the Panthera gambassoagensis, the European jaguar, a species extinct for 1.5 million years but whose DNA was recovered from a German bog. Her goal had been to enhance her strength by making her muscles 20% denser and to heighten her senses. She could not achieve feline sensory perception, but already she realized that it would soon become necessary to start wearing tinted contact lenses to hide the pupillary deformation and color changes. Her teeth were growing sharper, too, and that was absolutely not part of the plan. Hecate accepted the reality that these would need to be filed soon, but for the moment she liked the extra bite.
So, what's it do? Growled Taunton.
Hecate gave him a playful slap across the face.
It'll keep you and your boys from going apeshit during missions.
He stared at her, then got the joke. They both cracked up. Yeah, he said at length, some of the boys do get a bit rambunctious.
In Somalia, Alonso and Gerner were really fucked up.
I had to stomp them a bit to keep them from eating people.
Dumb sons of bitches.
It's not their fault, Hecate said. The therapy has some wrinkles, but my father had some ideas on what to do.
And I'm the guinea pig?
Yes.
Geez. You scared, big man? She purred.
Scared?
No.
Who'd be scared with a crazy bitch like you pumping God knows what into me based on the advice of a total whack job?
Hecate slapped him again.
Harder. He grinned at her. There was a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth and he licked it up. The cut was deep, though, where the vulnerable flesh of his inner mouth had been smashed against his teeth. A new bead of blood formed, and Hecate pushed Taunton back in the chair, climbed on him, straddling him with her white thighs, and then bent and licked off the trickle of blood.
Is the door locked? He asked.
Yes, she said huskily.
Good, Taunton said with a growl. A second later they were tearing at each other's clothes. Chapter 88. The Hive, Barracks 3. Sunday, August 29th, 4:10 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 67 hours, 50 minutes EST. Wait, what? Said Bunny. Neanderthals, Sam said again.
Slow down, Top said.
There are no Neanderthals. Not for dot.
Not for over 30,000 years, Sam said.
I know. And I guess these aren't true Neanderthals, but they're close enough. Otto and Alpha started with mitochondrial DNA recovered from old bones and then mapped the genome. Then they repaired any damage with human and ape DNA. These people are the first generation. By studying them, the science teams will know how to improve the model in the next generation.
And they're working on adjusting performance and attitude with them through gene therapy and conditioning.
What do you mean by conditioning? Top asked. The guards, they're told to do anything they want to the new men. Beat them, torture them, rape the females. Some even rape the males. For the love of God, why? Demanded Bunny.
Part of it is a test to see if the new men will ever talk back, or strike back, or rebel. Or try to escape. The sales brochures claim that they're perfect servants, with zero ability for insubordination.
Bunny gaped. They have sales brochures for this shit? Sam nodded. Who are the buyers? Rich people, mostly. Some corporations have bought them for work that's too dangerous or expensive for human labor. Mining, unskilled labor around radioactive materials, toxic waste handling.
Top opened his mouth to say something, then bit down on it, unable to let those words have voice. I felt fevered and lightheaded, like this was some weird dream and I was lost in it. "Is this all of them?" I asked. Sam shook his head. "No. There are 3 barracks in the compound. Barracks 1 and 3 are the same. 500 in each. Barracks 2 is the nursery." "Nursery?" Top's eyes closed and his face fell into sickness. "God save this sinner's soul." I stared at the rows of new men. At the rows of Neanderthals. The word was jammed into my brain like a knife. "Sam, how do I tell them to relax? To stand down?" They're trained for code words. If you want them to relax but still listen, you say community. If you want them to do what they were doing, you say downtime. "Downtime," said Bunny. "Christ. Hey, I have an idea. Can we tell them to go out and find the rest of the guards and tear them into dog meat?" "No," said Sam. "They're incapable of violence. Otto and Alpha made sure of that. There are certain genes for aggression that were, I don't know, removed or deactivated. But they just won't get violent no matter what. There's one, a female, who was hurt by that guy Carteret." "The one you went after with your rock?" I asked. "Yes. He told us about the female who had been brutalized over the dropped rock. Otto says that a dedicated program of humiliation erodes the will and rewrites the instincts to accept all forms of abuse as a natural part of life." Bunny said, "Boss, I really want to spend some quality time with this asshole, Otto." "Stand in line, farm boy," Top growled. "I got a few things to say to him my own self." "Okay, kid," I said, "time for answers. What's happening in Africa on September 1st, and what the hell is an extinction clock? Didn't you watch the video?" "I already told you. Sound was bad on most of it and we just translated a fragment." I showed him the transcript on my PDA. "September 1st is a couple of days from now. Tell me absolutely everything you can." The 2 guys talking during the hunt was an accident. If Hans had heard them, he'd have done something bad to them. "Who's Hans?" "The guy leading the hunt. Hans Brucker. He's here at the hive." Top flicked me an inquiring look, but I shook it off. "Who exactly is Otto Worths? Is he any relation to Eduard Worths? From Auschwitz?" "I think so. There are portraits of Eduard Worths here and at the deck." "Where's the deck and what is it?" "It's short for the dodecahedron. That's Alpha and Otto's lab in Arizona. I don't know exactly where. In the desert and mostly underground." "Alpha, he's Cyrus Jacobi?" "Yes." He looked at Bunny. "Can I have my stone back?" Bunny glanced at me. I shrugged and nodded. The kid put it back in his pocket. "Okay, big question now, kid," I said. "What's the extinction wave?" "I don't know much, but it has something to do with the release of some kind of disease, or maybe a couple of diseases, that's supposed to make all of the—" Sam cut a look at Top and then back at me. All of the black people in Africa sick. Really sick. With something that could kill them." "Just the black Africans?" Top asked. The kid flinched when Top addressed him. Top saw it and knew that I did, too. "File that away for later." "Yes. Just the, blacks, . And it'll be released on September 1st? "Well, yes. That and the other stuff." I said, "What other stuff?" "Other diseases." "In Africa?" Sam shook his head. "All over the place. I heard something about Jews in Louisiana, but I don't know what exactly will happen there, or how they'll be released. That's why I needed help. We have to find out and stop them." "Yes, we do," I said. "I need you to show me where the computer rooms are and the right labs."
I need information and proof.
Okay.
Kid, asked Bunny, why's Otto got such a hard-on for black Africans?
The boy edged slightly away from Top as if he expected to be hit for what he was about to say.
You have to understand, he began in a trembling voice. These are their words, not mine, okay? Otto and Alpha. It's not how I think.
Top smiled his warmest smile. He was the only one of the Echo team who had kids.
Kid, you're helping us out here. If you were one of them, then you wouldn't be here with us.
I liked the way he leaned on the words them and us, and I could see how the subliminal hooks softened the kid.
Sam nodded. Otto and Alpha always separate people into 3 groups. There's the family, the white race, and the, mud people.
He looked at Top as if expecting the genial smile to melt, but Top gave him a nod and a light pat on the shoulder.
Yeah, kid, I've heard that sort of thing before.
Heard worse.
Bet you have, too, living here with people like that.
Sam's eyes filled with tears and he looked down at his shoes.
A lot worse, he said softly. Heard and seen. You don't understand, you don't know.
Then show us, Sam, Top said.
Show us what we need to see so that we can stop this. It's all in the computer rooms.
Take us there, I said.
Sam looked desperate and he turned back toward the new men. You're going to help them, aren't you? Those records are first priority. But you will help them? I nodded. Yeah, kid, we're going to help them. Bet on it. Sam searched my eyes for a lie and didn't find one.
Tears rolled down his bruised and bloody face, but eventually he nodded.
Okay, then I'll take you to the computers. He turned back to the waiting new men. Downtime!
He cried, and immediately the new men fell out of line and shuffled back to their cots and chairs and the wretched reality of their lives.
Only the one female lingered.
Once more she raised her head and stared at Sam. Then she touched her face with a finger and drew it to one side as if she was wiping away a tear. Sam stared at her and then did the same motion. When he led the way out of the room, Sam was sobbing.
Chapter 89. The Hive. Sunday, August 29th, 4:14 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 67 hours, 46 minutes EST.
We found the computer room without incident, but there was a nasty surprise inside. The computers were slag.
Every last one of them. Rows of networked supercomputers leaked oily smoke. Puddles of melted plastic and silicon had formed around each one. Son of a bitch, growled Bunny. He slipped a pry bar from his pack and forced open the front panel on one unit, but the insides were a melted mass that looked like a surreal sculpture. Top poked at the melted goo. It was still soft and hot. This just happened. We missed it by a couple of minutes.
No one said anything, but we were all aware that while we were in the new men barracks we could have been here.
Should have been here. A few minutes might have changed everything. What's the call, Captain? Asked Top quietly. We better hope we can find some discs or paper records, I said. And I mean now. You two work on that. Where you going, boss? I want to go have a talk with our boy Carteret, He won't help you, said Sam. And you can't threaten him. He's a mercenary. He's really tough. Then I'll have to ask him real nice, I said with a smile. I headed out alone, watchful for guards and tiger hounds and any other bit of nastiness that the hive might have to throw at me, but the halls were empty. My heart was sick at the thought of losing all that computer data. If that meant that we wouldn't be able to stop the release of a pathogen designed for ethnic genocide. God, I didn't even want to think about that. Chapter 90. Tactical Operations Center. Sunday, August 29th, 4:27 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 67 hours, 33 minutes. Copy that, cowboy, Church said. Deacon out.
Church leaned back in his chair and pursed his lips. Grace, Bug, and Doctor, who surrounded him, each of them waiting to learn what had happened down in Costa Rica. Every time I think we have a handle on the definition of evil, Church said, almost to himself, someone comes along to prove that we're short-sighted. As a conversational opener, Bug said, that makes me want to run and hide. The computers at the Costa Rica facility have been destroyed. Some form of thermite-based failsafe device. Captain Ledger thinks it was remote detonated. However, Echo Team has found some paper records and a handful of flash drives and disks. There was also one laptop that wasn't networked in and it did not receive the self-destruct code, so we may get lucky there. That's something, said Grace. But Church shook his head. At first glance, all that Captain Ledger has found are references to the extinction wave and the date, but most of the paper records are coded and we don't have the code key. Without that, we don't know how many pathogens, their exact names and strains, or any information to tell us where, how, and by whom they will be released. Africa is a big continent. Effing hell. Grace punched Bug on the shoulder. I thought your lot were supposed to be able to crack any bloody code. First, ow. He said. Yeah, given time we can crack it. But time's not our friend here. I got all 40 of my guys here and at the hangar on this thing. Plus we're having to scan in tens of thousands of pages, and the stuff in Costa Rica will have to be scanned. I think we might even be dealing with several different codes. I've seen that sort of thing before, where there are individual codes for different aspects of an operation. Whoever set this up is good. Better than you? Bug didn't rise to the bait. Maybe. But I have better toys, so I'll crack it. Big question is whether we crack it in time to do any good. Be nice to find the code key, or, if there are multiple interrelated codes, a master code key. Birds from the Ark Royal should be there soon, Grace said. We can prevail upon them to get that material here as fast as possible. True, Bug said, but it's already August 29th and the extinction wave is set for September 1st. We not only need to break the code, we need to devise a response and then put it into place. We should probably bring World Health and the CDC into it now, said WHO. And CERT, National Institutes for Health, a few others. Church nodded. Yes, but carefully. We don't know if any of those organizations have been compromised. Grace studied him. I have a feeling that there's more. Care to drop the other shoe? Church nodded. This, perhaps more than anything, will give you a window into the souls of the people we're up against. He told them about the new men. Chapter 91. The Hive. Sunday, August 29th, 4:46 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 67 hours, 14 minutes EST. I found Carteret where we'd left him. He was awake and furious and had wriggled his way across the floor and had rolled onto his back so that he could kick open the door to the new men's barracks. Come on, you slope-headed fuckers. He screamed. Come out here and cut me loose. I came up quietly and saw through the small door glass that several of the new men were indeed shambling toward his cries. Even now, even after he'd brutalized them and tried to exterminate them, they were obeying the conditioning that had removed all traces of free will. It made me furious. If I didn't need answers, I think I might have just slit Carteret's throat and called it a job well done. Instead, I grabbed him by the plastic band holding his ankles together and dragged him away from the door. Hey! He yelled. What the bloody hell do you think you're playing at? Shut the fuck up, I said quietly. I went back to the door, opened it, and called, downtime. The single word burned like acid on my tongue, and the sight of the new men slowing to a confused stop, then turning without question and heading back to their cots made me heartsick. Carteret was still yelling when I turned back to him, but the look on my face quieted him for a moment. I dragged him by the heels past the dead or unconscious bodies of the other guards and into an adjoining room, then closed the door. Who the bloody hell are you?
he demanded. I flicked the blade on my rapid response knife and knelt over him. Steady on, mate, he said quickly. Let's not do something we both regret. I held one finger to my lips. SHHHHH. With 2 quick flicks of the knife I cut his plastic bonds. As I cut the bands on his wrists I saw that he had numbers tattooed on the back of each hand, 88 on his left and 198 on his right. I recognized the code from some gang work I did while on the cops. H was the 8th letter of the alphabet, so 88 stood for HH. Shorthand for Heil Hitler. The other one broke down to SH. Sieg Heil. Our friend Carteret was a neo-Nazi. No surprise, but it made what I was going to do a little easier. Get up, I said as I rose and backed away. I laid the knife on a table. He got slowly and warily to his feet, rubbing his wrists and studying me, but I could see the effort he put into keeping his eyes from flicking toward the knife. You're a Yank, he said. You're a genius, I said. You working for the twins? I said nothing. No, you look the military type. You're special forces, am I right? I said nothing. I did my time in the service. Don't suppose you'd like to look the other way while I scarper? Little professional courtesy? Doesn't seem likely. What I'd rather do, I said, is beat some answers out of you. How's that sound for an afternoon's entertainment? He sneered. This is a private facility, mate, and we're in international waters. Check the map, we're 3 miles outside of Costa Rican. Which means no one's watching, Sparky. You think you're going to strong-arm me? You'd better have a lot more than a knife. I have what I need. He tried a different tack. I thought you Yanks didn't do torture anymore. Torture is something you do to the helpless. Like the stuff you did to those new men. Boo fucking who, mate? They ain't even people. Not all that sure you are, I said. Arrest me or whatever, but I'm not saying a bloody word. I slapped him across the face. It was fast and hard, but I was going for shock rather than damage. He blinked in total surprise. Slaps hurt so much because the palm strikes so many square inches of face and all those facial nerve endings cry out in surprise. He put his hands up. I faked with my right and slapped him with my left. Carteret backed up a step. He was surprised by the speed but more so by the sting. No matter how tough you are, there is a certain primitive reaction to being slapped that brings out the essential child self. The eyes start to tear, and that sparks certain emotional reactions that are not necessarily valid but almost impossible to control. I smiled and moved toward him, slow and steady. He threw a head cracker of a hook punch. He was pretty good. Nice pivot, good lift of the heel to put mass into the blow. I kept my smile in place as I slipped it and slapped him right-handed. Carteret reeled back, caught himself, and tried to rush me, but I stopped him with a non-thrusting flat loot on his upper thigh. It's like running into one of those half doors. It stopped his lower body and made him tilt forward farther and faster than expected. I slapped him with my left, blocked a combination, and slapped him with my right. His cheeks glowed like hot apples. All those nerve endings were screaming at him. In other circumstances Carteret would probably be a formidable fighter and I usually don't screw around like this, but I needed to make a point. And it's at times like this that I'm glad I studied jiu-jitsu rather than karate or taekwondo. No slight on those other martial arts, after all, Top's a karate expert and he can deconstruct an opponent like nobody's business, but I wasn't trying to destroy Carteret. I wanted to defeat him. Break him. Jiu-jitsu is all about controlling an opponent. Evading, destabilizing, using mass and motion against the attacker. It has roots in grappling arts of ancient China and India coupled with the Japanese dedication to economy of motion. When Carteret rushed me again I parried his outstretched arm to one side and shifted out of the path of his incoming mass. As I did so, I lightly swept his lead leg just as he was stepping down toward me.
It made him stumble into an awkward step and collapse into a clumsy sprawl. He immediately tried to right himself, but his arms were pinwheeling for balance, so I reached between them and slapped him again. He was panting now, eyes wide and wet, chest heaving with the runaway rage of complete frustration. Once he was upright, he tried to kick me with a vicious Muay Thai leg sweep that would have broken my knee had it landed. I checked with the flat of my shoe while I reached out with both hands and swatted down his guard. I slapped him fast, left, right, left. Stand and fight. He screamed, and his voice broke mid-shout. I kept smiling. Tell you what. I'll let you hit me. How's that? Just to make it fair. I patted my gut. Fuck you. Spit flew from his lips as he snarled, but he also took the opening and threw everything he had into an uppercut that was probably his favorite deal closer. I sucked my gut back and shifted ever so slightly with bent knees so that only some of the impact hit my tensed abs, but most of the real force was diffused. I knew that it wouldn't feel that way to him. In fact, he'd feel the firmness of contact, feel the shock of the impact in his knuckles and wrist. It simply wasn't anywhere near as hard as he thought it was. I learned that trick from a West Baltimore boxer named Little Charlie Brown. Hell of a sweet trick. The guy slams you one and he's convinced that he nailed you, but aside from some sting you aren't hurt. I slapped Carteret across the face and stepped back, lightly patting my gut. I put a look of amused disappointment on my face. If I'd used my fist and beaten him to a pulp, he would have had a totally different reaction. That was big pain, that was a warrior being defeated in battle. He would have manned up and endured and stonewalled. This was different. It made him a different person because it disallowed anything connected to his adult strength. Down on the primal level, in the logic centers of the lizard brain, he knew he could not beat me. He believed that he couldn't hurt me. He'd given me his best and it hadn't even put a twitch on my mouth. Carteret's face was a mask of pain. His subconscious mind kept scrambling to assign emotional cause to the tears in his eyes. I could see the tension grow in his face but leak out of his muscles, his shoulders began to slump. I slapped him again. Quick and light, like a period at the end of a sentence. You're all alone out here, I said. He tried to slide past me toward the door. I shifted into his path, faked him out, and slapped him with my right. He made an attempt at a block, but it was weak. He was already telling himself that it wouldn't work. And you're going to tell me everything I want to know. He looked past me at the knife lying on the table. He lunged for it. I pivoted off of his lunge and used my turning hip to send him crashing into the wall. While he was getting to his feet, I folded the knife and put it in my pocket. Then I kick-faked him and slapped his right and left cheeks. Tears were streaming down his face. The skin on his cheeks was a ferocious red. The people you work for can't help you. Another slap. And they'll never know you told me. Slap. But it's the only chance you have left. Slap. Stop it. He said, but his voice was as broken as his spirit. Slap. A bit harder, sending a message about insubordination. Carteret collapsed against the wall. He tried to push himself off. I moved to slap him again and his knees buckled. He slid down the wall, shaking his head, weeping openly now. I stood over him, within reach, the dare implied in my distance to him, but my smile was the promise of what would happen if he tried and failed. He didn't try. His cheeks were so raw there were drops of blood coming from his pores. It looked like he was weeping blood. I stood there. Look at me. He shook his head. Look at me, I said more forcefully, putting terrible promise in the words. Slowly, warily, he raised his head. I would like to think that at that moment he was taking personal inventory of the things he'd done, of the abuse he'd heaped upon the helpless new men. That would be sweet, but this wasn't a TV movie. All he cared about was whether he could save his own ass from the immediacy of further harm and ultimately from whatever kind of punishment I chose to inflict. He was using what wits he had to sort through his options.
How to spin this. How to survive the moment. How to spin a deal.
I want immunity, he said.
I don't know what court he thought would grant it.
He was right, these were international waters. Maybe he was afraid I'd turn him over to the Costa Ricans, or take him back to the States, or maybe put him in the dock in some world court.
It didn't matter.
He wanted something that he thought would save him, and in exchange I knew he'd tell me everything.
I want immunity, he said again. Or I won't tell you anything.
Sure, I lied.
Interlude. In flight. Conrad Vetter was unhappy.
The private jet was luxurious, the food excellent, the cabin service first-rate, but he was not pleased. His contact, DaCosta, had reached out to Vetter using a private number to a disposable phone that he carried for single-use communication.
There's been a change of plans, said DaCosta.
What change?
My client would like you to put your current assignment on hold. Why? He didn't tell me.
This is irregular, said Vetter.
I know.
But he was insistent.
Does that mean the contract is cancelled?
Cancelled?
DaCosta sounded surprised. No. No, not at all.
Apparently there is another matter he would like to discuss with you.
A side job. And you don't know what it is? No.
He said he would like to discuss it with you.
I can give you a phone number.
No, he wants to discuss it with you face to face.
I don't do face to face. You know that. I told him. Then why are we having this conversation?
He told me to say that he will provide a bonus equal to half the agreed price of the current contract if you meet with him.
That was $3.5 million.
Even so, Vetter said, no.
He said that he would wire the money to your account before the meeting.
Vetter said nothing. And he said to tell you that if you accept the side job, he will double the entire amount of the original contract.
Vetter said nothing. On top of the meeting bonus.
Vetter, for all of his deep-rooted calm, felt a flutter in his chest.
That would mean that this entire job would net $17.5 million.
He thought about that for a long minute, and DaCosta waited him out.
Where and when?
He'll send a private jet.
DaCosta told Vetter the location and time. You know I'll assess the situation, Vetter said. If this is a trick or a trap, then I'll walk away. My client knows that. And I'll hold you responsible for setting me up.
This time DaCosta said nothing for almost 30 seconds.
It's not a setup. Check with your bank in 30 minutes. The money will have been wire transferred.
Vetter said nothing.
Are you there?
DaCosta asked.
How do I know that this will even be the client? He told me that you'd ask.
He said that if you did I was to say this, you are needed in the West.
Vetter said nothing.
It was the right code.
The client had to be either Otto Worths or Cyrus Jacoby.
Vetter had already determined that they were the ones who had been paying him to assassinate the remaining members of the list. They were the only people apart from Church and the woman named Aunt Sally who knew about the Brotherhood of the Side and of his codename, West.
Vetter did not like it.
It meant stepping out of the antiseptic world of clean kills with no emotional connection and back into the muddier world of politics and idealism. Vetter held both in contempt. 30 years ago he had been recruited into the Brotherhood for his skills, and back then he was susceptible to idealistic rhetoric and flattery. The Brotherhood was to be the world's most deadly alliance, the four greatest living assassins. It had been done with the ostentatious ritualism of the old Nazi Thule society. The members of the Brotherhood wore masks when they met. They swore blood oaths. They promised fealty to the cabal and all it stood for.
How silly, he thought.
He was privately embarrassed to have been coaxed into the group, though admittedly they had provided great training, excellent intelligence, and lots of money. And in a very real way they had made him the man he was, because as the list systematically dismantled the cabal, Vedder had learned habits of caution that became the framework for the rest of his life. Since then he had intentionally distanced himself from any connection to political or social agendas.
He did not like being drawn back into it now. But the money.
Vedder was detached enough to realize that Worths and Jacoby were using money now in exactly the way that they had used idealism and flattery back then.
It was trickery and manipulation.
What made Vedder the most unhappy as he sipped green tea in luxurious comfort aboard the private jet was that the manipulation worked.
Part 4. Monsters.
He who fights with monsters must take care lest he thereby become a monster.
Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 92. The Warehouse, Baltimore, Maryland. Monday, August 30th, 5:01 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 54 hours, 59 minutes.
Grace Cortland lay naked in my arms.
She was gasping as hard as I was.
Our bodies were bathed in sweat. The mattress was halfway off the bed and we lay with our heads angled downward to the floor. The sheets were soaked and knotted around us. Somehow we'd lost all of my pillows and the lamp was broken, but the bulb was still lit and it threw light and shadows all over the place.
"Good God," she said hoarsely.
I was incapable of articulate speech.
Grace propped herself on one elbow.
One side of her face was as bright as a flame from the shadeless light bulb, the other side completely in shadow. She looked at me for a long time without speaking. I closed my eyes. Finally she bent and kissed my chest, my throat, my lips. Very softly, like a ghost.
"Joe," she said quietly. "Joe, are you awake?" "Yes." "Was it terrible?" I knew what she meant.
After I'd interrogated Carteret and brought him back to the computer room, we heard more gunfire and the whump of explosions. I handcuffed Carteret and Top, Bunny, and I rushed out to investigate. What we found was indeed terrible. The remaining staff members of the hive had fled to the far side of the compound. A guard sergeant named Hans Brucker herded them all into a secure room, telling them all that they could seal it and that they'd be safe until Otto sent a rescue team. Once they were all inside, Brucker and 2 other guards had opened up with machine guns and threw in half a dozen grenades before slamming the doors. There were no survivors.
No one who could talk, no one who could help us.
Brucker then shot the 2 other guards and put his pistol in his mouth and blew the back of his own head off.
It was insane.
It was also confusing, because Brucker was clearly the man who had led the unicorn hunt. Despite what Church had thought, it wasn't Heckle.
When I told Church this via comlink, he ordered me to scan the man's fingerprints. They matched Heckle. No one had figured that out yet.
Shortly after that the Brits arrived and we headed back to the States with what records we had, with Sam, and with Carteret. The remaining 6 Tiger Hounds were gunned down by soldiers from the Ark Royal. The new men were gathered up and brought aboard the carrier, but they were so terrified that several of them collapsed.
One died of a heart attack.
The ship's doctor ultimately had to sedate them all, and the incident left the crew of the Ark Royal badly shaken.
Everyone else at the hive was dead.
It had been terrible indeed.
"It was bad," I said. "There are so many monsters. And we keep hunting them down." She laid her cheek against mine. "What if we can't beat them this time?" "We will." "What if we can't? What if we fail?"
Her voice was small in the semi-darkness.
"What if we fall? If you fall, I'll be there to pick you up. If I fall, you'll be there for me. That's the way this works. And if we both fall? Then someone else will have to step in and step up."
She was silent a long time.
It was a pointless conversation and we both knew it.
The kind of convoluted puzzle that the mind plays with in the dark, when pretenses and defenses are down. There was no one else on earth with whom Grace Cortland could ever have had this conversation.
Same with me.
There are some things too deep, too personal, to even share with Rudy. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her tight. One way or another, Grace, I said, we'll get through it. With what we got from Carteret and the files we brought back from the hive, Bug thinks that he'll crack this in no time.
Maybe even by morning.
And then we'll strap on the tarnished armor, take up our battered old broadswords, give a hearty tally-ho and head off to slay some dragons.
Monsters, she corrected. Monsters, I agreed. We lay there on the slanting mattress, the sweat of passion cooling on our naked skin, and listened to the sound of our breathing becoming slower and slower. I reached over and pulled the plug on the lamp and we were instantly cocooned in velvety darkness. We lay like that for a long time. I thought Grace had drifted off to sleep when she whispered to me. "I'm sorry," she said. I turned my head toward her even though she was invisible in the darkness. "Sorry? For what?" She didn't answer at first. Then, "I love you, Joe." Before I could answer, her hand found my mouth and she pressed a finger to my lips. "Please," she said, "please don't say anything." But I did say something. I said, "I love you, Grace." We said nothing else. The meaning and the price of those words were too apparent, and they filled the darkness around us and the darkness in our hearts. The battlefield is no place to fall in love. It makes you vulnerable, it tilts back your head and bares your throat. It didn't need to be said. I just hoped, perhaps prayed, that the monsters didn't hear our whispered words. Chapter 93. The Dragon Factory. Monday, August 30th, 5:02 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 54 hours, 58 minutes EST. Hecate and Paris lay entwined on the bed they had shared for 10 years. The young black woman they had enjoyed lay between them, her chocolate skin in luxuriant contrast to the milky whiteness of theirs. The woman lay with her head on Paris's arm, but she faced Hecate and her dark hand rested on Hecate's flawless flat stomach. Paris and the girl were asleep, but Hecate lay awake long into the night. Her blue eyes were open, fixed on the infinity of stars that she could see through the wide glass dome above their bed. The endless rolling of the waves on the beach outside was like the steady breathing of the slumbering world. In this moment Hecate was at peace. Her needs met, her appetite satiated, her furies calmed. Except for one thing. Except for a small niggling item that was like a splinter in her mind. 6 hours ago she had finally let Paris talk her into inviting Alpha to the Dragon Factory. The conversation had been brief. He had sounded so happy, so flattered that they were inviting him, and he accepted their conditions without reservations because they were small, the windows of the jet would be blacked out. She teased Alpha, saying that he had taught them to always be careful and she was being careful. Alpha agreed to everything. Too easily. "He knows," Hecate said to Paris after the call was ended. "He doesn't know," insisted Paris. "He can't know." "He knows." "No way. If he knew, then he'd never agree to come here, never allow himself to be that much in our power." "He knows." "No, sweetie. Alpha doesn't know a damn thing. But he will once he gets here. I can promise you that." That had been the end of it. Hecate had to accept that Paris was too much of an idiot to recognize the subtle brilliance that made Alpha who and what he was. Not that she knew exactly who and what Alpha was, but she grasped the essence of their father in a way that her brother seemed incapable of managing. "He knows," she murmured to the infinite stars. Yet he was coming all the same. Chapter 94. The Warehouse, Baltimore, Maryland. Monday, August 30th, 5:03 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 54 hours, 57 minutes. 82 sat in the dark and looked out at the black water of the harbor. He'd never been in Baltimore before. Except for the deck, he'd never been anywhere in the United States before. He felt strange. Lonely and scared, and alien. Everyone here had treated him well. His nose was tended to, he was clean and dressed in new clothes,
jeans, sneakers, a t-shirt with the logo of a baseball team. They even let him keep his rock. He'd been allowed to eat whatever he wanted. He'd had pizza for the first time in his life, but he wasn't sure if he liked it. They gave him a bedroom that had a TV with cable. He was allowed to watch whatever he wanted. But he knew that he was a prisoner. No one had used the word, but what other word was there? Before they let him go to his new room, they'd taken his fingerprints and samples of hair and blood and swabs from inside his cheek. They asked him to pee in a cup. It wasn't all that different from what the scientists at the hive did, though these people smiled more and said please and thank you. But they weren't really asking his permission to do their tests. The night was long and he didn't want to sleep. The big man who called himself Cowboy had promised that the new men were being taken care of, but nobody explained what that meant. All 82 knew was that ships from the British and American navies had converged on the island. Beyond that, he knew nothing, and no one would tell him anything about what was being done to the new men. He never saw the female again, not after Cowboy had rescued him. 82 felt more alone than he had ever been. How strange it was, he thought, that he felt more alone, more alien, more apart, here in this place, here among the good guys, than he ever had before. He realized bleakly that he no longer had a place. He could not go home again even if he wanted to, which of course he did not, and he certainly didn't belong here. He belonged nowhere. He was no one. The darkness stretched on forever before him. Chapter 95. The Warehouse, Baltimore, Maryland. Monday, August 30th, 5:04 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 54 hours, 56 minutes. Mr. Church sat behind his desk. He hadn't moved at all in over half an hour. His tea was cold, his plate of cookies untouched. On his desk were 3 reports, each laid out neatly side by side. On the left was the coroner's report on Gunnar Heckel that included DNA, blood type, body measurements, and a fingerprint 10 card. In the middle was a brief report on Hans Brucker that included preliminary information and a fingerprint card. The blood type was a match, the basic body specifications were a match. That was fine. There were a lot of people of that basic size, build, weight, and age with O-positive blood. The troubling thing were the 2 fingerprint cards. They were identical. Church had ordered the prints scanned and compared again, but the results had not varied. Not even identical twins have matching fingerprints, but these were unquestionably identical. But it was not the inexplicable match of fingerprints on the 2 dead men that troubled Mr. Church. For the last half hour he had barely looked at those reports. Instead, all of his attention was focused on the brief note he had received from Jerry Spencer, who was now back at the DMS and ensconced in his forensics lab. The note read, "The prints taken from the boy are a perfect match for the unmarked set of prints you forwarded to me. The only difference is size. The unmarked set are larger, consistent with an adult, and there are some minor marks of use such as small scars. However, the arches, loops, and whorls match on all points. Without a doubt these prints come from the same person. There's no chance of a mistake." When Mr. Church first read that note he called Spencer and confirmed it. "I thought my note was clear enough," said Spencer. "The prints match, end of story." But it was by no means the end of the story. It was another chapter in a very old and very twisted story. It painted the world in ugly shades. Mr. Church finally moved. He selected a cookie and ate it slowly, thoughtfully, thinking about the boy called 82. The boy who had reached out to him, who had risked his life to try to save millions of people in Africa and to save the lives of the genetically engineered new men. Church picked up the boy's fingerprint card and turned it over to study the photograph clipped to the other side. It had been taken during the physical examination of the boy. Church looked into the child's eyes for long minutes, searching for the lie, for the deception, for any hint of the evil that he knew must be there. Chapter 96. The Deck. Monday, August 30th, 5:05 a.m. Time remaining on extinction clock, 54 hours,
55 minutes EST.
I think she suspects, said Cyrus. He sipped his wine and held the Riesling in his mouth to taste its subtleties.
About
the wave. Not that she could know anything with specific knowledge, but I think she suspects that we have some sort of global agenda.
Of course she suspects, said Otto. Wouldn't you be disappointed in her if she didn't? Cyrus nodded. It was true enough.
But, said Otto, she can only be guessing.
She can't know. No. Not like we know. No.
You'll be able to see for yourself when you visit the dragon factory tomorrow. They thought about that for a while, and then they both laughed.
Are you surprised that they invited me? Asked Cyrus.
A little.
Do you think it's a trap?
Of course.
Our misdirection with the assassins probably only fooled Paris, said Otto.
He pursed his lips and added, though my guess is that this is a fishing expedition more than anything. She wants to look you in the eye when she talks about the attack.
She probably believes that you'll give something away. Cyrus laughed again. Otto nodded.
She's very smart, that one, said Cyrus, but I think we can both agree that she doesn't know me as well as she thinks she does.
No.
So?
A fishing expedition with a trapdoor if she doesn't like what she sees? Is that what you think?
More or less.
Probably not as rigid as that. Hecate likes wiggle room.
If she's not 100% sure that you sent the assassins, then I expect she'll give you some heavily edited version of a tour.
Letting you see only what she thinks would appeal to you and perhaps flatter you.
She's her father's daughter in that regard.
No, Otto. I think she gets that from you. Otto shrugged. I believe that's her plan. And if she becomes convinced that I am responsible for the assassins? Do you think she'll try to have me killed?
No, said Otto.
Not a chance.
She may torture you a bit. I think she'd be very happy to do that.
Let her try. As you say. But ultimately I think Hecate would want you alive. She's smart enough to know that you're smarter.
She and Paris have stolen more science than they've pioneered. You, Mr. Cyrus, are science. Hecate is too much your daughter to throw away such a valuable resource.
She'd want you dead, though, Cyrus said. Without a doubt. And I would like to think that she's too smart to risk torturing me.
She learned the art from me, and she knows that turning it around is something I dare say I've pioneered.
No, if Hecate gets the chance she'll put a bullet in my brain.
If we let her, said Cyrus.
If we let her, said Otto. They smiled and clinked glasses.
They sat in lounge chairs that had been brought outside. All of the deck's exterior lights had been turned off, and they were miles from any town. There was nothing to mute the jeweled brilliance of the sky.
They could even see the creamy flow of the Milky Way. Vetter is on his way, said Otto.
He'll be here before the twins' jet arrives for you.
Do you want him to accompany you?
We can say that he's your valet.
No. He can go in with the team.
But once your Russians have breached the walls, I want Vetter to find me.
I want him protecting me throughout. Easy enough. They lapsed into a longer silence.
Several times Otto looked at Cyrus and opened his mouth to speak, but each time he left his thoughts unsaid.
Finally Cyrus smiled and said, "Speak your mind before you drive me crazy. You want to know about the hive? About how I feel, Dot." "Yes. We lost so much."
"We lost nothing that matters, Otto."
"The new men.
The breeding stock.
The twins will have them somewhere.
They're smart enough to recognize what the new men are.
They would want to experiment with them. Once we take the dragon factory, we'll get them back. Or we'll get enough of them back so that we can start again." "And AT2?
"I don't think the twins will have killed him.
I think he's alive. I feel it."
If he's at the Dragon Factory and unharmed, I might even show the twins a degree of mercy. Otto did not need to ask what Cyrus would do or to what extremes he would go if 82 was dead. No amount of pills would be able to control Cyrus if that happened. But then Cyrus surprised him by saying, "But in the end it doesn't matter." Otto gave him a sharp look. "Somehow I feel like we've moved past that," said Cyrus. "As we get closer to the extinction wave, so many of the other things are becoming less important. The new men fill a necessary role. A master race needs a slave race. Maybe. Those are your own words, Mr. Cyrus. I know, and I believed them when I said them. But they don't feel as valid now. We're doing a great thing, Otto. We're doing something that has never been done before. Within a year 1 billion mud people will have died. Within 5 years, once the second and third waves have had a chance to reach even the remotest parts of Asia, there will only be 1 billion people on the planet. When we created the new men, we conceived them as a servant race during an orderly transfer of power. But, do you really think things will be orderly?" Otto said nothing. "I think we have lit a fuse to chaos itself. As the mud people die, the white races will not unify as a single people. You know that as well as I do. That was Hitler's folly, because he believed that whites would naturally form alliances as the dirt races were extinguished. You and I, Otto, were guilty of being caught up in fervor. Why this change of heart? Are you doubting our purpose?" Cyrus laughed. "Good God, no. If anything, I have never felt my resolve and my focus, my mental focus, Otto, to be stronger. With the betrayal of the twins, I feel like blinders have been removed and a bigger, grander picture is spread out before me. Are we having an incident, Mr. Cyrus? Should I get your pills?" No. No, nothing like that. I'm in earnest when I say that I have never been more focused. Then what are you saying? I'm old, it's late, and I'm tired, so please tell me in less grandiose terms. Cyrus nodded. Fair enough. He sipped his wine and set the glass on the cooling desert sand. I have been reimagining the world as it will be after the extinction waves have passed. There will be no re-emergence of old powers. The Aryan nations will not rise. That was a propaganda that we both believed, and we've believed it for so long that we forgot to think it through. We forgot to allow the ancient dream to evolve even while we evolved our plans as we acquired new science. The deaths of 5 billion people will not bring a paradise on Earth. It will not create an Aryan utopia, Adat. Then what will it bring? I told you. Chaos. Mass deaths will bring fear. Fear will inspire suspicion, and suspicion will become war. Our extinction wave is going to plunge our world into an age of total global warfare. Nations will fall, empires will collide, the entire planet will be awash in blood. Otto was staring at him now. Cyrus looked up at the endless stars. We were born in conflict, Otto. Our species. Darwin was right about survival of the fittest. That's what this will become. Evolution through attrition. We will light a furnace in which anything that is weak will be burned to ashes. True to our deepest dreams, Otto, only the strong shall survive. It is up to us to ensure that strength is measured by how skillfully the sword of technology is used. But make no mistake, we are about to destroy the world as we know it. He closed his eyes. And it will be glorious. Chapter 97. The Warehouse, Baltimore, Maryland. Monday, August 30th, 9:14 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 50 hours, 46 minutes. When I woke, Grace was gone. She left like a phantom early in the morning. I looked for her, but every time I found her she was busy. Too busy to talk, too busy to make eye contact that lasted longer than a microsecond. It hurt, but I understood it. Those 3 little words we had whispered to each other in the dark had been like fragmentation grenades tossed into our professional relationship.
This morning was like the deck of the Titanic 20 minutes after the iceberg. A pretty hefty dose of depression was settling over me as I made my way to the conference room for my 7 o'clock meeting with Church and Doctor Who. They were both there. Church studied me for a long moment before greeting me with a wordless nod, who didn't bother even looking up from his laptop. I poured a cup of coffee from a pot that smelled like it had been brewing since last month. "Please tell me we're ready to roll," I said. "I feel a strong need for some recreational violence." Switched to Dekoff, who murmured distractedly. "Have we checked out those new men? I mean, does the kid's story hold water about them being Neanderthals?" "Too soon to tell," said Who. "We're running DNA tests now, but you forgot to bring me a blood sample or bring back a specimen." "By specimen you better mean a urine sample," I said, "because if you're referring to those people as specimens I'm going to." "They aren't people," said Who. "If they are Neanderthals, then they are not human." "No, wait, before you leap over the table and kick my ass, think for a minute. You're going to make the argument that Neanderthals evolved from Homo erectus just like we did and therefore common ancestry makes them human. Whereas I can applaud your hippie granola we're all one big family sensibilities, the fact is that they were distinctly different from modern humans. They may not have even interbred with early humans, and our last common ancestor died out about 660,000 years ago. Besides, the kid was wrong when he said that they were reclaimed from mitochondrial DNA. The mitochondrion only has a little over 16,000 DNA letters that code for 13 proteins. To reclaim and grow an extinct species you'd need DNA from the nucleus, which has 3 billion letters that produce more than 20,000 proteins. Who the fuck cares? I yelled. They're people. They talk, they think, they look like people. I don't know what they are, Ledger, but they're still scientific oddities. Not people. Enough, said Church quietly. He looked at me. The new men will be transported to a U.S. military facility in Central America. You mean an internment camp? No. They will receive medical attention and assessment to determine how we can best integrate them into society, if they can be integrated into society, and with the heavy conditioning and genetic manipulation they've undergone we may have to face the reality that they cannot be successfully integrated into our culture. So what will happen to them? Ultimately? I don't know. I've made a strong case on their behalf to the president, and he agrees that this needs to be handled with the utmost care and the greatest concern for their well-being and their rights. Rights? Asked Who. What rights? Church turned to face him and Who withered under the cold, hard stare. The president agrees with me that they are to be treated as liberated prisoners of war. Their basic human rights will be addressed first, and at some later point wiser people than us will determine how best to serve their needs. He paused. Terrible things have been done to these people, and in many ways this is as great a human rights atrocity as the death camps. Sure, said Who. Fine. Whatever. He went back to work on his laptop, and I drank my coffee and poured another cup. Who brightened. Okay, maybe I got something. Got what? I asked. A conscience? Church interrupted, we've had a busy night collating the information from the hive. We still haven't pinned down the location of the deck, but Bug thinks that will happen this morning. First Sergeant Sims is already prepping Echo and Alpha teams for a full-out assault. If the facility is in Arizona, then we can get ground support from the LA office. Unfortunately, Zebra and X-ray teams are still in Canada. If this morning goes well for them, then they'll close out that matter and we can put them on the ground. What about the teams from the hangar? The Brooklyn facility had 4 field teams. Baltimore and LA had 2 each, Denver and Chicago had 1. I knew that the Chicago team had been chopped down in a mission 2 weeks ago that had killed the team leader and 4 of the 6 operators. They were vetting new candidates from Delta and the SEALs. Tango and Leopard are overseas. Hardball is in the process of moving to Denver to replace Jigsaw. They're on standby.
Unlike traditional branches of the military, the DMS didn't use the standard A, B, C code names for all of the teams. They did originally, but as teams were wiped out, they were replaced by teams with new names that started with the same letter. If Grace and I ever came up for air, we were supposed to start building new B and C teams to replace the original Bravo and Charlie teams massacred during a major terrorist action in late June. We'll also have National Guard support and if necessary a squadron from the 355th Fighter Wing out of Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson. He measured out a half smile. We're taking this very seriously, Captain. I had a long talk with the President last night and again this morning. He's put enough assets and resources at our disposal to wage a war. That's what this is, I said. Yes, he said. That's definitely what this is. Where do we stand with intelligence? Sit and I'll go over it. The full intelligence packet is being downloaded to your PDA, but here are the talking points, and there are some real speed bumps. He tapped a key and the LCD screen behind him showed a picture of the man the boy Sam had identified as Hans Brucker. This is Gunnar Heckel, said Church. He tapped another key and a second photo appeared. It was a scan of an employee ID photograph. This is Hans Brucker. He hit some keys and 2 fingerprint 10 cards appeared, one beneath each photo. Here are their prints. Now watch. He tapped keys and the cards moved together and the computer program corrected the angles of each so that they overlapped. Brief lights flashed every time a loop or whirl aligned. It was like looking at a string of firecrackers. One by one each separate fingerprint image flashed white to indicate that a complete comparison was finished. All 10 prints were perfect matches. Yeah, you told me that there was a screw-up. Someone's screwing with the fingerprint index. No, said Church. These are the correct prints from each man. Who looked up finally, grinning. We're also running a high-speed DNA profile on Brucker. Guess what? You look too pleased with yourself, document. This isn't going to be good news, is it? It's about the coolest thing I've seen in a while, who said. What we got here is a new chapter in the second Star Wars movie. Huh? Second Star Wars movie. After Phantom Menace, before Revenge of the Sith. It took me a moment to fish through the raw geek data in my brain. Oh shit, I said. Yep, said Who, grinning fit to bust. Attack of the Clones. Oh, come on. Sadly, said Church, Doctor Who is correct. I noticed a little twitch in his voice when he said doctor. Well, I said, we already have unicorns and tiger hounds. Why not clones? Who looked a little deflated, as if he expected a bigger reaction from me. Truth was that I'd toyed with that concept on the flight back from Costa Rica, after learning that the fingerprints matched. I dismissed it mostly because I didn't want to believe it. We have any aliens or crashed UFOs? I asked. Not at the moment, Church said dryly. Okay, then what about the extinction wave? What do we know about that? That's the real problem, said Church. Doctor? Who said, it looks like our mad scientists have been trying to take diseases that are normally genetic, meaning passed down through bloodlines. I know what genetic means, I said. He sniffed. They've been trying to take genetic diseases and turn them into viruses. It's wacky and way out on the cutting edge. Essentially, they're rebuilding the DNA of certain viruses to include the genes that code for Tay-Sachs, sickle cell, Down syndrome, cystic fibrosis, certain types of cancer, that sort of thing. So this is the cabal, I said. This was what they were working on during the Cold War days. Definitely the same agenda, said Church, and some of the same players. The difference, Who said, is now they can actually do this stuff. They've cracked the process for turning genetic diseases into communicable pathogens. And the extinction wave is going to be a coordinated release of these pathogens? I asked. Yes, said Church. How the hell do we stop them? That's what you're going to find out for us when you raid the deck.
We have a glimmer of hope.
Not much of a glimmer, who cut in, but Church ignored him. In that we found several matching lists of the countries and regions where the pathogens will be released.
That's great. We can warn. I've also been on the phone with the State Department.
Embassies in each country have already been put on standby. There's an issue of delicacy here, Church said. We have to keep our awareness of this under the radar until we've taken down the deck and the people responsible. We can't risk a leak that might lead to this new cabal going dark and starting up again at a later date and in new locations.
I nodded.
From everything we've read, who said, there's a specific release code that needs to be sent out. Your dancing partner, Carteret, said that the release code was programmed into a trigger device that is always kept by either Autoworths or Cyrus Jacoby. He said he thinks it's a small device about the size of a flash drive but with a 6-digit keypad on it.
He didn't say any of that to me, I said.
Church adjusted his glasses.
He told me, he said.
He was quite willing to unburden his soul.
What did you do to him?
Church ate a cookie and didn't answer. Who said, so we have to get to Worths or Jacoby and get that trigger device before the code is sent to agents around the world who would then release the pathogens.
Only that?
Swell, I'll see if I can work it into my day, I said sourly. I reached over and took a cookie from Church's plate.
We're going to have to go in quietly.
Otherwise, they'll just trigger the device at the first sign of an invasion. Quiet infills take time to set up, and I can hear that frigging clock ticking.
I have an idea about that, said Who. This trigger device probably is a flash drive. A device of the kind Carteret described isn't big enough to have a satellite uplink. It probably doesn't have any kind of transmitter. I asked Bug about this. He agrees that the trigger device probably needs to be plugged into a USB port and then the code sent out via the internet. It's the smartest way to do it, and it would allow for individual codes for each launch. Okay, so what's the plan? An EMP, he said.
Right before you rush the place, or maybe after you're inside, but before you start going all Jack Bauer on everyone, we pop an E-bomb on them.
What the hell's that? An electromagnetic bomb, he said.
Very cool stuff.
It's a bomb that creates an electromagnetic pulse. It won't kill people, but the EMP fries anything electrical and should wipe out their computer systems. Unless they're ruggedized, but that's a risk. We have this stuff. The
Navy was playing with them during the first Gulf War, said Church.
And we used one to take out Iraqi TV during the 2003 invasion.
If we can locate the deck, I can arrange to have an E-bomb dropped.
Friend in the industry? I asked.
Friend in the industry, he agreed.
Then that's our edge, I said.
I stood up and reached across the table to Who.
Nice work, document. He looked at my hand as if I was offering to beat him to death with it.
After a few seconds' hesitation, he took my hand and shook it.
What about the Jacoby family? I asked. The twins. Sam said that they were involved.
He told me that they were the ones who genetically engineered the unicorn for the hunt, and they treat Cyrus as if he's their prisoner rather than their father. Sam doesn't know them that well, but he said that they have a lab somewhere and that Cyrus has been trying to find it for years. The twins call their lab the Dragon Factory.
Wonder if they've engineered a dragon? Who mused?
There was nothing in the recovered records that gives any indication of the location of the Dragon Factory, Church said. And Mindreader has not been able to pin down a recent location for either Paris or Hecate Jacoby.
They were last seen at an art show in London a week ago.
We have 9 of their known residences under surveillance by police in 4 countries. At this moment, beyond providing animals for the hunts, we don't know the scale or depth of their involvement. We're poised to seize all of their known holdings and assets, however, but that move won't be made until we're sure it won't interfere with our attempts to find that trigger device.
And their dad? There are no photos of Cyrus Jacoby anywhere.
No personal details of any kind other than when the twins mentioned him in passing during press interviews.
If he's being kept as a prisoner, then it might explain why he's so conspicuously off the radar.
There was a sensational news story about the birth of the twins, but none of the papers carried photos of the father.
Sounds like he doesn't want his face publicly known, I said. That squares with the assumption that Jacoby is not his real name. Could be anything from a drug lord on the lam to someone in witness protection, but
it covers too much ground for easy speculation.
Bottom line is that we don't know who he is, and it is remarkable that Mindreader cannot dig up a single piece of verification on him. If he's tied to the Cabal, could someone have used that old system? Pangea, he supplied. To erase records of him? Yes.
And considering the connections to the Cabal that already exist in this case, I think that's what has happened.
How about Autoworth's? Same thing. Nothing. The names are probably aliases. However, there is another possible tie to the death camps.
Edward Worths, the senior medical officer at Auschwitz, was nicknamed Otto as a child. Some of his close adult friends still called him that, though in all the official records he went by Edward.
So, you're thinking that Otto is what? Son, grandson? Named after Edward's nickname?
It's worth considering. Who said, or he could be a clone of Edward Worths?
Hey, don't look at me like that, Ledger.
If we're playing with clones, then we have to factor them into all of this.
And it's been thought of before. You know, the boys from Brazil. Ira Levin book. Movie with Gregory Peck.
They were cloning Hitler.
Why not? Maybe someone's cloning the whole upper echelon of the Nazi Party. Or a whole army of Hitlers. Don't even joke, I said.
Okay, but if we run into an army of short guys with toothbrush mustaches and undescended testicles, don't say I didn't warn you.
I shook my head and turned to Church. How's the kid? Church did not answer right away. We're doing some additional testing.
I want him to go with me when we raid the deck.
Why?
He used to live there.
We don't have time to learn the layout and intricacies on our own.
I don't like taking a kid into a combat situation, God knows, but we're short on advantages.
Church nodded. We can wire you with a camera and have the boy online with you from the TOC. But he doesn't go into the field. He paused.
I don't entirely trust the boy, he said.
Why the hell not? If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be anywhere with this.
I'm sensible of the debt we and the world owe him. But his connection to the key players behind this makes me uneasy.
We can discuss it more later. Dr. Sanchez is with him at the moment. Rudy's back? Yes.
He flew in early this morning at my request. He's been with the boy for several hours now. I'd like to hear his assessment on the boy before I. The door burst open and Bug rushed in. He was grinning from ear to ear. Grace was a half step behind him. She shot me a quick, excited look, but it had nothing to do with last night. We have the buggers, she said.
Captain Smythe from the Ark Royal just called.
There was a small plane in a hangar at the Hive.
One of Smythe's pilots searched the plane and checked the controls and mileage, gas usage, the lot.
Bug said, I matched the mileage log against traffic control records, using Arizona as a probable location.
I think we found the deck. It's definitely Arizona.
A nowhere spot near Gila Bend, just over the border from Mexico.
Never heard of it, said who? Are you sure?
Bug slapped a satellite printout onto the table.
It showed a small cluster of buildings in the middle of a desert landscape.
Smack dab in the center was a structure with 12 sides.
Son of a bitch, who said? I clapped Bug on the shoulder. Outstanding.
Church said as he got to his feet, Captain Ledger, Major Cortland, get your teams ready to roll.
Alert all stations. I'll get on the horn and find us an E-bomb. His face was hard and colder than I'd ever seen it. We're going to war. Chapter 98. Southwest of Gila Bend, Arizona. Monday, August 30th, 5:19 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 42 hours, 41 minutes EST. I was alone in a world of heat shimmers, scorpions, biting flies, and nothing else. The Sonoran Desert may not be the Sahara, but it has its moments. The temperature at 1 o'clock in the afternoon was 122 degrees, and there was not so much as a wisp of cloud between its furnace heat and me except camouflaged BDUs and a thin film of sunscreen. Bunny and Top were in the air-conditioned back of an FBI van that was painted to look like a Comcast cable TV truck out on a dirt road that led from nowhere to nowhere. Grace and Alpha Team were somewhere in a Black Hawk helicopter on a mesa 15 miles to the northwest. Somewhere up in the wild blue yonder was the 358th Fighter Squadron, ready to rain hell and damnation down on the deck if I gave the word. One of those planes carried an E-bomb. The upside was that we could get one, the downside was that my own electronics might not survive it. The ruggedized unit I had in my pack was supposed to be able to withstand the EMP, but as has been pointed out to me so many times since joining the G, it was a piece of equipment built by the lowest bidder. A westerly breeze did nothing but push hot air past barrel cactus, water-starved junipers, Jimson weed, and tumbleweed. I shimmied through the hard pan to the lip of a ridge that looked down on a small cluster of buildings nestled in a shallow basin between two nondescript ranges of small mountains. According to the Pima County Assessor's Office, the buildings were commercially zoned for scientific research and development. The IRS told Bug that all appropriate taxes had been paid by Natural White, a company doing research on a cure for vitiligo, a pigmentation disorder in which melanocytes, the cells that make pigment in the skin, are destroyed. As a result, white patches appear on the skin in different parts of the body. Very cute. I guess even psychopathic white supremacist assholes can have a sense of humor. There were several names on the IRS Indeed forms, and so far they all checked out as citizens of the United States with no criminal records. With an organization as large as the Cabal, there was probably no shortage of members willing to lend their name to a dummy corporation. Bug and his team were working on locating all assets and accounts tied to Natural White so they could be frozen when we made our move. Sometimes you do more to cripple the beast by picking its pocket than putting a bullet in it. I shielded my PDA from the sun and studied the satellite image of the facility. The central building was, as Sam had said, shaped like a dodecahedron. There was a long, flat road to the east of the building that didn't seem to go anywhere but was just about the right width and length to serve as a decent airstrip. I tapped my earbud. Cowboy to Deacon. Go for Deacon. I'm in position. Ask the kid if they use the Eastern Road as a landing strip. He says yes. The twins use it for their lair and he's seen other small craft land there. He says there is a hidden hangar as well. We're sending you thermal scans. They're enlightening. My PDA flashed with a new image that showed thermal scans of the basin. The deck was the hot center point, but there were radiating lines of heat going out in all directions to form a pattern that had nothing to do with what the naked eye could see. One long corridor ran half a mile from the center of the deck to another hotspot that was nearly as big. 90% of this place is underground, I said. Yes. He didn't say anything and I knew that he was giving me a chance to change the mission, to back out or ask for backup. But I didn't want to do that, because we could not risk tipping our hand too soon. Wish me luck, I said with as much jauntiness as my nerves could afford. Keep the kid handy. I'm here, cowboy, Sam said. Roger that. I'm proceeding inside. I took a small high-power camera and clipped it to my topmost buttonhole. I wasn't wearing full combat rig, no tin pot with a helmet cam. The lapel cam was one of Bug's toys, and it fed images to a satellite that relayed them to the TOC. With that in place, I crept down the side of the basin in an uneven rhythm. If a tumbleweed moved, I moved. When the wind died and everything stood still, so did I. Sam said that he didn't think that there were any motion detectors, but there were cameras.
He'd written out a timetable that was impressive, bordering on obsessive-compulsive. When I'd commented on the precision, Sam shrugged and said that he had a lot of time to himself, then, after a long contemplative pause, added, "Besides, the only way to really be alone in that place is to become invisible, and that means staying out of the camera cycle." He blushed when he said it, realizing that it sounded weird. Actually, I thought it sounded very sad.
It took 40 minutes to make my way to the first camera. Sam's voice guided me through the security maze.
"The first camera's in the dead cottonwood tree 20 yards ahead and to your right," he said. He and Church were watching my progress via the clip-on camera and a real-time satellite. "Wait for it to swing past, then run.
Go straight to the red rocks and stop." Great. Now the next camera is on that pole coming up out of the ground right ahead.
It does a 360-degree sweep, so once it moves you can follow it almost all the way around. There's an old wooden picket fence.
See it?
Drop down behind that and count to 50, then get up and run to the first building. I followed every step, moving, stopping, dropping, running, and made it to the building. "The doors need swipe cards," he said.
"No problem, kid."
I crouched by the door and fished out the first of a bunch of gizmos Doctor Who and Bug had given me.
The unit was the size and shape of a pack of stick gum.
I peeled off a plastic strip to expose the adhesive and pressed it gently onto the key swipe mechanism. Adhesive was safer than magnets in case the unit had a magnetic detector. Downside was that they weren't recoverable, so there was a timer inside that would release a tiny vial of acid in an hour, just enough to fry all of the internal works. The chemical reaction would also neutralize the adhesive and the thing would fall off.
Once the unit was secure, I tapped in a code and waited.
The unit was remote linked to MindReader. It raced through possible code combinations while MindReader's stealth software instantly erased all traces. It was designed for keycard systems that trigger alarms if the wrong card or a failed card is used too many times.
"Got it," I heard Bug say over the comlink.
"Copy that," I whispered, and removed a master keycard that had now received from MindReader the proper code. I swiped it and all the little lights above the lock flashed a comforting green. I opened the door and stepped inside, staying low per Sam's instructions.
"I'm in a tractor shed," I said. "No visible doors other than the one I came in the big garage door."
"There are 4 operational modes for the deck," said Sam in a way that sounded like he was reciting back a training orientation speech. "The daily mode maintains a security-neutral appearance for all exterior buildings, but there are a lot of extra security steps to keep unwanted guests out.
All secure entrances to the deck are closed.
There's a work mode, which leaves only crucial doors locked, but there would be guards everywhere. Then there's a visitor mode, which is what they do when the twins come. It hides stuff inside as well as out.
And last is the defense mode. I've never seen that. Let's hope we don't. What's next?
Do you see the drop light on the other side of the tractor?"
"Roger."
"It's turned off. The security camera is mounted on the ceiling in the left-hand corner. It has a motion sensor, but if you crawl under the tractor and come up on the other side it won't trip."
"I feel like I'm in a video game."
"Yeah,
but there's no reset button," said Sam.
A sober warning that I took to heart as I slithered under the tractor and crawled out on the far side.
"Reach for the drop light. Press the off button twice. It opens a wall panel with a second keycard. The same key code will open this and the next 2 doors. Don't try it on the door marked with a white circle."
I did as he instructed, and a wall calendar from a tractor company slid up to reveal a recessed space with another keycard.
Cute.
My master keycard tripped it and a door-sized section of wall slid noiselessly aside to reveal a sophisticated steel security door. I key-coded it and stepped into a large metal cubicle with another security door. There was a line of pegs on the left side on which hung lab coats in various colors.
"The picture's fuzzy, I can't see you," Sam said. "Where are you?"
"Between 2 security doors."
"Are there jackets on the wall?"
"Lab coats, yes."
"Put on an orange one." That's for the computer maintenance staff.
There's like 1 million of them, and they can go almost anywhere as long as they have the right keycards.
No one will look twice at you. Works for me.
I slipped into an orange lab coat, but there was nothing I could do about my camel fatigue pants. I clipped the mini camera to the jacket and hoped no one would notice it. If you didn't peer too close at it, the thing looked like a slightly oversized button. I passed through the next security door and walked a long hallway that fed off into rooms marked kitchen, laundry, dry goods, and a few others. None of these doors had keycard locks, but there were security cameras mounted at both ends of the hallway. No way to bypass them, but Sam said that it was all about what color lab coat you wore. As I walked, I peeled the adhesive off of another of the code reader doohickeys, and when I reached the door I surreptitiously pressed it in place. I faked a sneezing fit and made a show of patting my pockets for a tissue. I pretended to wipe my nose on my sleeve and Bug said, "You're good to go."
I removed the newly recoded master keycard and opened the door. No problems. I was inside the deck now.
"The image feed is back," said Sam. "You're right near a big hallway that runs the length of the upper level. The staff calls it Main Street." The doorway led to a wide central corridor that was packed with people wearing a rainbow assortment of lab coats and coveralls.
Most people ignored me.
No one cared about my pants or boots. I saw everything from sandals, to sneakers, to high heels. Several people in orange lab coats passed by and they were the only ones who appeared to notice me, but they gave me nods and went about their business. Then Sam walked right past me. I was so surprised I began to say something to him, but I immediately clamped my mouth shut.
This boy was at least a year older than Sam. He looked just like him, though. Same gap in his front teeth, same soft chin and dark eyes.
I tried to turn the camera his way, but there were too many people. When the boy was gone I discreetly tapped my earbud.
"Hey, Sam.
I think I just saw your brother." "I don't have a," Sam began to say when suddenly there were 3 long, harsh bleats from an alarm system.
Everyone froze in place.
I began to slip under my lab coat for my gun, but then a hugely amplified voice blared from speakers mounted in the ceiling, "The deck is going into visitor mode. Please prepare to receive visitors." It repeated several times and suddenly everyone was in motion. Wall panels shifted to close off whole wings of the building. Scores of staff members filed through hidden doorways that closed behind them so seamlessly it was as if the people had vanished from this reality.
The blaring message repeated and repeated.
Then Church's voice was in my ear. "Cowboy, there is a small commercial jet inbound to your location."
"I know," I said. "We're about to have visitors." Chapter 99. The Deck. Monday, August 30th, 6:13 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 41 hours, 47 minutes EST.
Hecate and Paris were all smiles as they stepped down from their jet. Cyrus and Otto were dressed in suits that were 10 years out of style, and a stack of suitcases was piled on an electric cart.
A tall, austere man in a modern suit stood next to them. "Alpha!"
cried Hecate, and ran to her father. Instead of bowing, she hugged him and buried her face in the side of his neck. Cyrus was momentarily nonplussed, but after a hesitation he hugged his daughter.
"Alpha."
"Daddy," she murmured. Cyrus looked wide-eyed at Paris, who adjusted his own expression from a glad smile to one of concern. "Alpha, ever since we were attacked Hecate has been very upset."
"So have I, as a matter of fact.
If the government is sending black ops teams against us then we're out of our depth."
Hecate cut him off.
She had tears in her blue eyes.
"We need you. Daddy, we need you."
Cyrus looked truly at a loss. "She's right, Alpha," said Paris, stepping close so he could pat Hecate's back.
"We're afraid of losing everything. We just don't know what to do."
"I can't tell you how grateful we are that you're willing to come to the Dragon Factory. We need to know how to make it more secure, and if we have to abandon it, then we need your advice on how to preserve our research."
Hecate leaned back from the embrace, staring deep into her father's eyes.
If we have to, if you don't think we're safe there.
Can we transfer our data to your computers here? We have to keep it safe. We have to keep it in the family, said Paris. Cyrus looked at Otto, who raised a single eyebrow.
The tall man with him wore no expression at all.
Why certainly, said Cyrus, though his voice was anything but certain.
Hecate threw herself back into Cyrus's arms and wept with obvious relief. Paris closed his eyes as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders.
Thank you, he murmured. Alpha. Father, thank you.
Eventually they climbed aboard the jet.
Otto Worths and the other man lingered for a moment before following them.
Those are his children?
The man asked, a note of skepticism in his voice. Those are the twins?
Yes, said Otto. They're more effusive than I expected.
Aren't they? Mr. Jacoby brought me all the way out here because of them?
Otto wore a smile that did not reach as far as his eyes.
We are being played, Mr. Vetter. Conrad Vetter smiled thinly. No kidding.
They climbed aboard. Once the jet was refueled, it taxied in a circle and took off for the Dragon Factory.
Chapter 100. The Deck. Monday, August 30th, 6:14 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 41 hours, 46 minutes EST. The deck is in work mode, said the voice from the speakers. All duty personnel return to assigned tasks.
There was a pause and then, supervisor protocols are in place. The doors and hidden panels shifted again and the multicolored swarms of people emerged.
I found a men's room and ducked inside. Once I made sure I was alone, I said, what was that all about?
Church said, a Learjet owned by White Owl, a dummy company that Mindreader traced back to Paris Jacoby, just landed and picked up 3 passengers.
From the satellite image, Sam thinks that the passengers were Otto Worths and Cyrus Jacoby. We didn't get a good angle on the third man. Swell. Looks like I came to the wrong party. Amazing and Alpha Team are in Followcraft. They'll assess and take the next steps to find the device. What about me?
Your call. If the Jacobys are heading to the Dragon Factory, then Amazing will infill and attempt to secure the device. Once she succeeds, the Fist of God in the form of 3 DMS teams and National Guard units will pound the deck.
It was a crappy set of choices. If I left, I still wouldn't catch up to Grace before she caught up to the Jacobys.
If I stayed here, I might learn something, but I might also get caught.
Keep Sam on the line and give me a quick tour. I'll see what I can see, and then I want to collect Echo and follow Alpha to the frat party. Roger that. Chapter 101. In Flight. Monday, August 30th, 6:36 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 41 hours, 24 minutes EST.
Major Grace Cortland sat hunched over her laptop watching a white dot move across the satellite image of the southern United States. The dot kept just inside U.S. airspace, cruising 50 miles north of the Mexican border as it crossed Arizona and New Mexico, then it cut across the Texas Midlands and out over the Gulf of Mexico south of Houston.
She tapped her comlink. Bug, have you gotten through to the FAA yet? Just finishing with them now.
The jet filed a flight plan for Freeport, Grand Bahama Island. The FAA have records of the same jet making the run twice monthly for the last few years.
That's it, then. Brilliant, Bug.
Grace sat back and closed her eyes. It was going to be a couple of hours yet until touchdown, and there was nothing much she could do until then. She'd eavesdropped on the command channel while Joe infiltrated the deck, and her heart had been in her throat the whole time. Partly because of the oppressively huge stakes they were playing for and partly for Joe. Joe. Early this morning, after making love, she had told him that she loved him. She'd said the words that she swore that she would never say to anyone as long as she wore a uniform. It was stupid, it was wrong, and it was dangerous. Later that morning she hadn't said a word to him. She was too embarrassed and too frightened of the damage their pillow talk might reveal in the light of day. And then, of course, everything started happening. Grace wished she could roll back the clock to this morning so she could take back those words. Or, failing that, to have had the courage to stay all night and talk with him later that morning. Instead, she had fled, the one act of cowardice in a life filled with risk-taking. That morning, when she'd said those words, Joe should have given her the pat lecture on the dangers of getting too close to a fellow combatant. It was never smart, and it usually worked out to heartbreak of one kind or another, and that included the very real possibility of getting drummed out of the DMS and shipped back to England with a career-ending reprimand in her jacket. She'd never work in covert ops again, not unless she wanted to gallop into battle behind a desk. She felt sick and stupid for saying those words. What made it worse, so very much worse, was that Joe had said them back. "I love you, Grace." She could hear the echo of those words as if Joe was whispering them into her ear as her pursuit craft tore through the skies. "I love you, Grace." "God," she said, and Redman, her second in command, glanced up. "Major." She shook her head and closed her eyes again. Chapter 102. The Deck. Monday, August 30th, 6:40 p.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 41 hours, 20 minutes EST. I moved through the deck quickly but casually. I found a clipboard on an unoccupied desk and took it. Every time I saw someone who looked vaguely official, I studied the clipboard and mumbled meaningless computer words to myself. Bug must have heard me, because I heard him chuckling in my ear. Sam steered me through the common areas toward the research centers. His knowledge of the deck ended there, but that was fine. I wasn't going to stick around very long. The deck was multi-leveled and I took a combination of escalators, stairs, and moving walkways to get around. A couple of times I thought I saw Sam again, or the kid who looked like him, but each time there were other people around and I couldn't risk trying to make contact. It was another mystery to be solved later. I reached a level that was marked, Authorized Personnel Only, which I thought was kind of funny since this was the secret lab of a maniac out to destroy the world. But I guess there's bureaucracy everywhere. I used another of Bug's sensors to reset my master keycard and then slipped inside the restricted area. Just inside was a glass-enclosed metal walkway that ran along all four sides of a huge room in which sat rows of big tanks and massive hydraulic cradles that rocked them back and forth. The tanks had glass domes with blue lights that filled the room with an eerie glow. There were at least 30 of the tanks connected to computers on the floor and a network of pipes and cables above. I leaned close to the glass and looked down to see a half-dozen technicians in hazmat suits adjusting dials, working at computer stations, or taking readings. There were huge biohazard warning signs everywhere. "Are you seeing this?" I whispered. Church said, "Yes." He didn't sound happy. "Walk around and see if you can get a better angle on the tanks." I moved along, pretending to make notes on my clipboard, until I found a spot that offered the best view of the closest tank. Whoa! It was Doctor Who, and for once he seemed disturbed rather than jazzed by something science-related. "What am I looking at, Dot?" "Something that I've only ever heard talked about but never expected to see," he said. "This setup is like a gigantic version of a vaccine bioreactor." "But the scale." "Bioreactor?" "It's a device in which cell culture medium and cells are placed in a sterile synthetic membrane called a cell bag, which is then rocked back and forth. The rocking motion induces waves in the cell culture fluid and provides mixing and oxygen transfer. The result is a perfect environment for cell growth. I mean, GE was making these back in the mid-90s, but for a max of like 500 liters. Those things are the size of, they must be able to hold 5,000 gallons, I said, reading it off of the side of the vat. Jesus, Dot. I kind of doubt they're making vaccines down here, I said. Could this be how they're mass-producing the pathogens? It could, Who said hesitantly, but if so, whoever designed this is heading off into some new areas of production science. That's some scary shit right there. Believe me when I tell you, Doc, I'm shaking in my boots. "Captain Ledger," said Church, "get out of there. We have enough proof to shut this place down once we secure the trigger device. Get out of the building and rendezvous with Echo Team. I want Echo Team to provide backup for Alpha when they hit the Dragon Factory."
That depends on timing. Alpha may not be able to wait until you arrive. Copy that. I'm out of here. I wanted to run, but I had to play my role.
I slowly made my way to the exit but then turned and looked back through the glass at the rows of slowly rocking tanks.
At the absolute proof that evil existed in the world. Not as a concept, not as an abstraction, but as an irrefutable reality. Right here, brewing in those tanks.
And I knew that if the extinction wave was set to hit in 2 days, then the pathogens for that were already gone, already distributed to Africa and God knows where else.
This was more of it.
More evil, more danger brewing in a very real sense.
Who was next? Who else were these madmen planning to kill? Was it to be all races except for some select few?
God, the rage that burned through my veins was unbearable.
How do you reconcile yourself to a world in which monsters like Cyrus Jacoby can exist?
I stared at the handiwork of this man and struggled to grasp the enormity of what he'd done and the horror of what he was on the verge of doing. This man was willing to kill millions, tens of millions, to infect whole populations, to try to eradicate entire races.
How do you fight something like that? Hitler is 70 years in his grave and still the pollution of his dreams taints our modern world. What drives a man like Cyrus Jacoby to keep such an inhuman program going?
The technology in this room spoke of enormous intelligence, imagination, and drive.
He broke through barriers in genetics, virology, bioproduction. Aspects of science that could have benefited mankind, and why? To destroy? To exterminate people as if they were lice. Hate. Now that's something I understand.
At that moment, standing on the catwalk above the rows of bioreactors, I was filled with a degree of hate that took me beyond heat and into a strange cold space.
I turned away and headed for the door. I needed to get out of here and into the air.
I needed to be there when the DMS took Jacoby and the rest of the cabal down, and if it was within my power I was going to see that it was taken down for good this time. Taken down, torn to pieces, and the bits scattered to the winds. As I walked the halls and climbed the stairs I thought about what we would do if we caught Jacoby alive.
How do you punish such a person? A bullet seems so simple. Too easy.
A bullet and he dies, he's gone.
Torture?
Man, that was a can of worms.
My personal politics are left of center, but I have my hardline moments. A guy like Jacoby, a man willing to slaughter every non-white in Africa.
I hate to know this about myself, but I know that if I was alone in a room with that bastard I don't think I'd be Mr. Passive.
If I could make it last for a year, keeping him in screaming agony, would that offer an adequate redress?
When the crime is so vast that it spans decades of time, crosses all national lines, changes cultures, and devours the weak and strong alike, then what possible form of punishment could be appropriate?
Where is justice in the face of true unalterable evil?
I could use his records, his confession, to launch a holy war against those who embrace the ideas of eugenics, ethnic cleansing, and the master race. I could light that fire, but what chance was there that the resulting firestorm would burn only the guilty? War is madness, and when bullets fly and bombs explode many people use the conflagration to settle personal agendas, or profiteer, or simply play blood games.
No. I could not do that. But I had a better plan.
It would bring neither peace nor closure to the victims of Cyrus Jacoby, but it would do something no bullet or hangman's noose could do.
It would hurt him.
With those dark thoughts burning in my brain, I made my way carefully out of the deck, crossed the obstacle course of cameras, and then ran the rest of the way back to where Top and Bunny were waiting.
The Brits are landing, Top said. Chapter 103. In Flight. Tuesday, August 31st, 1:27 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 34 hours, 33 minutes EST. Mr. Church, said Grace, I think we've found the Dragon Factory.
In Florida, Alpha Team had transferred to a Navy helicopter that was now sitting on the beach of a deserted Cay 15 nautical miles from Dogfish Cay. They were waiting for pickup from the USS New Mexico, a Virginia-class submarine that was patrolling these waters. Her team waited in the forward cabin of a large fishing boat owned by the DEA. The captain, an agent 2 years from retirement, got a no-questions-asked call from his boss and was happy to oblige. All he had to do was sit at anchor and pretend to fish.
Tell me, Church said.
He was at the TOC and had spent an hour on the phone with the president. Church sounded uncharacteristically tired. The Jacoby jet landed on Grand Bahama and they transferred to a seaplane which they flew to Dogfish Cay. There's a dredged harbor and good deep water. The New Mexico will bring us to within a mile and we'll go in by water at 0:30.
Good. Captain Ledger and Echo Team will be in the water about 90 minutes behind you. Do you want to wait for him? There's no time. He did his part at the Hive and in Arizona.
I'd like to tear off a piece of this for myself. Be careful, Grace, Church said. Joe had insider information, you don't. Grace was startled by Church's use of her first name. He rarely did that and she found it both touching and mildly unnerving.
I'll be careful.
And I'll get that sodding trigger device if I have to cut off Cyrus Jacoby's head to do it. I'm okay with that scenario, said Church, and disconnected. She went up on deck and then around to the wheelhouse where the captain was sitting with his feet up and a cold bottle of Coke resting on his stomach. He gestured to the cooler and she fished one out and sat in the co-pilot's seat. The sea was gorgeous, streaked with purple and orange as the sun set with majestic splendor behind a narrow ridge of clouds.
Seabirds flew lazily back to land, and water slapped softly against the hull.
Grace twisted off the cap and sipped the cold soda. She said nothing and went into her head to prepare herself for what was to come. Her team was in peak condition and eager for a fight. So was Grace.
The captain cleared his throat. You call for a cab, Major? What?
He nodded to the waters off the port bow where a huge hulking shape was rising with surprising and eerie silence from the depths. She went out on deck and watched the 377-foot-long vessel rise so that its deck was almost level with the flat ocean. Only the conning tower rose into the twilight air like a giant black monolith. The displaced water from the submarine's ascent rolled the fishing boat, and Grace had to grab a metal rail to keep her balance.
Big boat, said the DEA agent. But I'm guessing that it's just my imagination that's making me see an attack submarine out there. Twilight over the ocean, said Grace.
It can play strange tricks. It surely can. He sipped his Coke. Major, I don't know what's going on and I probably don't want to know, but your team don't look like trainees and they don't send out brand new attack subs for just anyone.
So, I'm not asking for any information, but can you at least tell me if there's something I should worry about? Grace considered for a long moment. Are you a religious man, Captain? When I remember to go to church.
Then you might want to pretend this is Sunday, she said, and say a little prayer. The good guys could use a little help tonight.
He nodded and held out his bottle.
They clinked and he went back to his chair and pretended he didn't see all the weapons and equipment that were offloaded from his boat to the waiting sea monster that floated in the darkening waters. 10 minutes later, he was alone aboard his boat and the sun was falling toward the horizon with such a spectacular display of colors that it looked like the whole world was ablaze. For the first time since he'd taken this job out here, he didn't like the look of that sunset. The reds looked like blood, the purples like bruises, and the blacks like death. He keyed the ignition, fired up the engines, and turned in a wide circle to the northwest, back to Grand Bahama.
Chapter 104. The Dragon Factory. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:18 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 42 minutes EST.
Even though it was the middle of the night, Hecate walked arm in arm with her father as she gave him a tour of the facility she and Paris had built. Her brother walked on Cyrus's other side but did not touch his father.
Otto drifted behind them.
Behind him were two unusual men, the cold and silent Conrad Vetter, who had been introduced as a close advisor to Cyrus, and the hulking berserker, Taunton. Though Vetter was a tall man, Taunton towered over him, and reeked of sweat and testosterone.
"Daddy," purred Hecate, "we want to show you what we've done here. I think you'll be so proud of us."
Since her emotional outburst at the deck, Hecate had taken to calling Cyrus Daddy. Where this would normally earn a sharp rebuke, Cyrus seemed entranced by it.
Or so Otto thought.
All through the flight he had searched Cyrus's face for some sign that he wasn't at all taken in by the fiction of the twins' newfound and childlike devotion, but Cyrus avoided making eye contact with Otto.
"Certainly, my pet," said Cyrus in a soothing and most shocking of all to Otto, a fatherly tone. "Let's see what you rascals have cooked up."
Their first stop was the warehouse.
"It's empty," said Otto.
"Yes, it is," said Paris with a proud smile.
"The last shipments went out and everything is in place for your advertising campaign.
It tickles me that your work is going to be largely funded by the sale of a legitimate product."
Cyrus smiled and nodded.
Otto said nothing, but he wondered if the twins had somehow discovered what was in that water.
There had been plenty of time for them to have run DNA and biological tests on the water, but would they have thought to do so?
He ran a thin finger along the scar on his face, making sure that Vetter could see it.
It was a prearranged signal to be extra vigilant.
Vetter scratched his ear.
Message received and understood.
The night was soft and vast, and billions of stars sparkled down on them as they strolled from the dockside warehouse up the flower-lined path to the main facility. The moon had not yet risen, but the compound lights had not been turned on.
Instead, the path was lighted by flaming tiki torches on poles.
The main entrance of the Dragon Factory had a short flight of stone steps up to a glass front with 10-foot-high double doors.
Berserkers in lightweight black BDUs stood at attention at the open doors.
Cyrus gave them each a smile but made no comment as he passed inside, but Otto touched Paris's arm.
"These are the GMOs? Your berserkers?" Paris nodded. "As is Taunton.
These guards are from the second team."
"So, they've been field tested?" "Several times." "And the matter you came to the deck to discuss?"
"Oh," said Paris, "that's only a factor of fieldwork. During downtime they're quite affable."
He gestured for Otto to enter the building.
Vetter, lingering behind Otto, caught the momentary flicker of a smile on Taunton's brutish face. Inside the facility, Hecate led them through a series of labs, most of which held nothing new or of much interest to Cyrus, though he continued to smile and nod, as if this was all new and as exciting as a toy store. Several times he pointed to pieces of equipment and asked if he could have one for the deck.
Hecate promised him everything. Cyrus was extremely pleased.
They passed through the main lab complex and Cyrus suddenly stopped, mouth open in awe at the statue that dominated the center of the room. A caduceus made from an alabaster pillar, hammered gold and jewels. Twin albino dragons coiled around the staff.
"Beautiful," he murmured. Hecate and Paris exchanged covert smiles. "Quite impressive," said Otto with a total absence of reverence.
He could have been appraising a broken clamshell on the beach. His eyes were locked on Cyrus and doubt ate at him. Cyrus was unstable at the best of times, and now he seemed entranced by the wonders of the Dragon Factory.
Did the betrayal of the twins knock something loose in Cyrus's mind? Otto wondered. It was always a real possibility.
Otto carried a pocketful of pills to handle different emotional extremes, but quite frankly, he didn't know which one would be needed here or if a pill was needed at all. "And now, Daddy," said Hecate as they stopped before a massive security door guarded by two more berserkers, "we come to the real heart of the Dragon Factory.
The Chamber of Myth. This is where we work our real magic." Cyrus clapped his hands.
Hecate placed her hand on a geometry scanner and waited as the laser light read every line, curve, and plane of her palm and fingers. A green light came on and a small card reader slid out of the wall. Hecate reached into the V of her pale peach blouse and pulled out a swipe card on a lanyard. She swiped the card and heavy locks disengaged with a hydraulic hiss. One of the berserkers gripped the handle and swung the door open. It was as thick as a bank vault door, but it opened without a sound. Hecate stepped through and beckoned her father to follow. The whole party moved inside and there they stopped. Even Otto's cynical disdain was momentarily forgotten as they stared around them at the things the twins had made. At the impossible brought to life. The room was designed to look like a forest from a fantasy story. The walls were painted with photoreal mountain ranges. Holographic projections of clouds drifted across a sky that could have been painted by Maxfield Parrish. Thousands of exotic plants and trees were arranged on hills sculpted from real rock and soil. On the branch of a nearby tree a winged and feathered serpent crouched, watching them with amber eyes. It was a perfect interpretation of the Quetzalcoatl of Aztec myth. In the distance a pair of snow-white unicorns nibbled at sweetgrass. Several tiny people walked by, none of them taller than 2 feet. They wore green clothing and had pointed ears. As they passed they tipped their hats to Hecate, who curtsied. There was a gruff sound and the party turned to see a horse trot by, tossing its head haughtily. A pair of golden wings were folded against the horse's muscular flanks.
Can that thing fly?
Not yet, admitted Paris, but it's the first specimen in which the wings are fully formed. We have to significantly reduce the muscle density of the horses so we can give them hollow bones.
Otherwise it's purely decorative. Conrad Vetter's insect coldness had fled and he stood smiling as a fat European dragon waddled by. It looked like a brontosaur with bat wings and was the size of a dachshund.
Paris smiled at him.
That's a prototype. Arthurian dragon. So far we've been able to make them in miniature. George here is the oldest of 6 that we have. He's 4.
George the dragon trundled over to Paris and bumped his head against Paris's leg until he fished a treat out of his pocket and let the dragon eat it from his palm.
It's a granola snack.
High protein and vitamins but with sugar, sesame, and nuts.
He loves them, which is why he's so fat. Come on, shoo, off with you. The dragon ambled off, munching his treat.
A larger shape clopped past them on heavy hooves. The lower half was a powerful Clydesdale, but the upper half was a bull-chested man. He shot a frightened glance at the strangers and moved quickly away.
You have human-animal hybrids? Otto asked.
A few, Paris said. The centaur was one of our first, but he hasn't made the psychological adjustment.
He's not a true specimen.
There was a lot of surgery involved in extensive pre- and postoperative gene therapy. We've sunk a lot of money into that line, but I think it might be a dead end. There are too many problems with genes that code in unexpected ways.
Have you had any successes with animal-human transgenics?
Besides the berserkers, I mean.
A few, Hecate said but didn't elaborate.
And quite frankly, they kind of freak out the buyers.
People seem to want the animal exotics.
Unicorns, miniature griffins, dragons, that sort of thing.
The elves and kobolds are popular, though. Now that we're getting word of mouth, we've been getting requests for a lot of exotics that we never thought of.
Such as?
Asked Cyrus.
Oh, we've had a dozen requests for Cerberus.
We haven't successfully made one, though.
We did make a samjoko, a 3-legged bird, for a Korean buyer. We made a Jersey Devil last year, and we have an order for a chupacabra.
Gargoyles, too.
We get a lot of requests for those. This is, began Vetter, then he suddenly remembered where he was and why and left whatever he was going to say unsaid. Paris smiled at him. A lot of people are speechless. You should have seen the looks on the faces of a group of buyers from China when we trotted out an actual flying Chinese dragon. It was small, of course, but the buyers were entranced. Cyrus walked a few steps away from the group and bent down to pat the head of a swan-sized sea serpent that had raised its head from a koi pond. The animal shied back at first, but Cyrus cooed at it until the animal came closer.
That's our Nessie prototype. Pretty easy design. We want to get them to the size of a horse before we sell them. Wonderful, murmured Cyrus. Absolutely wonderful. Hecate beamed. Paris smiled. Otto and Vetter exchanged meaningful looks. Your clients are worldwide? Asked Cyrus as he tickled the sea serpent under the chin. Yes. How unfortunate. Sorry. Asked Hecate. Cyrus smiled and without turning said, It's unfortunate because in less than 2 days you're going to help me kill most of them. What? Said Paris. Our clients? Asked Hecate. Cyrus turned his head and the smile he wore was no longer the vapid grin of a father pleased with the antics of his clever children. It was a death's head grin of such naked malice that the twins actually took a step backward from him. No, my young gods, Cyrus said softly, at noon tomorrow, you and I will launch the extinction wave. By this time next year I'm afraid most of your clients will be dead. His hand darted out and caught the sea serpent by its slender throat, and with a vicious twist of his wrist he broke its neck. And the dead don't need fucking toys. Chapter 105. The Atlantic Ocean, 2 miles east of Dogfish Cay. 1 hour ago. They moved silently through the night-black waters of the North Atlantic. 9 figures in wetsuits and tanks, each crouched over the cowling of a K-101 hydrospeeder that plowed through the water at almost 10 miles an hour. The speeders were not the catalog versions, these new prototypes were being tested by Marine and Navy units in oceans and lakes around the world. Mr. Church had made a call and had a dozen of them flown in and lowered down to the deck of the USS New Mexico. Grace was sure that nobody else but Church could have made that happen this fast. The remaining 3 speeders were left behind on the submarine in case Joe and his team needed them. Alpha Team set out from the sub 30 minutes after sunset. Divers from the New Mexico wanted to go with them and the boat's captain wanted to send them, but Grace made it clear that this was a less is more situation. But Captain, she added confidentially, have your lads keep their suits on, because this will probably go from quiet to quite loud sometime this evening. At which point I'd like as much backup as you can send. You'll have it, the captain promised. He was an ex-SEAL himself who had gone back to subs when he got too old for special ops. The gleam was there in his eye, and Grace left the sub feeling confident that he wouldn't let her down. Before she slipped into the water she made 2 last calls. The first was to Church for an update on the main wave of close support. Major, be advised that there is a lot of boat activity in your vicinity. Watercraft of all kind. We're checking now to see if there's an unusual run of sport fish. No problem, she said. We'll go in under them, but we'll be careful of nets and hooks. How's my backup coming along? Every DMS agent in the continental United States is closing on your 20, Major, said Church. In 1 hour we'll have 46 field operatives on the island. SEAL Teams 5 and 6 are also inbound and we have 20 operators from Delta if we need them, but they're an hour and 10 out. Joe and Echo Team will get there first, but he's still 40 minutes behind you. He told me to ask you to save him something to do. Bloody yank, she said, then added, can I get a secure channel to him before we dive? Church hesitated. How secure a channel? From the question, Grace knew for sure that Church was aware of the affair between his 2 most senior field commanders. She was glad Church wasn't there to read her face. Sod it, she thought. Very, she said. I'll arrange it. Mr. Church. I don't want another pair of boots on this island until I have that trigger device. We can't risk showing our hand too soon, not when Doomsday's a button push away. Roger that. But understand this, Major, if we don't get that signal from you within 30 minutes of you making landfall we're going to drop an E-bomb over the island. Your electronics will be fried along with everyone else's. So I'll send up a flare. Blue if I have the device, red if I don't.
I'd rather see that blue flare, Church said, then added, Grace, we can't let Cyrus send that code. If he's on that island and I don't see a blue flare at the agreed time, then the EMP may not be the only bomb I'll be forced to drop.
I understand.
There's no I in team.
He laughed. Good hunting, Major.
He disconnected, and Bug contacted her a minute later to say that she had a secure line to Joe Ledger.
Go for cowboy, Ledger said.
Joe, this is a secure line, Grace said.
Just us. No ears of any kind.
Wow, he said.
It's good to hear your voice. Joe, I'm sorry about this morning. I didn't mean to snub you. Don't sweat it. Been a funky few days. About this morning, about what I said. Yeah. Can we pretend I didn't say it? Can we roll back the clock and reset the system? I don't know. Can we? We have to. Do we? You know we do. Ledger said nothing.
Joe, there's too much at stake. When you reach the island, you have to be smart about this.
I'm just another soldier. So are you. We're professionals, not a couple of kids.
If this gets hot tonight, then we have to follow procedure, stick to training, and not let any emotions interfere with our actions.
End of story.
There was a 5 count of heavy silence, then Ledger said, I hear you.
Grace said, this isn't what I want. You understand?
I do, he said sadly.
The mission comes first. The mission comes first. Joe. I'll see you there.
I'll be there, he said.
And Grace.
Yes?
Good hunting, Major. Good hunting, Captain. She disconnected. That was an hour ago.
Now she lay on the hygrospeeder as it cut through the water toward the dragon factory. Behind the clear glass of her goggles, Grace Cortland's eyes were the hard, heartless eyes of a predator. They were the eyes of a soldier going to war. They were a killer's eyes.
Chapter 106.
In flight above the North Atlantic.
35 minutes ago.
I stood behind the pilot, and if my fingers were dug a little too tightly into the soft leather of his seat, then screw it. I stared out of the cockpit window at the blackness of the ocean below. The pilot said, Captain, wishing won't make this bird fly any faster.
It might, I said, and he laughed. The co-pilot tapped my arm. You have a call coming in on secure channel 2, but... I went back into the cabin and screwed my earbud into place. Go for cowboy, I said.
The fish are in the water, said Church.
2 minutes to landfall.
What's your ETA? Bail out in 20, then drop time.
Good hunting, Captain.
Yeah, I said, and switched off. Top and Bunny were ready to go, their chutes strapped on and their weapons double and triple checked. All of us were heavy with extra magazines, frags, and flashbangs, knives, and anything else we could carry. If we hit water instead of land, we'd sink like stones.
Alpha Team will hit the island in under 2 minutes, I said.
Wish we were with them, boss, said Bunny.
Top studied me for several seconds.
It ain't my place to offer advice to an officer, he said, me being a lowly first sergeant and all, but...
I gave him a look.
But I'm pretty sure there'll be enough beer left by the time we get to this kegger.
There goddamn well better be, I growled. Chapter 107. The Chamber of Myth. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:21 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 39 minutes.
Hecate and Paris stared in shock and horror as their father tossed the Dead Sea Serpent aside and got to his feet.
What are you talking about? Hecate said. Paris sputtered, unable to talk. Cyrus mocked his son's startled stutter. I am sorry, Paris, did I speak too quickly? Used too many big words? Or are you simply as stupid as I've feared all these years?
If Paris had been on the verge of saying something, those words struck him completely dumb.
Cyrus turned to Hecate.
And you feral bitch. I'd held you in higher regard until now.
Did you actually think you had me fooled? Daddy?
He spit the distasteful word out of his mouth. The day I become a fawning dotard, I hope to God Otto puts a bullet in my brain.
Otto smiled and bowed, and then he and Cyrus laughed. Hecate looked back and forth between them. What's going on here? I believe the Americans call it payback. For what? Paris blurted, finally finding his voice. How much time do you have?
Sneered Cyrus. For all those years when you two thought you had me imprisoned at the deck. For treating me like a vapid old fool. For the disrespect you show me in every action, even when you are faking respect.
For trying to steal Heinrich Heckel's cache of records. For trying to control me by staffing the deck with your toadies. Otto laughed. Wait, you sent the Russian team to Gilpin's apartment? And to Deep Iron?
Of course.
Those records were supposed to come to me.
It was an incident of mischance that Heinrich died before he could pass along the information about where the records were stored. Even his own family didn't know what he had stored or where it was stored. For years we thought that all of that wonderful research was lost. Then in one of those moments of good fortune that reinforced the reality of a just and loving God, Bert Gilpin approached one of Otto's agents with information about a cache of early genetics research.
And what do we discover?
That Gilpin used to work for the Jacobi twins, that he was a computer consultant for them. Our Russian friends encouraged him to talk, and he told us about how he helped the legendary Jacobi twins install a revolutionary computer system called Pangea.
Did you know that he built himself a clone of Pangea? That he used it to steal medical research in exactly the way you two were stealing it?
Only he made the mistake of trying to sell the bulk research, and he tried to sell it to Otto.
Cyrus shook his head slowly.
Stealing the schematics for Pangea from me was very naughty, though I do admire you for that much, at least. But you had to take a smart move and plow it under with a stupid one by getting into bed with that parasite Sunderland to try and steal the mind reader system.
How? How do I know? Cyrus cut in. Because most of the people you trust work for me.
I knew about the foolish plan to try and use the National Security Agency against the Department of Military Sciences.
Were you on drugs when you conceived that idea? Did you think you could stop Deacon when the entire cabal could not? Hecate and Paris looked confused. You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you? You don't know who the Deacon is, do you?
You don't even know about the cabal, about the thing that should have been your legacy.
You're so goddamn stupid that you truly disappoint me. Do you think that I was ever your prisoner? Ever? I've owned every single person you set to watch me. From the outset.
You think you are so clever, my young gods, but I'm here to tell you that you are playing children's games with adults. We never, Paris began, but Cyrus walked quickly to him and slapped him so hard across the face that Paris was knocked halfway around. He would have fallen had Taunton not stepped up and caught him.
Don't ever make excuses to me, boy. That's all you've ever done.
You were a disappointment as a child, and as a man you're a joke. At least your sister has enough personal integrity to say nothing when she has nothing useful to say. As Taunton moved, Conrad Vetter used the opportunity to shift his position. He had a plastic 4-shot pistol in a holster inside his pants.
The bullets were caseless ceramic shells that would explode a human skull. He could draw and fire in less than a second. Hecate said, "What did you mean that you were going to kill our clients?" Cyrus smiled. You see, Paris?
When she speaks, she asks an intelligent question.
He clasped his hands behind his back. I'm sure you've wondered about the water. About whether there was something in it. When Hecate nodded, he said, "Did you test it?"
Of course. We found no trace of poisons or pathogens.
Naturally not. There are no pathogens in the water. Hecate nodded. Genes, she said. You figured out how to do gene therapy with purified water. Cyrus looked pleased. You were always my favorite, Hecate. Not nearly the total disappointment your brother has become. Did you do DNA testing? We started to, she said. We haven't finished. What did you think I put in the water? One of the genes that encourage addiction. A one allele of the dopamine receptor gene DRD2, or something like that. If I was a street nigger who wanted to sell crack cocaine, maybe, Cyrus said harshly. Have more respect. She shook her head rather than give the wrong answer. Otto and I, and a few very talented friends, have spent decades weaponizing ethnic-specific diseases. 10 years ago we cracked the science of turning inherited diseases like Tay-Sachs and sickle cell anemia into communicable pathogens. Anyone with a genetic predisposition to those diseases would go into full-blown outbreak after even minimal exposure to the pathogen. But there were no pathogens in the water. Paris said. No. The pathogens are being released into lakes, streams, and reservoirs worldwide. The bottled water contains the gene for the disease. Drink a bottle of water, even brew a cup of tea with it, and specific ethnic groups and subgroups will develop the genetic disorder. Within a few weeks they will be vulnerable to infection from the pathogens in the regular drinking water. Or from exposure to anyone who has become infected. No one would think to look in the bottled water for the genes because no one can do gene therapy with bottled water. No one except us, said Otto. Funny thing is, it wasn't as hard as we thought. But why? Demanded Hecate. This is monstrous. It's God's will, said Cyrus. It's the beginning of a new order that will purify the world by removing the polluted races. Blacks and Jews and gypsies and... Are you fucking crazy? Demanded Paris. What kind of Nazi bullshit is this? Cyrus's smile grew and grew. Nazi. Now, the moron shows a spark of intelligence by choosing exactly the right word. Hecate looked confused. Wait, you're a Nazi? Since when? Since always, my pet. Since the very beginning. Since the beginning of what? Since the beginning of National Socialism, Cyrus said, letting his German accent seep through. Since the beginning of National Socialism in Germany. For me personally, I first embraced the ideals while working in the Reserve Medical Corps of the 5th SS Panzer Grenadier Division Viking. But it wasn't until I met Otto at Auschwitz that I discovered the full potential of the party ideals. What the hell are you talking about? Snapped Paris. That's World War II crap. You weren't even born then. Otto and Cyrus laughed out loud. Idiot boy, said Cyrus, I was older than you when I came to work at Auschwitz. I was older than you when I made a name for myself that the world will never forget. Paris shook his head, unable to grasp any of this. Father, you're rambling, said Hecate. You were born in 1946. No, he said, wagging his finger back and forth, Cyrus Jacobi was born in 1946. As were a dozen other cover names in 6 countries. But I was born in 1911. That's impossible, said Paris. Cyrus looked around. We stand here in the midst of unicorns and flying dragons and you tell me anti-aging gene therapy is impossible? Otto and I have been tampering with those genes for years. Granted there are, he gestured vaguely to his head, the occasional psychological side effects, but we're managing those. But, Hecate began. If Cyrus Jacobi is an alias, then who are you? Otto said, he's a man you should be on your knees worshipping. Your father is the boldest, most innovative medical researcher of this or any generation. The twins stared at him, and even Vedder's eyes flickered with genuine interest. Cyrus touched his face.
Under all of this reconstructive surgery, beneath the changes I've made with gene therapy to change my hair color and eye color, beyond the facade, he said, I am the former chief medical officer of the infirmary at Auschwitz-Birkenau. I am der Weiße Engel, the white angel that the Jews came to fear more than God or the devil. He smiled a demon's smile. I am Joseph Mengele. Chapter 108. The Dragon Factory. 20 minutes ago. The guard never heard a sound. He strolled back and forth along the footpath between the docks and the main building. He chewed peppermint gum and glanced now and again at the stars. Patrol duty was boring. Except for the night when the hit came in, the months of his service at the Dragon Factory were a huge ho-hum, and he'd been off shift that night. The hit team had been taken out by a stinger dog in one of the berserkers. The guard hated the berserkers. Those ugly goons got all the perks. Everyone thought they were so cool. Fucking transgenic ape assholes. He spit out his gum and began to turn to pace back to the dock. He never heard a sound, never felt anything more than a quick burn across his throat when Grace Cortland came up behind him and slit his throat from ear to ear. Grace dropped the corpse and two of her men dragged it into the bushes away from the light from the tiki torches. She ran like a dark breeze along the edge of the path. Grace sheathed her knife and drew a silenced .22, and as she rounded the corner she saw two guards, one bending forward to light his cigarette from the lighter held in the cupped hands of the second. Grace shot them both in the head, 2 shots each. The path ended at the front of the building where 2 immense men stood guarding the tall glass doors. There was too much light from inside the building for a stealthy approach. Grace signaled to Redman, her second in command. She indicated the guards and gave a double twitch of her trigger finger. Redman waved another operative forward and they flattened out on either side of the path and flipped night vision over the scopes of their sniper rifles. Both rifles had sound suppressors. It would drop the foot-pounds of impact, but at this distance the loss of impact would be minimal. Redman fired a split second before Fayed. 2 shots, 2 kills. The big guard slammed against the glass doors and fell. Grace Cortland smiled a cold killer's smile and ran forward. 50 yards behind her another group of shadows broke away from the wall of darkness under the trees. They were heading to the far side of the compound and did not see Grace and Alpha Team take out the guards or enter the building. Even if he had, the team leader, a harsh-faced man named Boris Ivenko, would have thought that he was seeing one of the many teams of Spetsnaz that were invading the island from every side. Chapter 109. In flight. 16 minutes ago. 8 minutes to drop, Captain, called the pilot. About damn time, I thought. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Bunny Nechtop and then the two of them share a look. I must have had quite an expression on my face. I turned away and hoisted my poker face on. There was a bing in my earbud and then Church's voice said, "Cowboy. Our spotters are seeing some activity around the island. Over 24 small commercial fishing craft have closed on Dogfish Cay and launched boats." What the hell? Don't tell me the Navy's jumped the gun on this. No, he said. They're not ours. Then who the hell are they? Unknown at this time. Russians? Possible, but there are a lot of them. Early estimates put the number at over 100. Christ. Any word from Grace? Do we have the trigger device? She reported in just before I called you. She does not yet have the device. This situation is still fragile. Shit. Okay, keep all of the backup on standby. I'm 7 minutes from my drop. I'll get back to you with intel as soon as I'm on the ground. Chapter 110. The Warehouse, Baltimore, Maryland. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:21 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 39 minutes. Rudy Sanchez unscrewed the top of the bottle of ginger ale and poured a glass for the kid. There was a plate of sandwiches that the boy hadn't touched and an open pack of cookies from which one had been taken, nibbled, and set aside. The boy looked briefly at the soda and then turned his head away and continued to stare at his own reflection in the big mirror that covered one wall.
You couldn't sleep? Rudy asked. The boy shook his head. You probably have a lot of questions. About what's going to happen. About your own future. A shrug. Sam. That's not my name. Sorry. Do you prefer to be called AT2? No? Is there another name you'd prefer? You have a choice. You can pick any name you want. That guy Joe called me kid. Do you like that? Would you like people to call you that? A shrug. Tell me what you'd like. The boy slowly turned his head and studied Rudy. He was a good-looking boy, but at the moment his eyes held a reptilian coldness. The brown of his irises was so dark that his eyes looked black, the surfaces strangely reflective. Why do you care? Said the boy. I care because you're a teenager and from what Joe's told me you've been in a troubling situation. The boy snorted. Troubling. Is there another word you'd prefer? I don't know what to call it, mister. Rudy said, I also care because you're a good person. How do you know? The boy's tone was mocking, accusatory. You took a great risk to warn us about the extinction wave. How do you know I wasn't just trying to save myself? Is that the case? Did you take all of those risks to send those 2 videos and the map just to save yourself? You took great risks to help other people. That's very brave. Oh, please. And it's heroic. You're crazy. No, said Rudy. Do you know what bravery is? I guess. Tell me. People say that being brave is when you do something even when you're afraid. Rudy nodded. I imagine that you were afraid. You were probably very afraid, and yet you took a risk to send us this information. The boy said nothing. Why did you do it? That's a stupid question. Is it? It's stupid because I had to do it. Why did you have to do it? The boy said nothing. His dark eyes were wet. Why did you have to do it? Rudy asked again. Because. Because why? Because I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Tears filled the boy's eyes and he turned away again. He sat for a long time staring at his reflection. The lights were low and that side of the room was in shadows. It distorted the boy's reflection, made him look older, as if the mirror was actually a window through which the boy could see his future self. A tear broke and rolled down one of his cheeks. I'm afraid I'm going to go to hell, said the boy. Rudy paused. Hell? Why do you think that? Why would you go to hell? Because, said the boy quietly, I'm evil. Chapter 111. The Chamber of Myth. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:22 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 38 minutes EST. Hecate and Paris stood there, surrounded by the wonders they had created, and both of them felt as if the world had been pulled out from under them. Menjel? Paris whispered. I don't. He shook his head, unable to finish. You still don't get it, do you? Said Cyrus, his eyes glittering. Everything I've done has been toward one end. To purify the world. Tomorrow I'll send a coded message to operatives all over the world. Some will release the bottled water, others will release pathogens into the water supplies, others will send computer viruses out that will crash the CDC and other organizations. In one coordinated movement, a process will be set into motion that cannot be stopped. Nothing on Earth can prevent the spread of the pathogen once released into the populations of the Mud People. Mud People, Hecate murmured. She looked dazed, her eyes glazed. Why? Asked Paris. Why do this? To complete the work Otto and I began more than half a century ago. Otto, you see,
is a nickname from his boyhood. His real name, his birth name, is Edward Worths. He was the chief medical officer of the entire camp.
He was my boss, Cyrus said with a laugh.
Well, only for a while, said Otto. To the twins he added, your father was and is brilliant. When he came to the camps as a young captain, I was immediately entranced by his vision, by his insights. Every day we would work on the prisoners in the camps and then we'd talk late into the evening, reviewing our research, excited by the directions it was taking, by the possibilities it presented.
We were doing the work that would make the dream of eugenics practical.
But even then we knew that the science at our disposal was not adequate to the tasks.
So we planned.
We built a network of scientists and supporters who would continue the work long after Hitler's war was over.
Even in the early days, your father and I knew that the war would never be won by Germany. But it didn't matter.
Our plan for the new order of humanity was so much bigger than the aspirations of a single nation. We knew what we had to do, said Cyrus, taking up the thread of the story. We hired spies to keep tabs on everyone who was doing work that would support our cause. Not just Germans, but Russians and Americans.
Even Jews.
Anyone who was doing progressive research. When the war started going badly, we had our friend Heinrich Heckel smuggle copies of all of the research out of the country. Unfortunately, Heckel suffered several strokes and was unable to communicate to us the location of the materials. Even then, though, we did not stop, did not falter. We built the Cabal, a network of scientists, spies, and assassins unlike anything the world had ever seen. Even today there are arms of the Cabal in every country, in every government. Your patron, Sunderland, his brother, is a member of the Cabal, so is the man you called Hans Brucker, the man you hired to lead your hunts. Brucker is a product of our cloning program, along with many others who share his unique skill set. Here Cyrus flicked a glance at Conrad Vetter, but Vetter missed it. He was watching Taunton, who had been very slowly edging toward a security phone mounted on the wall.
If the big man took 2 more steps, Vetter would shoot him.
Parrish shook his head.
This is all too much.
Why do this?
What could you possibly gain from killing so many people?
Change, said Cyrus.
The extinction wave will ultimately eliminate all non-whites. All of them.
And the whites who survive will have to fight for the right to dominate and rebuild the world.
You're a fucking madman,
yelled Paris.
Both of you. You want to kill millions of people?
No, Paris, said Cyrus, not millions.
Billions. We've already killed millions. What do you mean? The extinction wave is not our first attempt, said Otto. If you count the attempts that yielded only moderate results, this is our 10th phase.
Phase 6 was our biggest success, but
this will be much, much bigger, said Cyrus. What was Phase 6? Asked Hecate. Otto smiled like a vulture.
Your father took a disease that had presented in several chimpanzees and rhesus monkeys and re-engineered it to work on humans.
He released it into certain test populations in the late 1970s.
It didn't catch on as fast as we liked, but it gained a lot of traction in the 80s.
Paris paled. God, you're talking about AIDS. HIV, Otto corrected, but yes. It was introduced to homosexuals in the United States and Canada and then to the general population of Africa. It's been quite effective. You're insane. You keep saying that, said Cyrus.
And while I admit that I do have some moments, if you call me insane again I'll have your hands cut off, but
why didn't you tell us this before? Asked Hecate. Cyrus shrugged.
I was waiting to see how you matured.
We wanted to see if you had the qualities we hoped you'd have. The qualities we tried to build into you.
Hecate's lips parted as his words sank in.
We're part of your experiment, aren't we?
Everything I do serves the new order.
Paris gagged.
His eyes were wide and fever bright as understanding sank in. Hecate looked at the white purity of her hand.
The story has always been that we were special. Cosmic children, all of that stuff. But we're just part of a breeding program to make superior beings. To make superior white beings, corrected Otto. Let's keep perspective. Paris whirled and threw up into the bushes. The winged serpent on the tree branch hissed and flew away. I always said he had no stomach, Cyrus said to Otto, who inclined his head. We knew 15 years ago that you were weak, Paris. You were the evidence that breeding programs would not be the answer. Even with the genetic manipulation to give you extra strength and intelligence, you're still weak. That's why the SAMs are so important. SAMs? Echoed Hecate. The boy that looks like you, the one at the deck. I'm sure I saw another one that looked just like him. Are they your sons? No. Children have proven to be such a disappointment. Then, what? He's me, said Cyrus. That's why I call him Sam. That's why I call all of them Sam. Sam. It's an acronym. Hecate shook her head. Sam. Same as me, dot. She got it now and her eyes widened. They're clones? Yes, said Cyrus. And I have a lot of them. A whole family of them. Clones with transgenic enhancements. Superior beings. They will be the fathers of the new race, the race that will emerge from the chaos after the extinction wave has cleansed the world. Chapter 112. The Warehouse, Baltimore, Maryland. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:22 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 38 minutes. Evil? Said Rudy. Why do you think you're evil? Because of who I am. Because of what I am. The boy shook his head. That man you all work for, the one I thought was called Deacon, he knows. You know, too. I suppose I do. Rudy kept his face bland. You believe that you are a clone, he said. I am, dot. A clone of Joseph Mengele. Yes. The word was as harsh as a fist on unprotected flesh. There are a lot of us. That's why my name is 82. Rudy pushed the glass of ginger ale closer to the boy. He didn't touch it. Rudy waited. The bubbles in the ginger ale popped. The second hand on the wall clock swept around in silent circles. Once, twice. I guess, began the boy. He coughed and then cleared his throat. I guess my real name is Joseph. The boy wiped the tears off his cheeks with an angry hand. Do you know who Joseph Mengele was? He's me, said the boy. No, said Rudy. You're 14. Joseph Mengele was born 100 years ago. It doesn't matter. We're the same person. Are you? Yes. Was Joseph Mengele a good person, dot? No. The boy said as if Rudy was an idiot. Rudy smiled. Well, we agree on that. Was Joseph Mengele the kind of person who would have risked his own life to help other people? A shake of the head. Would that man have done what you did to contact Mr. Church, the deacon, and ask for help? No answer. Would he? No. I guess not. Rudy changed tack. So there are 82 clones of Joseph Mengele? No, said the boy. I don't. There are a lot more than that. And you're one of them? A nod. Are the others all like you? We're all clones, I told you. No. I asked if they're like you. Do they have the same personality? Some do. Exactly the same? No answer. Please, said Rudy. Answer my question. Do they all have the same personality? No dot. How can that be? I don't know. How many of them would have done what you did? How many of them would have risked their lives to try and warn us? No answer. Are any of them cruel? Yeah, I guess. Are you cruel? No. Don't you enjoy hurting people? Don't you enjoy inflicting harm, Anne? The boy gave him a sharp, hurt look. No. You mind that I asked that? Of course I do. What kind of stupid question is that? Why is it stupid? You said that you were the same as Joseph Mengele. You said that you were evil. And you said that you were going to hell. I'm him, don't you get that? I understand that you're a clone. I admit I've never spoken with a clone before, and until today I would have thought that a clone might carry some of the same traits and characteristics as the person from whose cells they were cloned. And yet here you are, a teenage boy who risked his life on several occasions to help stop bad people from doing very bad things. A boy who attacked a big security guard in order to try and stop the slaughter of unarmed people. A boy who could easily have done nothing. The boy said nothing. You may be cloned from cells taken from an evil man. Our scientists will determine that through DNA testing. If it's true, then it changes nothing, said Rudy. Joseph Mengele was a monster. Is a monster, I suppose, if Cyrus Jacoby is really him. I'm pretty sure he is. He's such a terrible person, and yet you risked everything to save the very people he wanted to destroy. The boy looked at him. Rudy smiled. You're not him. I am. No, Rudy said, you're not. You've just proven something that people have been arguing over for centuries. In fact, you may be living proof of the answer to a fundamental question of our human existence. What are you talking about? Well, there's the question of nature versus nurture. Is a person born with certain mental and emotional characteristics that are simply hardwired into him by genetics? Or do environment, exposure to other thoughts and opinions, and life experience determine who we are? I'd say that you are living proof that there has to be a third element permanently added to that equation. But what? Choice. The boy looked at him for a long time and said nothing. There has never been a situation like this before. We've never had the chance to observe a clone and determine if that person is, or wants to be, exactly the same as the source entity. They wanted me to be. Every day I had to learn about Mengele's life and work. I had to learn surgery and about torture in war. Tears streamed down his face. Every day. Day after day after day. And yet you chose a different path than the one they intended for you. The boy was sobbing now. You're not him, said Rudy gently. He would never do what you did. And you could never do what he did. Rudy fished a plastic package of tissues from his jacket pocket and handed them to the boy, who pulled several out, blew his nose, wiped his eyes. Rudy did not try to physically touch the boy, not even a pat on the shoulder. It was an instinctive choice. The boy was solitary. Comfort had to come from within. They sat together in the interview room as the silent minutes burned away. There's one more thing for you to think about, said Rudy. The boy looked at him with red eyes. Joseph Mengele is one of the worst criminals of the last 100 years. A monster who has done untold harm to countless people and now wants to destroy a large percentage of the world's population. The records we recovered indicate that he started the AIDS epidemic and the new tuberculosis plague in Africa. Even if we stop him today, he'll be reviled as the greatest mass murderer in history. I know. While you, on the other hand, Rudy said, and smiled. What? You are very probably going to go down in history as the greatest hero of all time. The boy stared at him. We had no idea of the extinction wave, said Rudy. No idea at all. If it had not been for your act of bravery, for the choice you made, millions, perhaps billions, would die. We didn't even know we were in a war until a little more than a day ago. You changed that. You made a choice. You took a chance.
And if we succeed, if Joe Ledger and Major Cortland and the other brave men and women who are fighting right now to stop this madness are successful, it will all be because of you. All I did was send 2 emails. The value of choice is not in the size of the action but in its effect. You may have saved the entire world. Rudy smiled and shook his head. I can barely fit my mind around the concept. You're a hero, my young friend. A hero? The boy shook his head, unable to process the word. A hero, Rudy agreed. The boy wrapped his head in his arms and laid them on the table and began sobbing uncontrollably. Mr. Church watched all of this on his laptop, which was positioned so that only he could see it. The noise and motion of the TOC flowed around him. He removed his glasses and polished the lenses with a handkerchief and put them back on. Well, he murmured to himself. Chapter 113. The Dragon Factory. 10 minutes ago. Grace Cortland and Alpha Team moved quickly and quietly through the corridors of the Dragon Factory. They avoided people when they could, and when they couldn't they killed. Redman and the others dragged bodies into closets or hid them under office desks. The team moved on, searching for Cyrus Jacoby, driven by the certain knowledge that time was running out. They saw 2 more of the massive guards standing on either side of a huge hatch that was the size of a bank safe. The hatch stood ajar and the guards were alert. Grace crouched down behind a bushy potted plant at the far end of the corridor and studied them through the magnification of her rifle scope. The guards were unnaturally large, more muscular and massive even than steroid-enhanced bodybuilders. They had similar features, sloping foreheads with overhanging brows, blunt noses, and nearly lipless mouths. These had to be the bruisers Joe had encountered at Deep Iron, and she could well understand why Echo Team had thought they were up against soldiers wearing exoskeletons. The guard on the left had to have a chest that was 75 inches around and 30-inch biceps. Redman leaned close and whispered, "What the hell are they?" "Transgenic soldiers," said Grace. "They look like gorillas." "No kidding," said Grace dryly, and then Redman got it. "Holy shit." "Fun with science," Grace murmured. The hatch the soldiers guarded looked inviting, and she was willing to bet her next month's pay that whatever was inside was important. She was also willing to bet that Cyrus Jacoby was in there. The guards were hyper-alert, their posture absolutely correct. "I need to get in there," she said. "We don't have enough cover for 2 snipers. Have to take them one at a time." She shook her head. "No. That's not going to work." She quickly outlined a plan that had Redman shaking his head before she was finished. "It's not a suggestion," Grace hissed. "Do what you're bloody well told." Redman nodded, but his face showed his displeasure. Grace faded back around the bend in the corridor and quickly shrugged off her combat gear and jacket so that she wore boots, pants, and a black tank top. She removed the rubber band from her dark hair and shook it out. She slid a knife into her pocket and tucked her .22 into the back waistband of her fatigue pants. "Be ready," she whispered to Redman, and then she walked out into the center of the hall and strolled up to the guards. The guard on the left spotted her first and tapped his companion. They both turned to see the tall, slender, beautiful woman walking toward them. Grace put just enough hip sway into her walk to catch their attention, and as she drew close she smiled up at them. "This is a restricted area, miss," said the right-hand guard. "I know," she said. "But I wanted to tell you guys something." "What?" asked the left-hand guard, but he leaned slightly forward, making no pretense of hiding the fact that he was looking down her top. "Look what I have," Grace said in a conspiratorial whisper. The guards bent closer still. She drew her pistol and shot the left-hand guard through the eye. A split second later Redman put a bullet through the right-hand guard's forehead. Grace smiled and waved her team forward, thinking to herself that men, even mutant transgenic ape soldiers, were all the same. Show them a little cleavage and they lose all sense. She stepped to the edge of the hatch and peered carefully inside. She could see a group of people standing 30 yards down a foliage-lined path. She recognized the Jacoby twins at once. Suddenly warning buzzers began blaring overhead and a recorded voice blared from wall-mounted speakers, "Intruder alert! Intruder alert!" Down the hall there was a rattle of automatic gunfire and immediately automatic failsafes activated and the hatch began to swing shut. There was no time to think. Grace leaped through the hatch and ducked behind a thick shrub just as the huge portal slammed shut.
Outside, red men yelled as the hatch clanged into place. Gunfire and screams filled the air and people erupted from rooms and side corridors.
Some were unarmed staff, others had guns.
Everyone was yelling, and then the guards spotted them and began firing.
More gunfire came from behind. There was no more time to think.
Redman and Alpha Team dove for what cover there was and returned fire. Chapter 114. Above Dogfish Cay. 5 minutes ago.
We glided through the night, silent as bats, our night vision painting the world below us in shades of green and black. The three of us had tumbled out of the plane miles above the island, and for a long time we fell in total darkness. Skydiving at night is deceptive. After you become accustomed to the rush of air, all sense of movement ceases and you feel as if you're floating. Without an altimeter to tell you the truth about how fast the ground is rushing up to meet you, there is a very real chance you'll find out in a last microsecond of surprise. There was almost no wind, so we deployed our glider chutes at 10,000 feet. There is a moment where the resistance of the chute jolts every bone in your body, and then the glider takes over and once more you feel like you're floating rather than falling. The glider has its own dangers built in because it doesn't feel like you're dropping down at all.
It's so smooth and steady.
I went through airborne training in the Army, so you'd think I enjoy throwing myself out of airplanes.
You'd be wrong. I'm good at it, but I do not like it.
Both Top and Bunny were more experienced at this sort of thing. Top used to teach it, Bunny did it on his days off. Doing it at night with no lights to steer by, having started 7 miles up, isn't my idea of a rollicking good time. On the other hand, a high-altitude low-open jump means that the bad guys usually don't know you're coming, so there are fewer bullets to try and dodge while you're in the air.
Kind of a silver lining.
We saw the landing point we'd chosen from the satellite photos and I tilted my chute forward to spill air out of the back and drop down. But suddenly I saw a ripple of bright flashes and heard the hollow pock-pock-pock of automatic gunfire. In the same moment I heard Church's voice in my ear.
Deacon to Cowboy, be advised, the island is under attack. Identity and number of hostiles unknown.
Estimate 100 plus hostiles.
Confirm.
Confirmed, damn it.
I tapped my earbud and identified myself. Alpha Team, report location. Alpha Team is inside the complex and taking fire, Redman said. Hold tight, I said. Back on the command channel I yelled, Deacon, are any friendlies on the grounds? Negative. Alpha Team is inside, other assets inbound. No friendlies on the ground. Roger that. I tapped the earbud once more as we circled around the line of trees and headed back to our drop site. Echo Team, 0 friendlies on the ground. Let's rock and roll. While I was 30 feet above the dark lawn, I saw 4 men in the same nondescript BDUs we'd seen on the Russians in Deep Iron. They didn't see me. Sucked to be them. I cut them down. Gunfire flashed from our right, but I was below the tree line now. I stalled my speed and dropped to a fast walk, hit the release, and ran from my chute. There was no time to be neat and tidy. I headed straight for the cover of a close stand of palms, and I could hear rounds burning the air around me. Bunny yelled, "Frag out!" and threw a grenade toward the muzzle flashes. I don't know if he got any of them with the burst, but it gave him and Top a clear moment to land. They split up and went into the trees on either side of me. The main building was on our left, the lawn and another row of trees to our right. There was a stone path lined with torches nearby, but half of the torches had been knocked over or torn up by gunfire. I saw a dozen bodies littering the ground between here and the door, and more sprawled on the steps. I turned and headed toward the building, zigzagging behind trees and shrubs,
firing at anything that moved. I killed a couple of exotic ferns that got caught in a breeze, but I also took down several of the hostiles.
Grenade!
Bunny yelled, and slammed into me with a diving tackle that rolled us both to the foot of the stone steps as a blast tore a hole a few feet from where I'd been standing.
I'd never seen the throw.
Top spun and chopped up the hedges, and a man screamed and toppled to the ground.
The steps offered no cover, but the main blast doors were intact despite dozens of impacts from armor-piercing rounds. High-density bulletproof glass. I scrambled to my feet and ran inside, crouching instinctively as a line of heavy-caliber bullets whacked into the glass. It held. So I turned and knelt to offer covering fire as Bunny and then Top ran from cover and risked the open ground near the steps. A ricochet bounced off the open door and pinged around the lobby for a heart-stopping moment before burying itself in the wall 6 inches from Top's head.
"Jesus," he muttered.
I held the door while they checked the hallway behind me.
A crash door opened and 6 men wearing security uniforms rushed the hallway. Top and Bunny put them down with short bursts, and I rolled into the doorway and put half a magazine in the next 4 who were running up a flight of metal stairs to this level.
"Clear,"
called Bunny, and I backed away from the doorway.
I tapped my earbud. Cowboy to amazing, cowboy to amazing. No answer. Then, headhunter to cowboy. Headhunter was Redman's call sign. Go for cowboy. We're hearing gunfire behind us. Sounds like M4S.
He described his location.
That's a Roger, I said.
We could use a quarterback sneak.
Copy that. On our way.
We ran down the hallway, passing several bullet-riddled bodies and the signs of mass panic. A lot of people had fled this way, dropping coffee cups and clipboards and trampling the dead.
We slowed.
If Redman had heard our gunfire and could tell the difference between M4S and either the HNKS used by the Dragon factory guards or the Kalashnikovs carried by the Russians, then so could whoever they were fighting. The corridor was a long curve and the ambush was exactly where you'd expect it to be, at the sharpest point of the curve where decorative potted trees provided cover. Top and I tossed our party favors at them and the fragmentation grenades ripped the ambush to pieces.
Hopscotch, I called, giving today's code. Jump rope. It was Redman's voice. We moved around the bend as his people came out from behind the meager cover they had found. Only 6 of Alpha Team could walk. 2 were badly wounded, one with multiple gunshot wounds to the legs and the other with facial lacerations from flying glass. A third, a new transfer from the SEALs, lay in the kind of sprawl that only looks like what it is. Report, I said. Where's your commander? Redman turned toward the heavy portal. She saw something and went in there just as the alarms kicked in. The door swung shut automatically. Any sign of Cyrus Jacoby? From the way the Major went diving into that room, I think she must have seen something. Can you open it? Top asked. Sure, if I had 2 hours and a lot of C4. I pointed. There's a keypad. Uplink to Bug and get him on it. If that thing has a computer control, then let's put Mindreader to work on it. Yo!
Called Bunny from the sharp bend in the hallway.
We got company. How many? A shitload. We're about to get outnumbered really fast. I cast a desperate look at the closed hatch. There was no time to break through. Damn it to hell. The advancing Russians began firing and bullets tore through the air, the ricochets turning the hallway into a killing floor. Fall back.
I shouted, pulling on Alpha Team members and shoving them down the hallway toward a set of exit doors.
Bunny picked up one of the wounded and ran with him as lightly as if the soldier was a little child. 2 other Alpha Team operatives grabbed the second. We had to leave the dead for now. Alpha Team looked hurt and angry. They didn't want to leave Grace behind any more than I did, but there was no way we could hold this position. We fired, we threw grenades, but we yielded ground yard by yard, letting ourselves be driven around the curving hallway until we could no longer see the hatch. No bullets hit me, but as I backed around the corner I felt like I'd taken a fatal wound to the heart. Grace. Chapter 115. The Chamber of Myth. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:23 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 37 minutes EST. Grace moved behind the rows of exotic plants, closing on the Jacobys in a wide circle. The artificial terrain was uneven, and at times she had to tuck her pistol into her belt in order to climb a rock or up and down a ravine. Mammals and birds scattered from her, and at first Grace took no notice of them, but then a creature stepped briefly into her path that froze her heart and almost tore a cry of surprise from her lips. The creature had the twisted legs of a goat, a roughly man-like torso, black bat wings, spiked horns, and a grinning face that was out of ancient nightmares. It was a gargoyle. Grace stared, not knowing what to do. She forced herself to remember where she was. These people made monsters. This was just another perversion of transgenic science. But a wave of atavistic fear gripped her heart as the monster climbed onto a rock and stared down at her with bottomless black eyes. Then, in the space of a few seconds, Grace's perception changed. The gargoyle was 3 feet tall, and it moved with an awkward jerkiness of limb that looked clumsy and painful. As Grace moved slowly up the slope, the creature scuttled away, but it threw a single penetrating look at her before it disappeared under a fern. In that moment, though, Grace saw human intelligence in the lustrous black eyes and a depth of horrified self-awareness that chilled her to the bone. In some grotesque way the transgenic animal was partly human, and that fragment of its mind was totally aware of its own wretched nature. Sadness crashed down on her as she stared after it. Then a moment later the sadness was overwhelmed by a burning fury as the enormity of this abomination of nature struck her. She set her jaw and drew her weapon and continued her hunt for the real monsters here in this chamber. She tried to contact the TOC or Joe, but all she got from the earbud was a low-level buzz. A jammer. It must have kicked in when the building went on alert. Grace hoped that Church would realize what was happening and order the drop of the E-bomb. Grace found a path that looked like it was used by the groundskeeping staff, and she ran along this, circling closer and closer, trying to hear the conversation. Eventually she moved into a natural blind formed by the edge of a decorative waterfall, and there she stopped. The waterfall was built over rock, but the back was clearly made from painted metal. She ran her hands along it and found the edges of a doorway fitted so snugly into the facade that it was virtually invisible. A door or an access panel of some kind. She filed it away for later. Grace could see all 6 of the people in the room. She recognized the Jacoby twins easily enough, tall, white as snow, and beautiful. The brute standing near them was one of the transgenic guards, though he was bigger than any of the others she'd seen. The 2 older men were strangers, but she felt that it was safe to guess that one of them was Cyrus Jacoby and the other possibly Ottoworth's. The last of the men there startled her and also made her feel like the earth was shifting under her feet. If the photos Mr. Church had shown were correct, then this was Gunnar Heckel. Or Hans Brucker. Both of whom were dead. So, who was the tall man with the calculating expression? Another clone? Clones, transgenics, monsters, ethnic-specific pathogens. She was surrounded by monsters. Grace drew her pistol and leaned close to listen. "Your little magic castle is about to come tumbling down," said Cyrus Jacoby. Hecate sneered. "You may find that more difficult than you imagine, Father. We're not exactly vulnerable here. Which is why we brought enough muscle to sweep past whatever defenses you have," said Otto. "Maybe," said Paris. "And maybe your guns for hire are about to encounter a few surprises. The teens know about your berserkers. Ape DNA does not provide protection from armor-piercing rounds." Paris smiled. "No, but the berserkers are not the only defenses we have. You'll see." Otto gave a small shrug. "Yes, we'll see. What I want to know," said Hecate, "is why you're doing this. Why attack us at all? Retribution, Miss Jacoby. You attacked the hive. The hive? What the hell's the hive? Said Paris. In Costa Rica?
Prompted Otto, but the twins shook their heads.
Cyrus studied both of the twins, checking body language and eye movement. He frowned. You really didn't attack the hive, he concluded. We still don't know what it is. Cyrus didn't elaborate. His expression, at first bemused, quickly darkened. Then what happened to AD2? Who hit the hive? Who took him? It had to be a military hit. Otto frowned. Question is, which government? Could be Germany, suggested Cyrus savagely. Our former homeland would love to see our heads on pikes. Or it could be the Americans. Then why didn't they hit the deck, too? Cyrus shook his head.
If the military took the hive, then it's possible that AD2 was killed along with the rest of the staff.
It would be better than being taken.
Otto's voice said one thing, but his eyes conveyed a different message. All of the psychological profiles that had been done on AD2 had indicated that the boy did not have a predatory nature, that he lacked the strength to be a killer. It was so anomalous a finding that Cyrus had refused to accept it, had killed the testing doctors, had made Otto try over and over again to prove that AD2 was truly a part of the family, that the boy's loyalties were not a given. Now this belief could possibly be put to the test under interrogation by the United States. The boy could already have broken. Military forces could be closing in on the deck even now. Cyrus looked deeply hurt and it took him a moment to master his voice enough to speak. We have to move up the timetable for the release. The real question, interrupted Hecate, is why you sent assassins here to kill us.
Only one of you. Why? She insisted.
Call it a Darwinist experiment.
What? You'd use the murder of one to identify which of us had the greater survival instinct and then try to bargain with the survivor? Cyrus applauded. You see, Otto? I always said that she was the smarter twin. You miserable old prick, growled Paris.
His hand strayed toward his pocket. Instantly Conrad Vetter pulled his pistol and pointed it at Paris. The movement was so fast and fluid that the weapon seemed to appear in his hand as if by magic. Make no mistake, said Cyrus, Conrad will blow your head off if I tell him to. Now pull that dart gun with 2 fingers and throw it in the pond. You, too, Hecate. And tell your pet ape to stay exactly where he is.
Taunton curled his lip. That little popgun won't do shit. Vetter's face was neutral. There's a simple way to find out, Cyrus chuckled. Kill anyone who moves, Conrad.
The berserker held his ground.
Paris carefully removed his gas dart gun and threw it away as ordered.
It made a splash near the dead sea serpent.
Father, said Hecate, ignoring Vetter's pistol and the order to dispose of her own, what do you want from us? Why come here? Why tell us all of this now? Why spring it on us rather than bring us in?
Those are the right questions, my pet, said Cyrus, nodding approval.
I'll bet Paris didn't even think to ask. This is quite simple, Hecate. You have to make a choice. The extinction wave is going to launch.
He fished a device from beneath his shirt, an oversized flash drive attached to a silk lanyard. This sends the codes that will begin an irrevocable change.
Truly only the strong will survive.
Granted, you're white and you've been engineered to be immune to any of the pathogens or genetic diseases we're using, but afterward there will be war, as I said.
The strongest will survive. Otto and I have prepared for the war. We will survive.
If you join with us, willingly join with us, then you can share in the benefits of our protection, and together, as one family, we can usher in the new order.
Join you? Said Hecate distantly. You're fucking nuts, said Paris. You stand there and tell us that you started the AIDS epidemic. You brag about that? Then you say that you want to kill 4/5 of the people in the world? More like 6/7, Cyrus said. Jesus Christ. You think this is a frigging joke? You're trying to destroy the world. We're not trying to do anything, said Otto. We are going to remake it. Paris spit on the ground in front of Cyrus. I hate you, he snarled. I hate that I have your blood in my veins. I hate. Shut up, Paris. Everyone turned toward the person who spoke. Hecate. Her blue eyes were laced with veins of hot gold. What did you? Paris said. I told you to shut up, she said. Father's right. When you open your mouth, you embarrass yourself. You embarrass the family. Paris stepped close to her but pointed at Cyrus. Have you lost your mind, too? Are you subscribing to this bullshit? Are you saying that you support this fucking monster? Hecate struck him across the face. It wasn't a slap. She punched him so hard and fast that he spun in place, his jaw knocked out of shape, teeth flying from between his rubbery lips. He stood erect for a trembling moment and then he collapsed to his knees, blood gushing from his shattered mouth. His eyes rolled high and white and he fell forward onto the grass. Everyone stared at her in shock. Hecate stepped over her brother's body and walked over to her father and only stopped when their faces were inches apart. Vetter shifted slightly to keep his weapon on her. Otto stood apart, his face still registering shock and uncertainty. Hecate leaned close to her father until her lips were an inch from his ears. Father, she said. Why wait until tomorrow? If we're going to burn the world down, why not start right now, Dot? And she kissed him on the cheek. Cyrus Jacoby's chest hitched with a sob that broke the stillness of the moment. He threw his arms around Hecate and crushed her to his chest. My pet, he said, tears filling his eyes. Grace Cortland stepped out from behind the waterfall and raised her gun in a two-hand grip. This is all bloody touching, she said, but you have 2 seconds to give me that bloody trigger device before I blow your twisted brains all over the landscape. And then the lights went out. Chapter 116. The Dragon Factory. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:24 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 36 minutes EST. The exit doors were steel and we made our stand there. The Russians kept coming. The hallway was choked with them, and the front rank held ballistic shields. They advanced as far as the hatch and then held their ground. It was clearly their target and they had the manpower to take and hold it. I couldn't see what they were doing, but I heard the whine of a high-power drill. I never did find out if they brought it with them or found it on the premises, but they were attacking the hatch. I tapped my earbud. Cowboy to Deacon. Go for Deacon. We're taking heavy fire and casualties. I gave him the bad news about Grace. There's no way to know if the trigger device has been activated. If you have the cavalry out there, now's the time to blow the bugle. They're already inbound. 3 DMS teams are on the island. Quicksilver team has taken the South Beach. India and Hardball teams are on the docks. SEAL Team 6 is 5 minutes out. The trigger device. We can't take any more chances, cowboy. We have to take out the electronics. That would fry the active team communication as well, and we both knew it. But he was right. We were out of options. Do it! I yelled. Bullets hammered the metal doors and I had to shout to my men. Church is launching the EMP. We're going to go radio dark in a few minutes. It was not good news. In the dark with no radio, in a firefight where everyone was wearing black BDUs, friendly fire was quickly going to become as much of a threat as enemy fire. Top leaned close to me. If those Spetsnaz sonsabitches get through that hatch, he left the rest unsaid. We saw guards come up from downstairs, said Bunny. Maybe there's a way to flank these bozos. I grabbed Redman and pulled him close. Hold this position.
I'm going to take Echo Team downstairs and see if we can come up on the far side, catch these assholes in a crossfire.
DMS and SEAL teams are on the island and have been apprised of your position.
He started to protest, but I cut him off.
Protect your wounded and hold this end of the hall. We have to get back to that hatch. Everything depends on it.
Don't stop for coffee on the way, Captain, said Redman. I gave him a wink and dashed down the stairs with Top and Bunny on my heels. We went down 2 flights of metal stairs, going so fast that we pushed the envelope of safety on the corners. We knew our backs were protected, so all of us had our M4s pointed down. When a guard actually did step out, we cut him to ribbons before he got off a single shot.
The security door on the next landing down was locked.
Bunny tried to pick it, but even though the tumblers moved, the door held fast. Must be a drop bar or something, he said. Let's go 1 more level down, and if that doesn't work we'll come back up and try to blow the door.
We moved down 2 more flights into the underbelly of the building. Maintenance level.
Poorly lighted, the ceiling crisscrossed with pipes, big generators rumbling with subdued thunder. It was hot and moist down here, and water dripped from the ceiling. The maintenance floor had a security door, too, but it was propped open with a chair.
An ashtray and a copy of Popular Mechanics lay on the floor.
God bless the lazy janitors everywhere. Once inside we found a second door that was similarly blocked, but there was a draft here and the sound of distant gunfire. I shined my flashlight up and saw a long concrete utility ramp that went all the way to the surface. Wait here, I said, and ran up the slope. There was a heavy grilled outer door set with a pivoting drop bar, but the bar was in the upright position and the door stood up and open. I peered out and saw the backs of at least 50 Russians engaged in a firefight with some other force. From the ramp I couldn't tell if they were fighting the Dragon factory guards or our own boys, and I was in no position to participate in this fight. So I retraced my steps and found Top and Bunny. They stood back to back, pointing their guns into the bowels of the maintenance area, their bodies tense and alert.
What is it?
I whispered.
Don't know, Captain, said Top.
Heard something weird.
Weird?
Before he could answer, there was a clickety-click sound somewhere near. Like toenails on concrete.
Guard dog, Bunny said.
He ain't barking, Top said.
Not all of them do.
I sighted down the barrel and did a slow sweep. Suddenly something moved from left to right, breaking cover from behind the steel case of a big blower and darting behind a row of stacked crates.
What the fuck was that? Dog?
Bunny said, but this time he made it a question. Didn't look like no dog to me, Top said.
I had to agree. The silhouette was all wrong.
The body was big, about the size of a mastiff, with thick shoulders and haunches, but the head shape was wrong and the tail was weird. Too big and curling all the way over its back to beyond its snout. The scuttling sound came again.
This time to our right. 2 of them, Top said.
Then we heard it behind us.
3, Bunny said. I turned. More than that, I said.
At least 4 of the weird shapes filled the darkness of the ramp that led outside. They ran toward us with frightening speed. Jesus Christ, Bunny said, and I turned as one of the creatures moved through a patch of light.
It was a dog. Or it had started out that way. God only knows what you'd call it now. The body was as broad and solid as a bullmastiff, the hair midnight black. The face was a twisted parody of a dog's, but the snout and head were covered with what I first thought was some kind of armor like they used to put on fighting dogs centuries ago. I could have dealt with mastiffs in armor. That was scary, but it wasn't nightmare stuff. But as the creature moved back through the lamplight, I saw that the armor ran all the way down its back and covered its sides, where it eventually thinned and blended with the dog's natural fur. The armor plating gleamed like polished leather. But what sent a flash of horror all the way down through my brain and heart and guts was what rose above the dog's back. It wasn't a dog's tail.
The appendage that curled over the massive back and shoulders of the dog was a huge, segmented scorpion tail. There were at least a dozen of them now, closing on all sides. The one in the spill of light paused, its tail trembling above it, the stinger dripping hot venom. Its muzzle wrinkled back to show rows of sharp white teeth, and it glared at us with eyes as black as the devil's. With a monstrous howl of unnatural hate, the creature ran at us. And then the others rushed at us from all sides.
Chapter 117. The Chamber of Myth. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:28 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 32 minutes EST. There was a sharp crack, and a bullet cut through the darkness so close that Grace could feel the heat. She threw herself to one side and crashed into a row of thorny shrubs. Needles jabbed her and plucked at her clothing as she rolled over the shrubs and scrabbled to find solid ground. She kept her pistol by sheer luck and was glad of the lethal promise of it as she fumbled her way through the absolute blackness. All around her, exotic creatures screamed in voices never before heard outside of nightmares. What happened to the lights?
It's a fail-safe, Hecate said. If there's gunfire in the building, the whole facility goes into a forced lockdown.
Did you hit her? Someone asked. Grace thought it was Otto. I don't know, came the reply.
Both voices were off to her right, so Grace kept moving to her left. The ground sloped under her and she crouched low, using her free hand to feel for obstacles.
The security lights will be on any moment, said Hecate, and as if to punctuate her words, several overhead lights flared on. The light was weak but more than enough to see by.
Grace dodged behind a mound of clover and flattened out.
Hecate led her father to a cleft in a rock wall. Otto squeezed in with them.
Taunton and Vetter found cover behind nearby foliage.
Who was that bitch? Demanded Otto. Was she one of yours?
No, said Hecate.
I thought she was one of yours.
I don't care who she is, snapped Cyrus. Vetter, kill her. The assassin moved off without a word, melting into the foliage and vanished without a trace.
Taunton, said Hecate, hunt.
The berserker grinned broadly and ran in the direction where Grace had been. As soon as he reached the waterfall, he stopped, bent low, and sniffed, then he turned and ran down the path.
What's he doing? Asked Otto.
He has more than ape strength, said Hecate.
We've been experimenting with them, giving them additional combat useful skills. His olfactory senses are much sharper than a human's. He'll sniff her out.
Grace heard the big man coming. She was down several rounds, so she quickly swapped out her magazine and found a spot with limited access from behind. She could command a three-sided view. While she shifted, she processed what she had learned. One point was the name of the man who looked like Heckle and Brucker.
Cyrus had called him first Conrad and then Vetter. Conrad Vetter was another of the assassins of the Brotherhood of the Scythe. A strange idea occurred to her, and as she thought it, she somehow knew that it was true.
Heckle and Vetter were two of the four assassins of the Brotherhood. They looked identical, and it was no stretch under the present circumstances to accept that they were clones from the same cell line. It seemed likely that all four of the assassins of the Brotherhood were clones. The same level of skill because they were all, in essence, the same person.
Was deadly accuracy and a coldness of heart hardwired into the genetic code?
She didn't know and would have to explore that with Hu and Rudy one of these days. At the moment, she had to focus on the big killer who was coming her way. The one Hecate had called Taunton. The berserker moved with a surprising economy of movement, leaping over rocks, climbing with simian ease, hopping from rock to rock across a stream. Grace steadied her pistol and waited until he was within perfect pistol range. Taunton suddenly stopped and crouched low, his eyes scanning the ground. He followed the path the woman must have taken, and he knew where it led. If she got into the cleft by the south corner, then she would have solid rock at her back and a flat shooting platform. He smiled. If he'd taken 3 more steps, his head would have risen above the hump of the next hill, and that would have been the ballgame. "Smart bitch," he murmured. He turned and ran to his right into the brush. She may have the better position, but he knew every inch of the chamber of myth.
Vetter had no intention of trailing the woman through the dense jungle environment of this chamber. It was foolish and it was a waste of his skills. Instead, he scouted the terrain and picked out the 3 or 4 best places to set an ambush. If this woman was smart, she would be in one of them. Vetter carefully surveyed the angles of each. They were all good, but there was one ledge that was partially screened by tendrils of Spanish moss that offered an angle to the other 2. If the woman was not there, then he could crawl onto the ledge and wait until that ape found her. If the berserker killed her, so much the better. Vetter wasn't being paid extra for this. If the woman killed the berserker, then Vetter would be able to find the spot from which she fired and then he'd take her out. The decision was a practical one. Once he made it, Vetter pocketed his pistol and began to climb. Chapter 118. The Dragon Factory. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:35 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 25 minutes EST. The creatures howled like demons as they closed on us. The nearest was 30 yards away and its tail whipped back and forth, clanging on the overhead pipes. I hit it with a short burst and the creature slewed sideways, blood and pieces of its shell flying into the air. The others stopped for a second, but then the wounded one hissed and scuttled forward, bleeding but far from dead. "Oh, fuck," said Bunny, and opened up into the mass of them. "Frag M!" I yelled. Our M4s were fitted with the new M203 single-shot 40mm grenade launcher mounted under the barrel forward of the magazine. It had a separate handle and trigger, so I grabbed that with my left while holding the primary rifle hand with my right. It gave me 2 guns at once, and I needed all of the immediate firepower I could muster. The downside was that the grenade launcher was a single shot. I aimed for the center of the biggest mass of them and fired. The explosion tore 3 of them to pieces, and I suppose it was comforting to know that beneath the insect carapace there was a flesh and blood animal. Not sure if it could still be accurately called a dog, but it could die like one. Top turned and fired up the concrete ramp. The confines of the ramp maximized the force of the explosion, and it tore the creatures apart and blew a hot, wet wind back at us that painted us with gore. Far above us there was a rumble of thunder and all at once every light in the underground flared and then winked out. "EMP!" I yelled. "This is not a good fucking time," bellowed Bunny. He dug desperately into his pockets to produce a handful of chemical flares. He broke and shook them and then threw some of them in all 4 directions. The creatures had been as startled by the darkness as we had, and I realized that their eyes were still canine. Dogs could see in poor light but were as blind as we were in total darkness. "I think you just turned on the Eat at Joe's sign," I said. The creatures immediately began rushing at us again. "Frag out!" Bunny yelled, and threw his grenade. It hit the back of one of the animals just as it flicked its tail, and the round took a little hop as it burst. The downblast flattened one monster and tore the guts out of the pipes above. Water and steam showered the animals and there were even higher-pitched screams as they were scalded. In their confusion and fury 2 of the scorpion dogs turned on each other in a murderous frenzy, the stingers stabbing over and over again until they both staggered away on trembling legs and then collapsed, victims of each other's poison. Top had his back to mine and we fired continuously as more of the creatures swarmed out of the darkness. "Aim for the head!" I cried. At first the sheer numbers of them that rushed toward us pushed along the corpses of the monsters we killed, but then Bunny got into the game and threw a hand grenade first to Top's side and then to mine. The blasts deafened us but decimated the creatures. On both sides the front ranks were blown to bits, and the creatures backed off for another hesitant second and then rushed us again. "I'm out!" Top called, and Bunny started firing while Top switched magazines. As soon as he started firing I went dry and Bunny covered me. There were 10 left. We emptied another magazine each. Then there were 7. 15 feet away.
too close for another grenade.
Bunny opened up with his rifle. 4. 10 feet.
Top burned through an entire magazine as they nearly reached our firing position.
2.
One whipped its tail at me and the sharp stinger stuck in the Kevlar chest protector.
Bunny jammed his rifle against its head and pulled the trigger.
It leaped at Top and bore him to the ground. The scorpion tail whipped around Top as he screamed and twisted to one side, then the other. I couldn't risk a shot, so I kicked the monster in the face, once, twice, drawing blood, hurting it, but it snarled in pain and fury and tried to bite my foot.
Then Bunny did something that was either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid.
He jumped on top of the monster and used his body mass to pin the powerful tail to the dog's back. The stinger shook and twitched inches from Top's face.
"Get it off me!"
Top screamed, and his voice was filled with pain. I couldn't tell how or where he was hurt. The mastiff, even without the ponderous tail, had to weigh 250 pounds of powerful muscle, and all of that mass was crushing down on Top. And Bunny's enormous body was piled on top of that.
Fat drops of venom dripped from the stinger and splashed Top's forehead and cheeks. I drew my leg back and kicked the brute as hard as I have ever kicked anything. I could feel its bulging side collapse under the impact. Ribs broke and the creature let out a disturbingly normal dog yelp, but the kick did the trick and the creature reeled sideways. I shuffled in and kicked it again, just as hard. The scorpion dog fell over and Bunny pulled at it, forcing the thing away from Top. The big young man and the dog rolled over and then Bunny locked his arm around the monster's bull neck. He was growling more savagely than the dog. I could see his massive arm muscles swell under his shirt and then Bunny jerked his whole body up and back. There was a huge wet crack.
And then the monster dog flopped into limp stillness. Bunny rolled off it, gasping, saying, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." I knelt over Top, who was struggling to sit up. I was mindful of the venom on his face and I tore open a first aid kit to find some gauze pads to dab it up.
"Are you hurt?" I asked.
"Yeah," he said with a wince.
"Think my ribs are busted."
I undid the Velcro on the Kevlar and probed his sides. The hissed intakes of breath told us both the news. "Your whole side's cracked.
5, 6 ribs.
Fuck me," he said, and tried to reach his right hand across to feel for himself, and then another jab of pain shot through him.
God damn it. I felt wetness under my fingers as I continued to probe. "You're bleeding."
Very gingerly I lifted his shirt and looked at his back.
I was almost sorry I looked.
The brown skin of his side was slick with red blood, and in the midst of it 2 white and jagged ends of bone had torn through flesh and muscle.
"Is it bad?"
"It ain't good." "Tell me, Captain." "You have a couple of compound rib fractures."
"I can stop the bleeding, but we can't set them right now." "God damn it. I want to be in this fight."
"Dude," said Bunny, who was standing above us now, checking our perimeter, "you were just in a firefight with mutant monsters. You're going to be able to brag about this shit for, like, ever.
If there's a world to brag to, farm boy. We ain't caught up to them Nazi psychos yet, or did you forget?" "Point taken." "You want painkillers, Top?" I asked after I was finished with a quick patch job.
"Just say no to drugs," he grumbled.
"Let's see if you can stand." We helped him up and there was no way to do it that didn't hurt. Top called us names I won't repeat.
Bunny steadied him as he tried to walk. He could manage it, but there was no way he was going to get back into this fight.
We all knew it. "Look, Captain, you and Farm Boy gotta get going."
"I'll guard the stairwell."
"You can't fire a gun," Bunny began, but Top cut him off. "I can shoot a pistol, son." "Want me to show you?"
"Bet I can kneecap you from here,
Okay, Bunny said, grouchy old bastard. "Clock's ticking," Top said to me. "You need to be gone."
"We are gone," I said, and turned away to head into the complex.
After a moment I heard Bunny coming behind me. I looked back once and saw Top standing there in the doorway. The dead monsters were all around him, and he looked like an ancient warrior on some battlefield out of legend. He sketched a small wave, and then Bunny and I rounded a bend and he was gone. Chapter 119. The TOC. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:39 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 21 minutes EST. Blackwing 3 to Deacon. Go for Deacon.
Package has been delivered, said the pilot.
It's the night the lights went out in Georgia. Roger that. Well done, Blackwing.
Church leaned back in his chair and stared at the array of screens that had, until moments ago, relayed images from helmet cams of every DMS field operative on Dogfish K. Now all of the screens were dark except for the night vision image from the satellite. He heard someone come up beside him.
What just happened? Asked Rudy Sanchez.
Church explained about the electromagnetic pulse bomb.
If we're lucky, then Cyrus won't be able to access a working computer terminal in order to send out the code for the extinction wave. If we're lucky? Repeated Rudy. Dios mío.
The satellite image showed hundreds of bright dots, milling around across the island.
Every few seconds a brighter spot would flare. What's that? Thermal scans of the battle. Each dot is a signature for a combatant.
The flares are explosions, probably grenades.
Which ones are ours? We've lost all telemetric feeds from the island, said Church. Which means what?
Which means we don't know which ones are ours. The collision of the hundreds of dots made no sense to Rudy.
Everyone seemed to be right on top of everyone else. All those soldiers, each person dressed in black, out of communication even with their own teammates. It was a frightening thought to him, and he could only imagine the terror the men on the island must be feeling.
You're a religious man, said Mr. Church. It wasn't framed as a question, but Rudy nodded.
Yes.
Now would be a useful time for prayer.
Chapter 120. The Chamber of Myth. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:41 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 19 minutes EST.
For the second time in 20 minutes the lights went out in the Chamber of Myth.
What now? Growled Cyrus. I don't know, said Hecate. It's that woman, said Otto. No. There's no bypass in here for the security lights. They'd have to be turned off from the security office.
Your men must have done this.
No, insisted Otto. They are under strict orders to leave all systems in operation. Why?
Hecate asked, then answered her own question.
Oh, you need a working computer terminal for your device. Why don't you say that a little louder? Said Otto icily. Just in case the female agent didn't hear you. Hecate ignored him. Instead she said, listen, can you hear the blowers? They were all silent in the absolute darkness. I can't hear anything except a few birds, said Cyrus. Damn it! The blowers are offline.
Her voice was shrill with tension. They're on a dedicated system with their own generator.
The controls for that are in my office. She paused.
That means the main power is out as well as the security systems and auxiliary systems.
All at once? Cyrus opened his cell phone. There was no light. Otto, try your phone.
See if the light comes on.
It's dead.
Something took out all electronics in a single burst, said Cyrus, his voice low.
Either the island has been nuked or someone hit us with a precise EMP.
Our teams don't have anything like that, said Otto. Then the Americans are on the island.
If they used an E-bomb, then they know about the trigger device. Nothing else makes sense. There was a distinct note of panic in his voice. We have to get out of here, said Otto in an urgent whisper. He fumbled in the dark until he found Hecate's arm and gave it a fierce squeeze. "We need to get out of here before they can stop us, or we will have lost everything we've worked for." "I have a ruggedized laptop in my office," she said. "It can withstand any kind of EMP, and it's in a lead-line safe along with a portable hard drive with our backup files." "But how can we get to your office?" demanded Cyrus. "We're trapped in here." Hecate laughed, a strangely feline sound in the darkness. "I designed this place, Father. Do you think I would be so careless as to let it be my tomb, Lot? Then get us out of here. I need to find the waterfall. The rear panel is false. There's a door that leads to a service tunnel. Now be quiet and let me get my bearings." Conrad Vetter took the darkness philosophically. He wasn't frustrated, because he was not emotionally invested in the kill. All it meant was that the change in circumstances required a new plan. He remembered the process of climbing up to the ledge and climbing back down would be easy enough. But he didn't move right away. There was no immediate threat to him up here, and the lights might come back on. One of the greatest advantages of having a mind like an insect is that there is no tendency toward impatience. Taunton did not like the total darkness. It was the only thing that made him feel vulnerable. He could still smell the woman, and if he was careful he could track her. But what if she had night vision goggles? How was she dressed? Fatigue pants and boots, a black tank top. Did she have an equipment belt? He didn't think so, but he wasn't sure. A few seconds passed. No, he decided. She hadn't been wearing an equipment belt. On the other hand, she may have had a pack and left it among the foliage. He hadn't seen her after she'd run into the brush. She might have had time to grab a pack and keep going. So what did he do? If he had one of the new recruits, he'd have ordered him to stand up, and then he'd see if the bitch put a bullet through his head. Taunton was not willing to risk his own head. Miss Jacoby might have a trick. Taunton reached into his pocket for his cell, but the unit was dead. Not even a glow from the screen. What the hell? Racked with indecision, Taunton did nothing. Grace Cortland did not fear the darkness. She would have preferred night vision or some useful light, but she didn't need it. There was too much of the predator in her to be stymied by darkness. If she couldn't see, then neither of the men who were hunting her could see, either. And she understood the why of the darkness. Church had dropped the EMP, which meant that she had a little breathing room. But she also had a very specific purpose. There might be a hardened terminal or laptop on the island. She doubted there was one in this chamber, but that meant that she had to prevent Cyrus Jacoby from getting out of the chamber. Her special forces training ran deep. Grace had been one of the very first women accepted into the SAS, and she'd been the first field team operator for Barrier. Church hadn't recruited her for the DMS because she was decorative. Church wanted her because she was the best of the best. Now was the time to live up to that, and in the absolute darkness Grace smiled. If anyone had seen that smile, even a killer like Taunton, it would have given him pause. She moved out of her niche, recounting the steps she'd taken. Her training taught her to remember directions, yards run, right and left turns, elevation. This wasn't a time for gunplay. She couldn't see a target, and the muzzle flash from a missed shot would give her position away. The gun went back into her waistband, and she practiced drawing the fighting knife from her right-hand pocket several times until she knew that she could have it out and flick the blade into the locked position in under a second. That gave her the confidence to keep her hands free while she retraced her steps. She paused briefly to feel along the ground for small rocks, and she put several of them into her left pocket. Somewhere off to her 3 o'clock position she could hear the whispered voices of Cyrus, Hecate, and Otto. Their positions sounded about right for where she thought she needed to go. Her greatest care was in placing her feet, making sure that each step was featherlight until she was sure of her footing, and then she shifted weight in a flow from one leg to the other. It was like using Tai Chi to stalk her prey in the darkness, long, slow, controlled steps.
Taunton thought he heard something and he turned his head and sniffed at the darkness. The air was thick with the scent of fear from several of the transgenic animals that had panicked when the lights went out. It clouded his sense of smell, but he was sure that he'd just caught a fresh whiff of the woman. Humans don't smell like animals, and though Taunton did not possess the genes necessary for processing the thousands of individual scents that jungle apes had, he had trained for many hours to hone his olfactory skills. He was sure that it was the woman. She'd moved. There was a sudden sound far off to his opposite side and he turned suddenly, swinging his pistol around to point at the blackness. What had made the noise? The woman? Vetter? One of the animals? There was a second sound. Sharp and fast, like a stone dislodged by a running foot. Then a third. All off to his right side. It had to be her. Somehow she'd tricked him and was crossing the open field under cover of darkness instead of coming back along this path. "Got you, bitch," he said with quiet malice as he rose from a prone position and got to his feet. He took a tentative step, then another. And then something brushed against his leg and he spun, but as he spun he felt his thigh ignite with a white-hot burn. He smelled a confusion of scents. The woman close, and then the sharp, coppery tang of blood. He swung a vicious blow through the shadows, but all he hit was air. There was another flash of burning pain across the back of his knee and suddenly he found himself tilting to that side, his knee buckling. Taunton cried out as pain hit him in waves, a 1-2 burst of agony from thigh and knee. He scrabbled at his thigh and could feel wetness, and then he felt something hot splash against his palm. He was bleeding. Fast and hard. An artery. The bitch had cut him. She'd found him in the dark and cut him. "You fucking see you!" He started to shout, but he was struck across the face. His cheeks burned with unbearable pain, and when he touched his face he could feel something weird, something terribly wrong. His mouth seemed to stretch wide, absurdly wide. Where the corners of his mouth should be were two ragged double lines of torn flesh. He flailed at the darkness as fear burst through him like fireworks. Then he felt fingers curl into a knot in his hair and his head was jerked violently backward. Then there was the hard edge of a blade against his throat. It pressed deep but did not cut. Something brushed his ear and he realized it was a pair of soft lips. "This is for those poor bastards in deep iron," the woman said in a murmur that was as soft as a whisper of passion. He didn't understand. He hadn't been at deep iron. That job had been done by 2 of his men. He hadn't killed those people. He opened his mouth to tell her, to plead with her. Then there was a lava-hot line across his throat and he had no voice at all. Taunton heard a weak and distant gurgle that sounded like it came from underwater. He felt hot wetness in his mouth, and then he was falling forward into a darkness more complete and eternal than the temporary shadows of the Chamber of Myth. Chapter 121. The Dragon Factory. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:44 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 16 minutes EST. If there were more of the scorpion dogs down on the lower level, we didn't encounter them. We did find a half-dozen guys in greasy overalls lying dead inside a shattered office. It looked like they'd tried to make a stand against the monsters by pushing a desk against the door and arming themselves with wrenches. They'd killed one of the transgenic creatures by smashing in its skull, but from the looks of the place the other monsters had swarmed in. The workers looked to have been stung dozens of times each. "Poor bastards," Bunny said. "Poor bastards who work for the bad guys," I said. My sympathy level was bottoming out. We ran on, chasing our flashlight beams. The EMP had wiped out our night vision, but we each had a flashlight and extra batteries wrapped in lead foil for this purpose. "Stairs," Bunny said, pointing, and we cut right and went through the doorway as fast as safety would allow. The stairwell was empty, so we climbed, taking turns covering each other on the corners, never stopping. If Alpha Team still held the far end of the hall, then I was hoping to catch the Russians by surprise. A few flashbangs and then some frags would make the odds more even. They would literally be in the dark, so we'd use that against them.
We got to the main floor and opened the door cautiously. No sounds of gunfire from inside the building. No way to tell if that was good news or bad.
I could hear sounds of a pretty heated exchange outside, though. This next part would be tricky because we couldn't risk using our flashlight, but we had to get down that hallway. I leaned close to Bunny and told him what I wanted to do.
"Roger that," he whispered.
I slung my rifle and drew my Beretta. Moving carefully, I found the far wall with my left hand. Bunny kept one hand on my shoulder. Like a couple of blind beggars negotiating an alley, we walked forward. I let my fingers glide along the wall and never moved faster than my ability to recognize the terrain. Each time I found an opening, a hallway or a doorway, I stopped, tapped Bunny's hand twice, and then moved in a shuffle until my fingers made contact once more with the long, curving wall. Being in total darkness makes you realize how much of every action relies on sight. Sudden darkness for a sighted person opens up a feeling of great vulnerability.
Movement is clumsy and slow.
To overcome this, you have to create a system of movement and constant analysis.
Speed is an enemy to sightless orientation.
So, it took us a while to navigate that hallway, but the way we did it brought us all the way to the main doorway. The big glass doors were closed, so I followed them to the other side and found the wall again. Now I knew where we were and how far from the hatch.
We went another 40 yards and then stopped.
I found Bunny's hand, tapped it 3 times, a cue that I was about to give instructions, and then followed his hand up his arm to his chest and then to the grenades hung on his battle rig. Then I found his big hand and drew a series of letters in his palm. He tapped my wrist every time he needed me to repeat one. When I was done, he gave my wrist 2 sets of 2 taps.
Message received and understood.
We reoriented ourselves and moved farther along the hall until we could hear voices.
Whispers from several men.
Low, quiet, and in Russian. I could make out what they were saying, but there wasn't time to translate for Bunny. Besides, none of it was tactically important. One man asked another when the lights were coming back on, and a gruff voice, probably a sergeant or team leader, told him to shut the hell up.
I holstered my pistol and took 2 grenades from my harness. A flashbang in my left and a fragmentation grenade in my right. From the faint rustle I knew Bunny was doing the same. "Light 'em up,"
I hissed, and we pulled the pins on the flashbangs.
If the Russians heard me, it didn't matter.
We sailed the grenades into the emptiness in front of us, squeezed our eyes shut, and covered our ears the best we could. Even so, the blast and starburst was like a hot knife through the brain. It was far worse for the Russians. The grenades burst in the air right above them and I opened my eyes a second after the detonation. I saw them, maybe 20 in all, reeling back from the intense light, screaming at the pain in their ears, too shocked and confused to do anything. The last sparks of the flash gave Bunny and me perfect distance and angle. Frag out. We threw. They died. Not all of them. We had to shoot 3 of them. But the rest took the shrapnel full in the face. The fools had been spooked by the dark and had grouped together for safety. It had been a stupid mistake, but they probably thought they owned this hallway.
Now it was their tomb.
The echo of the blast rolled up and down the hallway, and my head rang from the thunder.
Even pressing your hands to your ears can only block out a portion of that noise.
I turned on my flashlight and swept the beam over the charnel house.
"God Almighty," said Bunny. I cupped a hand around my mouth. "Hopscotch," I yelled. A moment later the reply echoed back to us. "Jump rope." It was Redman. Alpha Team had survived. We converged on the hatch. We pulled chemical light sticks and threw them down so that we all met in a mingled blue and green glow. One of the Alphas came last, supporting Top, who looked ashy and ill. "How you holding up?" asked Bunny, hurrying over to help. "Just fucking peachy, farm boy. Took you long enough?"
"Yeah, we stopped at a titty bar for a few beers."
"Wouldn't surprise me." Redman closed on me while I was examining the hatch. First Sergeant Sims won't accept any painkillers.
He threatened to kneecap the first son of a bitch who tried to give him morphine, but
he seems to be in that kind of mood. Leave him alone. We have other fish to fry. We need to get through this hatch.
Before he'd been promoted to Grace's number 2, Redman had been the demolitions expert for Alpha. He ran his hand over the hatch and then crabbed sideways and knocked on the wall. "Okay, Cap," he said, "we couldn't blow that hatch with an RPG, but the wall is just block.
If we can knock a big hole in it, I can rig a compressed charge and maybe make us a doorway. We have just about enough C4 for that. It's the hole that's going to be the problem.
I need solutions, not problems."
Redman looked at the dead Russians, then turned to one of the Alphas. "Beth, check the bodies. I need grenades and explosives. If they have any, it'll be Semtex. Detonators, too. Whoever has the most Semtex will have the detonators. Do it now."
Alpha team moved with a purpose, and in under 2 minutes Redman had 20 grenades and 4 tubes of plastic explosive. 3 of the 4 Russian detonators had been broken, but he said he only needed 1. He set to work rigging the grenades together over a wad made from half of the Semtex. He draped it with 3 layers of whose polymer blast dampening cloth, placed the detonator with great care, and started backing up, unspooling wire as he went. I chased everyone back to the sharp bend in the corridor and we all flattened out on the floor by the wall.
"Fire in the hole," Redman called, and clicked the detonator. The blast was massive. Smoke and dust blew over us, funneling around the curved corridor. As soon as it was clear, I was up and running, a cloth pressed to my face, squinting through the smoke. There was a smoking crater in the wall that was at least 8 inches deep, and fissures ran outward from side to side and floor to ceiling. "Damn," Redman said, "I'm good."
He set to work on the second part of the job, gouging the cracked inner stone to make a tight crevice for his C4.
He packed it tight. A compressed blast does far more damage, and we needed damage. We needed a doorway big enough for me to climb through. Once he was done, we repeated our retreat and he clicked the detonator. This blast was bigger but not louder. A lot of the force went into the stone wall with such intensity that we felt the vibration run along the floor. Again I was up and running, and as I approached the wall I knew that Redman had broken through. I could feel a breeze of moist heat coming at me through the smoke. I waved furiously at the cloud of dust and shined my light at the hole. It went all the way through. But it wasn't big enough. Not for me. Not for any of us. And we'd used all of our explosives. Chapter 122. The Chamber of Myth. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:53 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 7 minutes EST. Grace moved away from the corpse of the berserker and retraced her steps to the path. Ahead of her in the darkness she could hear the whispered conversation of Hecate and her father. It was no longer stationary. Grace crouched and listened, tracking the sound even though she couldn't make out the words. The sound moved from left to right in front of her. There were no points of reference to guess distance, especially with whispers, but it couldn't have been more than 20 yards. What was to the right? The sound told her. The soft hiss of the waterfall. That's where Hecate was going. She remembered that metal panel in the back. A door or access panel. Grace was willing to bet a lot on it being a door. She adjusted her course, feeling ahead for the terrain. She found a line of small rocks and recognized them as stones that lined the path used by the groundskeeping staff. Perfect. Give me a second. It was a snatch of a comment and Grace froze. Whoever said it couldn't have been more than a dozen feet in front of her. She drew her pistol and listened. Here it is. Whispered Hecate. There's a release right under thee. Grace fired in the direction of the voice. She knew that her first shot would probably miss,
but the muzzle flash would show her where to put the second shot. After the absolute darkness, the flash was eye-hurtingly bright, but it froze a picture in her mind. The back of the waterfall. Hecate reaching up under the overhang of moss, her lithe body stretching. Cyrus behind her, his fist clutched around something that hung from a lanyard around his neck. Audiobooks in the foreground, bent in the direction of the panel. A flash image. There and gone. Grace smiled and squeezed off 5 more shots. She heard a scream. And then the wall 5 feet to her right exploded, showering her with debris. A chunk of rock the size of a fist struck her on the side of her shoulder, and her last shot was high and wide. Grace fell over and her gun vanished into the darkness. A moment later Hecate slammed into her, snarling and spitting with insane rage, grabbing her arms with insane strength. "You fucking bitch!" snarled Hecate as she drove Grace Cortland into the dirt. They rolled over and over again through the darkness, tumbling sideways down the hill away from the waterfall, colliding with rocks and smashing through plants. Hecate snarled continuously and Grace could feel hot spittle on her face and throat. The woman was enormously strong, her fingers like iron bands crushing into Grace's arms with enough force to crush skin and muscle. Grace jammed a forearm under Hecate's chin to keep those sharp white teeth away from her throat. With her other hand she shoved back on the woman's shoulder, trying to create space. Grace twisted to bring her knee up between them, using the long thigh bone as a strut to separate them. What the hell was she fighting? Had this mad bitch used her own genetic science on herself? Everything about Hecate provoked an image of one of the big fighting cats. Hecate even hissed like a panther. Hecate suddenly let go of Grace's arms and grabbed her throat. It was like being crushed by a vice. All at once Grace was unable to breathe. Grace stopped pushing on Hecate's shoulder and immediately hit her in the face, once, twice, again, pounding on the side of Hecate's cheek and eye socket. The pressure eased by a tiny fraction. Grace dragged in a spoonful of air, but then Hecate tightened her grip, overlapping her thumbs to try to crush the windpipe. Grace pressed her chin down on the thumbs, forcing them against her sternum to slow the choke while continuing to hammer at Hecate. She cupped her palm and slapped Hecate over the ear. Instantly Hecate howled in pain and toppled sideways. Grace pivoted on the floor and kicked out with both feet, catching Hecate on the hip and stomach, driving her farther away. Grace didn't want to escape, she needed to breathe and reorganize. She spun around and came up into a crouch. Audiobooks tore away the decorative vegetation and ran his hands over the panel. The moss had hidden 4 wing nuts and Otto grabbed the first one and tried to twist it. It resisted and he growled in fury and frustration, and then it moved. He spun it around and around until it reached the end of the thread and fell away. "Hurry!" Cyrus urged. "They're breaking through the wall." "I am hurrying, damn it." Otto attacked the second one, which was stuck just as firmly as the first. "What about Hecate?" Cyrus was invisible beside him. He said, "She'll catch up." The second wing nut began to turn. "And if she doesn't?" "We have a large family, Otto." Otto dropped the second wing nut and began turning the third. That one was looser and it yielded immediately. The fourth was harder, but he threw all of his strength at it and the nut turned. "Otto," Cyrus hissed. "I hear something." There was a second and much bigger explosion and debris flew outward into the chamber. A jagged piece of stone whistled through the air and struck Grace on the side of the head and she spun and fell face down on the grass and did not move. Chapter 123. The Dragon Factory. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:55 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 5 minutes EST. The moment I leaned close to the hole in the wall I heard a male voice yell, "They're breaking through. Get us out." A second male voice yelled, "Hecate, did you kill that bitch?" "I don't know," a woman snarled from the darkness deeper in the chamber. "Otto, get my father out of here." "Up the stairs." "My office." "The gray case."
What about? I'll make sure you're not followed. Go! Christ! I could tell Grace was in trouble. Maybe dead. But the Jacobys were about to escape. There was no way for me to know whether a distraction at this moment would help or hurt. If Grace was still alive and hiding, then I could get her killed. On the other hand, I needed to know what the Jacobys were doing. Grace's own voice echoed in my mind. The mission comes first. I knew what the mission required. I put the flashlight in the muzzle of the Beretta into the hole, which gave me only a few inches of extra space to see. I prayed I was making the right move. I switched the flashlight on and pointed the beam in the direction of the male voices. The woman had told Otto to get her father out of there. Cyrus was the one with the trigger device. The flashlight beam swept over tropical foliage of all kinds, and for a moment I saw nothing else. Then I caught a momentary image of something at the edge of the beam of light. I immediately angled the beam back and saw a vulture-faced old man squinting at me through the glare. He held a piece of flat metal in his hands that he had obviously just lifted out of a rectangular hole in the wall. I fired at him and the first bullet hit the metal plate at an angle and wanged off into the darkness. I fired again as the man dropped the plate and tackled a second man who stood closer to the opening. Was that Otto and Cyrus Jacoby? It had to be. I fired and fired, sure that I hit at least one of them, but the tackle had sent them spilling into the opening. I fired the entire magazine and then tore the M4 from Bunny's hand, jammed it into the opening, and let it rip. I wanted to fill their bolt hole with ricochets that would chop those maniacs to pieces. I thrust the gun at Bunny to reload and I swept back and forth with the flashlight. Hopscotch! I bellowed. But if Grace heard my call, she was not able to shout back the countersign. My heart sank in my chest. I spun and grabbed Redman by the shoulder. The DMS and SEALs are all over this island. Find them. Get all the C4 you can and blow me a fucking hole. Bunny, I'm going back to the stairs and see if I can find Hecate's office. Cyrus and Otto are on their way upstairs. Hecate said something about a gray case. Shit, you think she has a ruggedized laptop? Yeah, damn it, that's exactly what I think. I've got to find that office. I'm going with you. No. Redman's going to need muscle to fight through to our teams outside. We need that hole. As soon as he's secured, then come find me. He wanted to protest, but I was already in motion. Chapter 124. The Chamber of Myth. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:57 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 3 minutes EST. It was the blood that woke Grace Cortland. It seeped from the gash in her scalp and curled in lines over her cheek and into her nose. She choked and the sudden spasm of a cough brought her out of her daze. She rolled over onto her stomach and coughed the blood out of her nose and mouth. Her head felt like it was 10 times normal sized and stuffed with broken glass. Nausea was a polluted wind that blew through her stomach. There was movement, noise, and light off to her right, and she turned her muzzy head to try to make sense of it. Colored lights popped on and flew through the air, and in her confusion Grace didn't understand what she was seeing, and then clarity returned to her. There was a hole in the wall to the Chamber of Myth and someone was tossing chemical light sticks inside. The Jacobys wouldn't do something like that. It had to be Joe. She called, but her voice was a hoarse croak. Grace climbed shakily to her feet. Her gun was lost somewhere in the shadows. There was no sign of Hecate or the others. Effing hell! She growled, and began climbing back up the hill toward the waterfall and the hole in the wall. Her feet were unsteady, and from the dizziness she felt Grace knew that she had a concussion. It was hard to think, but she forced herself to remember where she was and what she had to do. When she was 10 feet from the hole she called out. Hopscotch! There was a pause and then a familiar voice called back, jump rope. Major, is that you? Beth, thank God.
Grace stumbled the last few steps and leaned on the wall. She saw Beth's eyes go wide and realized what a mess she must look. Her face was covered with blood.
Beth. What happened? Where did the Jacobys go?
Where's?
Staff Sergeant Beth Howell, Alpha Team's number 2, gave it to her in a few quick sentences. Grace turned and reached for Beth's flashlight and shined it on the back of the waterfall, saw the open portal.
Damn it. Give me a flashlight and your sidearm, she ordered, and Beth passed them through along with a spare magazine.
It's the last one I have.
If Captain Ledger or anyone else gets in touch, tell them I'm following the Jacobys. Major, Captain Ledger took the stairs.
He's trying to find the Jacoby woman's office, too. Then I'd better bloody well beat him to it. Can't let Echo Team take all the glory.
Beth smiled, but she looked as stressed and nervous as Grace felt.
Good hunting. Beth called. Grace said nothing.
She racked the slide on the Sig Sauer, laid her pistol arm across the wrist of the hand holding the flashlight, and stepped through the opening. In her mind, this wasn't a simple hunt.
The bloody Jacobys weren't the only ones capable of extermination.
The stairs led upward into the darkness. Gun in hand, Grace began climbing.
Chapter 125. The Dragon Factory. Tuesday, August 31st, 2:58 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 2 minutes EST.
I pushed through into the stairwell, cleared it, and then began climbing. There were 2 floors above the main level, and I would have to check them both. My heart was racing and my nerves were screaming at me. Images of Grace, alone and hurt in the dark, kept trying to climb into my head and I kept forcing them out.
The mission comes first.
The pressure I felt was almost unbearable because the cost of failure was too high to calculate.
Global ethnic genocide. How is that concept even possible for a human mind to grasp, let alone attempt to undertake?
Even if someone was a racist, the concept should be so alien to the mind that it would never form, and yet these maniacs were within minutes of setting it into motion.
Evil should never be allowed to flourish, but this transcended evil. I don't know if there's even a word for what this was. That's what put the power in my muscles, that's what gave me focus. At the first landing I pushed the door open slowly and quietly.
The hall was dark as pitch.
I risked my flashlight, casting the beam up and down, and then shut it off and shifted quickly away from where I'd been standing. No shots tore through the doorway. So far, so good. I turned the light back on and moved down the hallway at a light run. 70 feet and I found a body. It was a Russian and even from 10 feet away I could tell there was something wrong about him, but it wasn't until I was right on top of him that I could see that he had no arms. They had been ripped out of their sockets. A second man lay against a wall a few yards away, and from the damage done to him and the smears of blood it looked like someone had beaten him to death with. Holy shit! Someone had torn the first Russian's arms off and used them to beat the second man to death. As soon as I understood it, I knew that it had to be. Something hit me in the side hard enough to pick me up off the ground and send me crashing into the wall. My gun and flashlight went flying. I hit, dropped, and rolled away, and if I hadn't then a booted foot would have crushed my skull. I scuttled backward as something huge and monstrous rushed at me from the shadows. It was roughly man-shaped but way too big. One of the Jacoby twins' transgenic soldiers. A 300-pound killing machine with the face of an ape and a chest twice as massive as Bunny's. The soldier raised his foot to take another stamp and I swept his standing leg. He crashed with a sound like a clap of thunder, and I side-rolled back to my feet. My gun was on the floor 15 feet away and I started to dive for it, but the ape man grabbed my ankle and tripped me. As I fell he clawed at me with his other hand and grabbed a strap of my Kevlar. I rolled sideways toward him and chopped him across the face with an elbow smash that cracked bone. It knocked his head back against the marble floor, and I pivoted on my back to bring my legs to bear and axe-kicked him on the mouth. The heel of my boot smashed in his front teeth and suddenly he was choking and gagging on bone fragments. I got to my feet and drew my rapid response knife. I'm not one of those idiots who wait for their opponent to get back to his feet so there can be a round two. I threw myself at him and buried the knife into his eye socket. Then I cut his throat because I was having a bad fucking day. Blood geysered up and splashed my face and arm. Screw it. I got to my feet just as a second berserker came running at me out of the shadows. A gun would have been so much easier, but there was no time. As he closed on me, there was a moment when he passed through the flashlight's glow and I realized that Bunny had been right and top wrong when assessing the two men we'd fought in Deep Iron. These weren't exoskeletons. Bunny had simply used fists against something so damn big and strong that his blows did little useful harm. We'd all been right, though, about the body armor. These guys were dressed head to toe in it. I doubted that it was anything cutting edge that stopped the PSI of bullets. These guys just buelled through it. It wasn't that they were big. If they had ape DNA, then they were also much stronger and with far denser muscle tissue. This passed through my mind in a microsecond. While those pieces were clicking into place, I was moving forward to meet the brute. He tried for a grab, but I figured him for something like that, so I dropped into a low crouch and drove the knife into the top of his foot and then slammed my shoulder into his crotch. He howled in surprise and pain and instinctively shoved at me. I kept a solid grip on the knife and yanked it free as his shove sent me skidding 10 feet down the hall. At the end of the skid, I brought my knees up and tucked into a back roll, so I ended up on my feet right next to the Russian's dismembered arm. The berserker took a step and his foot buckled. I scooped up the Russian's arm and threw it at the ape man, and as he batted it aside, I was already moving forward. I slashed him from eyebrow to jawline in a hard diagonal slice that cut right through his nose. He shrieked in pain and clamped both hands to his face. In the narrow gap between his forearms, I lunged in and stabbed him in the throat, gave the blade a quarter turn, and tore it free. He fell. I picked up my pistol and slapped my pockets for magazines, found that I had one plus what was in the Beretta. It would have to do. I wiped and folded the knife, picked up the flashlight, checked the action on the pistol, and ran like hell. I got to the end of the hallway without finding a single room that looked like an office. There were workrooms and a lunchroom and some computer labs, but nothing else. Shit. At the far end, I found a stairwell and crashed through. Hecate's office had to be on the top floor. I was halfway up the stairs when I heard men shouting and screaming and firing. Flashlight beams cut back and forth, and I risked a glance over the edge of the stairs. 2 flights below, a group of Russians were fighting a losing battle against a pack of the Scorpion dogs. Son of a bitch, I muttered, and ran upward. If I'd had a grenade left, I'd have sent it down as a hello from Uncle Sam. Pity. I took the steps 2 at a time and then came out onto the top level. My flash showed a much more elegant hallway, with brass fittings, expensive art on the walls, and a decor that tended toward style rather than function. Hecate's office had to be here, but as I shone the light down the hall, I could see at least 20 office doors. My flashlight also swept across the simian faces of a half dozen of the berserkers. They saw me and grinned. And then they rushed me. Chapter 126. The Jacobies. Tuesday, August 31st, 3 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 33 hours, 0 minutes EST. The spiral staircase that rose from the Chamber of Myth to Hecate's office was one of several bolt holes she'd built into the architecture. Paris knew about most of them, but not all. Paris had been unaware of this one and of one other that took Hecate down to a pneumatic tube in which she could take a capsule from the main building straight to the dock. There was a seaplane and a 28-foot ZT-280 Checkmate speedboat with 496 horsepower engine and a top speed of 74 miles per hour. A final private stairway led to a small lab she had ordered built during one of Paris's trips to the south of France. It was in that private lab that Hecate had worked with panther and tiger genomes for some personal gene therapy. In lighter moods, Hecate sometimes castigated herself for wasting the time and resources on the bolt holes and for the paranoia that led her to create them. Now, as she followed Otto and Cyrus up through the dark, she felt a flush of vindication. I can't see a damn thing, growled Cyrus from above her. You don't need to see, she snapped. Just climb. Wait, the ladder stopped. I can feel a door. That's it. It opens into a closet in my office. One by one they emerged from the spiral staircase into a closet that was as dark as everything else. Hecate felt her way past Otto and Cyrus to the door and let herself into her office. The room felt alien now that there were no points of reference, but she finally located her desk and from there oriented herself to the whole room. A few brief diffused flashes of light backlit the blinds, and Hecate moved to the window and peeked out. God! Look at this, Dot! With the blind lifted even a bit, the flashes of automatic gunfire and explosions gave them enough light to cross the room to join her. They peered out. The lawn below was a battlefield. On one side were at least 60 of the remaining Russians. They had a very secure firing position among a tumble of decorative boulders. Well to their left were the guards from the Dragon Factory, normal humans and the genetically modified berserkers. Neither of these two forces was firing at the other. Though there had been no opportunity for either Hecate or Cyrus to tell their forces to stand down, that the conflict between the two houses of Jacobi, the Deck and the Dragon Factory, was over, they had somehow worked out a temporary alliance against a common threat. The other side of the lawn was crammed with armed men. It was impossible to pick out any details from that distance, but the precision and tactics they observed told the tale. These were U.S. Special Forces. A lot of them. Between the two opposing sides lay the burning wreckage of a Black Hawk helicopter. Whether it had been shot down by their own men or had crashed because of systems failure following the EMP was anyone's guess. The lawn was littered from end to end with bodies. This isn't a fight we can win, said Hecate. Where is the rest of your staff? Otto asked. If they followed procedure, then they're down in the caves below the maintenance level. They are instructed to remain there until they get an all-clear signal. In the dim light she gave a rueful smile. Of course, if they made it to the caves and locked themselves in before the EMP, then that could be a problem. The computers control all life support. Cyrus turned to his daughter. Listen to me, Hecate. I cannot express how deeply your loyalty touches me. I would love to spend years and years working with you, side by side, to help reshape this world as the extinction wave cleanses it. But he nodded to the battle outside. I can't see how we can get away from here. I have a boat. And a seaplane. And we've had an EMP, he reminded her. Hecate closed her eyes. Shit. We're not getting out of here, said Cyrus. I think we can all agree on that. Otto opened his mouth to say something, then sighed and nodded. We can try, insisted Hecate. We can't just roll over and let them win. Win? Said Cyrus with a smile. What makes you think they can win? The most they can do is kill us. But... He fished into his shirt and brought out the trigger device. In war people die, he said. All that matters is winning. Now, my pet, let's get that laptop. Chapter 127. The Dragon Factory. Tuesday, August 31st, 3:01 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 32 hours, 59 minutes. I raised my pistol and fired. All of them were wearing body armor, and they were fast. It was headshots or I was dead. The berserkers screamed like mountain gorillas, not a human sound at all. I hit the lead one in the forehead and he pitched back and dragged two others down. I fired 3 more shots and took down another. Another 2 shots for a third. Then they started shooting at me. I jumped sideways and crashed through an office door, hit the ground, rolled, and came up into a kneeling firing position as they tried to squeeze through the doorway. The window blinds were open, and rippling light from the pitched battle outside gave me enough illumination to see the berserkers. Their bulk was against them as they fought one another to be the first to get to me. I fired and hit the lead one in the throat,
but he opened up with a Scorpion VZ 61 machine pistol that chewed up half the room. He was still firing when he fell down dead. Another of the berserkers reached over him and fired. I twisted out of the way of the first round, but the second and third slammed into me and sent me flying. I could actually feel my ribs break. The pain shot through me like lightning as I hit the wall and slid down. But I used the pain, I let it wipe my mind to clarity. The berserker stepped into the room and I shot him through the upper lip. The bullet punched through the back of his head and tore the ear off the berserker behind him. I grinned and fired again. The one with the torn ear raised an arm to fend off the shot, and though the Kevlar deflected the round, I could tell from his howl of pain that the impact broke his arm. I didn't much care. I put 2 rounds into him and fired my last at the remaining berserker before the slide locked back. I dropped the magazine and pulled my last one. Just doing that sent daggers of pain through my side. Everything that had happened over the last hour had drained me, and the damaged ribs weren't going to help. My head pounded from the noise of all the gunfire and I still hadn't found Grace or the Jacobys. The last berserker was wounded, but he was still growling as he hauled on the corpses that choked the doorway. He yelled threats in Afrikaans and English and promised to tear my head off. I think he meant it. I struggled to my feet and braced my butt against the desk to help steady my aim. The broken ribs were on my right side. My gun arm. "Come on, you ugly bastard," I yelled. He grinned at me with bloody teeth and poked a rifle barrel into the room. I put 4 shots into him before he could squeeze the trigger. His head seemed to disintegrate as he flew backward. I headed for the door, but on the first step I realized that there was something wrong with my left leg. When I'd fallen, I must have twisted something. Swell. I sucked it up as best I could and limped to the door. The berserkers were slumped everywhere and I had to climb over them to get back to the hallway. My flashlight lay on the floor. Bending to pick it up was no fun at all with busted ribs. There were still a lot of offices to check. I had to find them. The first office was empty. So was the second. And the third. Just as I was reaching for the doorknob on the 4th office, the door opened and a berserker punched me in the face. Chapter 128. The Jacobys. Tuesday, August 31st, 3:02 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 32 hours, 58 minutes EST. Hecate swore and punched the wall beside the safe. "What's wrong?" demanded Cyrus. "I can't see the numbers on the dial." "Look in my desk drawers, find a lighter, anything." Otto and Cyrus began tearing apart her drawers, throwing papers and pens everywhere. "Matches!" cried Otto. I found a pack of matches. Hecate crossed the room, navigating by the light from the battle. There was a scrape and a hiss and a small fire blazed at the end of a paper match. Cyrus snatched up a sheaf of reports and rolled them into a tube. Otto held the match to the roll, and as it caught, the glow flooded the room, pushing back the shadows. Cyrus cried out in delight as if with all of the technology he and Otto had stolen or created, the simplest of man's tools, fire, was the wonder of the ages. He and Otto hurried over to the wall and watched as Hecate attacked the dial once again. This time the tumblers clicked 1 2 3 and she jerked the door open. The safe was large and there were stacks of papers, bundles of currency, cases of jewelry, and several high-capacity flash drives banded together with oversized rubber bands. One whole side of the safe was taken up by a large briefcase with a corrugated metal cover. It was very heavy and Hecate grunted as she pulled it out and they carried it over to the desk. Otto swept the last of the papers onto the floor as Hecate set the case down and unlocked it. She punched the on button and they all held their breath. A tiny green light popped on and the screen flashed from black to blue. "Thank God," said Cyrus. "Lead case in a lead line safe," said Hecate. "My father taught me to be extra careful." Cyrus looked up at her and there was such a depth of love in his eyes that Hecate felt her own eyes growing moist. She said, "I want us to survive this."
"We can't. We can't escape the island," said Hecate.
"But there are caves and tunnels all through this island.
We may be able to find a place to hide until we can escape." "What are the chances?" said Otto with a calculating coldness. "Slim. But that's better than none."
Otto studied her and then nodded.
"Your father and I have faced longer odds."
"Like when we faked my death in Brazil," Cyrus said. "That was the first time one of the family had to be sacrificed for the cause."
"What do you mean, Dot?" "We drowned a clone and let his body be found."
"By then we were in Cabo and reading about it in the papers."
The computer finished loading.
There was a sudden racket from outside.
Yells and gunfire.
"They're here!" Cyrus cried, but when Hecate ran to the door and looked out she shook her head.
"No, it looks like a single soldier."
She turned back, smiling. "I have a dozen berserkers on this floor at all times. They'll tear him apart."
"We have time."
Cyrus dug the flash drive from under his shirt and lifted the lanyard over his head. He kissed it lovingly and handed it to Otto, who punched in the security code that activated the drive.
"How will we transmit?" asked Otto as he handed the drive to Hecate. "The EMP will have taken out your router." "Satellite uplink," she said. She fitted the drive into a USB port and tapped a few keys. The uplinks built into the computer. "We can hack 3 different Mexican satellites from here." She turned the laptop around with the keys towards Cyrus. "Good," said Cyrus. "The next steps are critical. I have to upload the release codes and then transmit. The signal also sends an automatic verification sequence. Unless I hand enter a cancel sequence, then the release codes are unscrambled when the extinction clock reaches 0. "When's that?" asked Hecate, caught up in the sorcery of her father's plan. "Noon tomorrow." The gunfire in the hallway was punctuated by hoarse death screams. Hecate chewed her lip. The screams sounded more like berserkers than ordinary men. More soldiers must have reached this floor. What if those soldiers break in here and take the trigger device? Doubting the unstoppability of your transgenic toys? Cyrus said with a smile. "I don't want to fail when we're this close." "We won't. Once this is sent, all we have to do is a nothing. Unless they know the cancel sequence, it won't matter." "I don't even know it," said Otto. "Mr. Cyrus is the only one who can stop it, and why would he?" "It's all yours, father," she said. "Let's change the world." "Let's not," said a female voice. They whirled to see Grace Cortland standing in the doorway to the closet. Chapter 129. The Dragon Factory. Tuesday, August 31st, 3:04 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 32 hours, 56 minutes EST. I went down and I almost went out. The only thing that saved me was my injured leg. As soon as I saw the berserker lunge at me, I shifted backward and my bad leg buckled under me. He still nailed me, but it wasn't full power. It was enough, though, to knock me across the hallway and smash me into the far wall. My head felt like cracked church bells were ringing and fireworks burst in my eyes. I heard the berserker laugh. He drew his sidearm as he came out of the office. I brought my gun up and fired over and over again, trying to aim through the haze and distortion filling my eyes. There's an army saying that if you put enough ordnance downrange you're bound to hit something. I put half a magazine into the air where I thought his head should be. He never returned fire. I blinked my eyes clear and stared. The berserker was leaning back against the doorframe and he slowly sat down. His eyes were wide and filled with surprise, and there was a black dot above his right eyebrow. I'd fired 8 shots and hit him once. Once was enough. A voice inside my head said, "Tick-tock." I got to one knee. Then to my feet. My left leg felt like it was made from silly putty and a furnace had opened in my chest. My head was a bag of broken stones. Grace, I said. I kept going down the hall. There was just one door left, and as I reached for the handle I heard shouts and then gunshots. I tried kicking the door open, but my bad leg collapsed under me and I fell. There! Someone yelled, and I turned to see more of the goddamn berserkers pounding down the hallway toward me. I leaned against the office door, raised my pistol, and fired. And then from the other side of the door I heard Grace Cortland scream. Chapter 130. Grace. Tuesday, August 31st, 3:05 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 32 hours, 55 minutes EST. For Grace Cortland it had all come down to this. A single moment in time when what she did and who she was would matter most. She had climbed up through the long darkness of the access stairs and emerged into the darkness of the utility closet in Hecate's office. She almost rushed straight out, but when she heard them talking about the trigger device she stopped to listen. She understood what had to be done. "It's all yours, Father," said Hecate. "Let's change the world." Grace stepped out and pointed her gun at Cyrus Jacoby's face. "Let's not," she said. The three of them froze, in shock, but their eyes were filled with sudden and immeasurable hatred. "Mein Gott!" cried Cyrus. Grace fired. Not at Otto, or Cyrus, or Hecate. She fired at the laptop. But the lead-shielded computer was too tough and the bullet ricocheted off to punch a hole through Cyrus's left biceps. He screamed and fell back, clapping a hand over the bloody wound. "No!" said Otto in a hoarse whisper. He lunged for the keyboard and Grace shot him. The first bullet took Otto Worths in the shoulder and spun him, and her second punched a wet hole in his chest. Otto crashed to the desk and then rolled off onto the floor, dragging the laptop with him. And then Hecate threw herself at Grace. The albino woman leaped 12 feet across the office and drove Grace against the wall. With a snarl of inhuman rage, Hecate bit down hard on Grace's shoulder. Grace screamed and reeled back and she struck her already injured head on the corner of the closet doorway. The pain was almost unbearable, but she clubbed Hecate with the butt of her pistol. The blow barely slowed the woman. Hecate snarled at Grace, her lips red with the blood that pumped from Grace's torn shoulder. Grace hit her again and again, but Hecate backhanded her so hard that the world went white in the midst of all the blackness. Grace hit the ground and her gun slid away from her. Hecate looked from Grace to the fallen pistol and was caught in a split second of indecision. Grace tried to focus her eyes, but there were two of everything. Even so, she did not hesitate. He kicked hard and swept Hecate's feet from under her, and as she fell, Grace rolled sideways toward her gun. Hecate sprang into a cat-like crouch and lunged again, but Grace had her gun now. She fired from point-blank range and the bullet tore through Hecate's stomach. "No!" cried Cyrus as his daughter was flung backward. Grace struggled to her knees and pointed the gun at Cyrus. "Step away from that fucking computer," she ordered. Someone began pounding on the office door and then came gunshots. Grace could not tell who it was: Special Forces, the Russians, the Berserkers, and she couldn't risk it. "Step away or I will kill you," Grace yelled. Her head injury was making her sick, and the double vision was getting worse. Cyrus hesitated. His eyes were wild, mouth open, drool beginning to drip from his lower lip. "You can't," he implored. "This is everything I've worked for my whole life. This is the purpose of my life. Move away from the keyboard. You idiot, you're white. What I'm doing will be the saving of the entire race. Don't you understand that? This for the survival of the white race." Grace's eyes narrowed to icy slits. Her hands were trembling, but her voice was firm. "And this is for the survival of the human race." She pulled the trigger. There were two blasts. The first caught Cyrus Jacoby high on the left side of his chest and spun him against the wall. The second blast, which happened in almost the same instant, struck Grace Cortland in the back. The impact threw her forward to the edge of the desk. She hit it hard and collapsed to her knees. Shocked beyond understanding, she turned and saw a shape emerge from the shadows of the closet. Conrad Vetter. He held his smoking pistol in his hand and raised the barrel to point at Grace's head. Chapter 131. The Dragon Factory. Tuesday, August 31st, 3:06 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 32 hours, 54 minutes EST. I fired 3 shots, 2 at the berserkers, hitting one of them in the head, and then I pointed the gun at the door and blew the lock off. I threw my shoulder against it and saw a sight that nearly tore the heart out of my chest. Grace was on her knees, half collapsed over the front of a big office desk. In the pale glow of a laptop screen I could see that she was covered in blood. Her face was painted red, her back was slick and wet. Hecate Jacoby was crawling slowly along the floor toward the desk and she, too, was bleeding. Otto Wertz lay dead on the floor, and Cyrus Jacoby was climbing back to his feet, blood streaming from his arm and chest. And one person stood on his feet. I knew him as Hans Brucker and Gunnar Heckel. But those men were dead. This was an exact copy. Another clone. And he held a pistol in his hand. "Joe," said Grace in a ragged whisper. "The code." The assassin shot her. I think I screamed. I don't remember. I could feel the gun buck in my hand. I saw the assassin duck backward into a closet, saw splinters rip loose from the door jamb. I staggered into the room, screaming as Grace slid down to the floor. I wheeled into the doorway of the closet, but it was empty. There was an open trapdoor in the floor and splashes of blood all around it. I'd hit him. But he was gone. I spun back into the room and shot Cyrus Jacoby in the stomach. He fell backward and collapsed. Hecate stretched up a long arm from the floor toward the laptop. I shot her in the head. My slide locked back, my gun empty. I could hear the berserkers coming. If I had any chance of saving Grace, I had to do something. I looked wildly around. There was an adjoining office, and I stumbled to it. It was almost identical to Hecate's. Probably her brother's. I staggered back to Grace and pulled her to her feet. She was nearly unconscious. I grabbed the laptop with the other hand and somehow dragged us all into the next room. I eased Grace down into a chair and then rushed back, scooped her gun up off the floor as the berserkers began crowding into the room. I shot the first one in the forehead, but I could see that there were more of them in the hallway. I retreated to Paris's office, slammed and locked the door. There was a security crossbar on the door and I dropped it in place. Almost immediately the berserkers began pounding on the door. The whole frame shook. I knew it wouldn't hold. I staggered over to Grace. There was harsh white light coming in through the window. One of the soldiers outside had set off a flare. Gunfire was constant. Grace was slumped in the chair. She had been shot twice in the back, and the exit wounds on her stomach and chest were dreadful. I tore off my Kevlar and ripped my shirt to rags to staunch the flow of blood. Her head lolled and for a horrible moment I thought she was gone, but when I pressed my fingers against her throat I could feel a pulse. It was weak, but it was there. "Grace," I said, pitching my voice sharply enough to wake her from the stupor of shock. "Grace, stay with me, babe, come on and stay with me." She opened her eyes a little and licked her lips. "That's Major." "Babe," she said with a smirk. "Yes, it is, honey, yes, it is." The pounding on the door was incessant. "Joe, the laptop, dot." It was on the desk and I pulled it close. There were 2 words in a little gray box. Message sent. "Grace, did Cyrus send the code?" "I don't," her voice disintegrated into a fit of coughing.
Blood flecked her lips.
Grace, honey, stay with me. Help's on the way.
I hoped to God that I wasn't lying to her. I could hear helicopters in the air now, which meant that help was arriving from outside the EMP blast zone.
Soon hundreds of troops would be landing. But was it all for nothing?
Joe, she whispered, listen. She reached up with a weak hand and gripped the front of my shirt, tried to pull me close. Joe, if the code was sent, theirs. She broke off into another fit of coughing. I used another strip of cloth from my shirt to dab the blood from her lips.
I wanted to scream. I wanted to do anything to get out of this room, to get her to a medic.
Joe, if the code was sent, there's still time.
What do you mean, Grace? How can we stop it?
Cancel.
Code. More coughing, more blood. Cyrus knows. If not. Mind reader. The berserkers were knocking plaster out of the wall. The whole room shook. Take the flash drive to Bug, tell him.
Her eyes drifted shut.
Grace, come on, don't do this to me. Don't leave me. Her eyelids fluttered open. I'll never leave you. But she did.
Her eyes closed and she settled against me. Her head lolled forward and she died right there with her cheek pressed against mine.
I screamed her name.
I screamed and screamed until I tore blood from my own throat. But all the screams in the world could not bring her back from the infinite sea of darkness in which she now swam.
I could actually feel her leave. It was like a whisper against my lips. Her last breath exhaled as I held her.
I pulled her against my chest and rocked her back and forth as one by one all of the lights that held back my personal darkness flickered and went out.
Chapter 132. The Dragon Factory. Tuesday, August 31st, 3:08 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 32 hours, 52 minutes EST. I crouched in the dark. I was bleeding and something inside was broken. Maybe something inside my head, too.
Grace lay in my arms and yet she was gone.
I was gone, too.
Slowly, with infinite care and gentleness, I slid from the chair and laid her on the floor. I straightened her arms and legs, and I bent and kissed her forehead and eyes and her lips. For a long moment I knelt there with my head on her chest, praying that I could hear that noble and loving heartbeat once more. But all I heard was silence and the screaming madness that was boiling inside my own head. The door was barred, but the berserkers were going to get in.
I knew that. I got to my feet. I had Grace's gun.
I released the magazine and checked the rounds. I had 3 bullets left.
3 bullets and a knife. The pounding on the door was like thunder. I knew the door wouldn't hold. They would get in. The code had been sent.
I pulled the flash drive from the computer and put it in my pocket.
Somewhere the extinction clock was ticking down.
If I was still in this room when it hit 0, more people would die than perished during the Black Death and all of the pandemics put together.
I thought I could stop them. We, me, church, the DMS. Grace, we thought we could stop them. Now it was down to me or no one.
I had to get the flash drive to Bug, and I prayed that he and Mindreader could read the codes on the drive and send whatever cancel signal could be sent.
It might even be a fool's errand.
But Grace had died to get us this far, and with her last breath she'd given me this task. If there was any kind of justice in the universe, then a sacrifice so bravely made should not be in vain. It wasn't our fault we came into this so late. They chased us and messed with our heads and ran us around, and by the time we knew what we were up against, the clock had already nearly run its course.
We tried.
Over the last week I'd left a trail of bodies behind me from Denver, to Costa Rica, to the Bahamas. And now Grace Cortland was dead.
The pounding was louder. The door was buckling, the crossbar bending.
It was only seconds before the lock or the hinges gave out, and then they'd come howling in here.
Then it would be them against me. I was hurt. I was bleeding. I had 3 bullets and a knife. I got to my feet and faced the door, my gun in my left hand, the knife in my right. I smiled a killer's smile. Let them come. Chapter 133. In Hell. Tuesday, August 31st, 3:09 a.m. Time remaining on the extinction clock, 32 hours, 51 minutes EST. When the door burst open, there were 5 of them. I used 3 bullets and killed 3 of them. Head shots. I would like to think that some force steadied my hand. I don't know. But I killed the first 3 through the door. When the 4th one climbed over the bodies, I met him with a knife to the throat. I stabbed him a dozen times. I was screaming. He was screaming, too, trying to back away. I crawled out after him and killed him. The last of the berserkers came at me and hit me. I felt my cheekbone break. I felt teeth buckle in their sockets. I don't know what kept me on my feet. I don't know what put the power in my arm to slash him across the throat. Over and over again. I blacked out for a while, and when I could think again, I was covered in blood and the berserker was ruined. I staggered across the office to the desk and then shambled around it. Cyrus Jacoby lay on the floor. He was bleeding from several gunshot wounds. All were serious. None were fatal. That was a shame. For him. He looked up at me, at my face, into my eyes, and he saw something that tore a scream from him. Maybe it was in that moment that he recognized the implacable, heartless, relentless monster that his victims had always seen in him. Maybe he realized that he was tethered to life by only one slender thread. He knew the cancel code. He knew that I could not, kill him as long as he had it. He thought that he could bargain with that. He should have looked deeper into my eyes. I stood over him, covered in blood, some of which was Grace's, and I showed him my knife. I never had to ask him for the code. In the end, he gave it willingly. But not easily. Epilogue. 1. 6 days later, I sat in a wheelchair in a chapel outside of Baltimore. Grace Cortland had no family in England. Mr. Church had appealed to her government to let her rest here near her friends. They argued, but Church got his way. Everybody came. I don't know how many thousands of people showed up. Grace Cortland was probably the most famous person in the world. The beautiful government agent who saved the world from the extinction wave. It was headlines, it was a Hollywood dream story. Books would be written about her, movies would be made. Most of it would be a fiction cooked up by Church's PR people. There are too many villains, the world needs a hero. My name was left completely out of it, which was only right. Ditto for the DMS. Homeland and a few other agencies were handed the credit while Church erased all traces of our involvement from every database. The key players knew the truth, and that was all that Church needed to keep the DMS in place. No one in government would dare go after us now. I thought about these things as I sat in the chapel a dozen feet from where Grace lay in state like some warrior queen. The procession to pass in front of her coffin lasted for hours. The President of the United States sat on my left side. The First Lady sat on my right and held my hand all through it. Most of Congress was there, and ambassadors from over 100 countries, and the heads of state of those nations that were targeted in the first round of the extinction wave. There were presidents and chancellors, queens and kings. The Air Force did a flyover with the Missing Man formation. Rudy, Bunny, Top, Redman, and the survivors of Alpha Team and as many DMS operatives as could be spared filled the whole section behind us. No press was allowed within a half-mile of the chapel. I think Church asked Lyndon Brearley for that favor, and it was done on behalf of national security. Oscar Freund, the son of Church's murdered colleague, came and sat with us. His government had appointed him to lead an international task force to hunt down the remaining members of the cabal. This fire may have been lit in Germany in the early 20th century,
but modern Germany was having no part in perpetuating it. They went after the cabal with a ferocity that sometimes shocked the world press. But global public support for the witch hunt was overwhelming. The coffin was closed at my request. If people knew Grace, they should remember her in their own way, not as some mortician painted her. Her casket was draped with the flags of England and the United States. I don't remember a lot of what happened after my fight with the berserkers. Just fragments. A few words and images. I remember Bunny coming out of the smoke with all of Hardball team behind him. Bunny was battered and bloody from fighting his way through a pack of berserkers. I remember being carried aboard a helicopter. And I remember speaking into a radio, telling Church and Bug about the cancel code. I remember that the trigger device was smeared with blood. Grace's and mine. I remember looking out of the helicopter window and seeing waves of U.S. troops surge across the island. Someone later told me that the 164 enemy combatants were killed in the action. That included Russian mercenaries, Dragon factory guards, and the berserkers. Someone else told me that the SEALs cleaned up a nest of the scorpion dogs, stingers, as we later learned they were called. There was no attempt to take any of the transgenic guard dogs alive. I remember drifting off into a morphine sleep and dreaming that this was all a dream. When I woke up, the hurt was 100 times worse. Even nightmares are better than some realities. The line of mourners kept moving and the day dragged on and on. I said almost nothing. I folded into myself. The darkness inside was welcoming. 2. The cancel code Cyrus Jacoby had given me was the correct one. By that point he was beyond lying. When our forces raided the deck they found the extinction clock ticking down. It reached 0 at noon on September 1st, but the release had been aborted. It wasn't a James Bond finish with 1 second on the clock. By the time Bug hacked the system and inputted the cancel code there was still over 17 hours left. Seems like a lot of time. But it isn't. They'll probably change it for the movie. The DMS worked with the State Department, Interpol, and other agencies to identify and locate the operatives worldwide who had been ready to release the tainted water and disease pathogens. There was no way to keep the story out of the press. The bigger the witch hunt became, the more leaks it sprang. When the President of the United States went on TV to make an address, everyone everywhere stopped to listen. True to his form since taking office, the President was calm, clear, and candid. He told as much of the story as security would allow: eugenics, transgenics, gene therapy, pathogens made from genetic diseases, clones. Measured against the whole, even the fact that Jacoby and Otto were virtually immortal because of gene therapy was less fantastic than the knowledge that the worldwide AIDS epidemic had been deliberate. Of course, all of this brought out every conspiracy theorist and lunatic fringe religious nut, and the news shows trotted them out continually. I stopped watching and had the TV in my hospital room disconnected. 3. During the raid on the deck, the DMS teams found irrefutable proof that the assassin who had killed Grace was named Konrad Vetter and that he was one of 4 clones of a man named Hans Ulrich Rudel, the most highly decorated Stuka dive bomber pilot of World War II. Rudel was a king among professional killers and the only person to be awarded the Nazi Knight's Cross with golden oak leaves, swords, and diamonds. They also found 29 boys who looked exactly like 82. Rudy spent days interviewing them. Some, he said, were irretrievably psychopathic, others were borderline personalities. All were damaged. The only one who showed any signs of normalcy was 82. Nobody calls him that anymore, though. Rudy encouraged him to pick a name, but the boy asked Rudy to pick one. Rudy named him Helmut. It's German for courageous. The boy picked Deacon as his last name. Helmut Deacon sat behind me all through that long day in the chapel. He's asked Rudy to appeal to Church to allow the boy to work with the Red Cross and WHO teams that are caring for the new men. I think Church will agree. 4. The DMS teams on Dogfish Cay found Paris Jacoby when they broke into the Chamber of Myth. He had sustained a heavy blow that fractured his jaw and sprained his neck, and from what the field medics determined, he had still been alive when the transgenic animals in the chamber began feeding on him. The animals that survived the battle are being kept in a secure facility until someone can decide what to do with them. A squad of Marines found the underground cavern where the Dragon factory staff had hidden during the fight. They were low on fresh air, but they had survived. Many of them claimed not to have the slightest clue what Paris and Hecate were doing, and for some polygraphs and psych evaluations bore out their claims. A lot of others had varying levels of knowledge and involvement. The people at the deck were a bit more openly involved in Cyrus and Otto's scheme, though few seemed to know what the end goal was. Even so, the "we were just following orders" defense carried no weight at all in the trials that followed. Those trials are still ongoing. They'll take years. 5. I missed most of this. The medevac chopper took me to a hospital in Florida. I was there for 11 days. I sustained a cracked cheekbone, 5 broken ribs, a torn ligament in my ankle, a hairline fracture of the jaw, and a skull fracture resulting in subdural hematoma. Late the next day, the scans showed a dangerous buildup of blood in the inner meningeal layer of the dura, so they wheeled me into surgery and cut a hole in my skull to relieve the pressure. The doctors warned me that I would probably have some memory loss. I wish they'd been right about that, but I remember everything. Maybe one day I'll be happy about that. Top Sims was in the room next to me and was recovering from surgery to repair the compound fractures. It was uncertain if he would ever be fit enough to return to active fieldwork. Bunny was treated and released, but he stayed at the hospital for almost a week. Rudy, too. Friends from the DMS brought them changes of clothes and hot meals in styrofoam containers. They let me out for the day so I could attend the funeral, but I was scheduled for ankle surgery the following day. After the service, when I was back in my room at the hospital, Rudy sat in one of the 2 visitors' chairs. Mr. Church came and sat in the other chair. "How much do you remember?" "All of it." "Then you know Cyrus Jacoby is still alive," Church said. I nodded. "You didn't kill him?" "No." "Why?" "When he heals, after the damage is repaired, I want him to stand trial." Church nodded. "They will execute him." "They shouldn't," I said. "Why not?" "They should put him on display. In a zoo. In a freak show. Will public humiliation redress the harm he's done? I don't know. Go ask a philosopher. I'm asking you." I didn't answer. What could I say? He stood up. "We'll talk later." "No," I said. "I'm done. I quit. I can't do this anymore." He adjusted his tie. "We'll talk later." When he left, I saw that he'd put a pack of cookies on my nightstand. Oreos. Rudy had been silent through all of this. He said, "Do you really want to quit?" "I have to," I said. "I'm ruined." "Your injuries are bad, Joe, but they said you'd make a complete recovery." I looked away. "I'm ruined." 6. On a beautiful morning in mid-September, they wheeled me out of the hospital. Rudy was there with a car to take me to the airport. There was no sign of Mr. Church or anyone else from the DMS. Rudy was silent for most of the drive. Then, "How are you doing, cowboy?" I shook my head. "The war's over," he said. "The soldiers have come home from the battlefield. It's time to talk." It took a long time for me to pick the right words. "Why do we do it, Rude? Why do we fight?" "We fight because someone has to." "No," I said. "Why do we hate?" "I don't know." There are long and short answers to that. Mostly people hate because people are different from them, or because they're the same. It comes down to fear. Our species has always been motivated by fear. We fear what we don't know or understand, we fear differences, and the primitive in our consciousness demonstrates fear through violence.
It's what makes us so aggressive. Fear and greed. Is that all? Is that everything that is necessary to explain monsters like Autoworth's and Cyrus Jacoby? Despite everything, I still thought of him by that name.
As Jacoby, he was a worse monster than he'd been as Mengele. Those men loved what they were doing.
They delighted in it.
It wasn't fear of other races, it was hatred.
It was evil, Joe. And there is no real definition of what evil is. The best we can do is try and recognize it when we see it, and then try to stop it. That isn't good enough, Rude.
I know, he said. 7. While the records recovered from the Dragon Factory were being mined, a clear link was made between the Jacobys and the Sunderland family.
Harold Sunderland was arrested by police as he stepped off a plane in Sao Paulo. In light of his connection with the attempted mass genocide, there was no hesitation about extradition. When FBI agents showed up at the office of J.E.P. Sunderland to serve a federal warrant, the senator suffered a massive coronary. He was pronounced dead on arrival at Georgetown University Hospital.
A clear link was discovered between Sunderland and former Deputy Information Analyst Stephen Preston, the man who had given the false information on which the Vice President acted. However, an exhaustive search of Sunderland's paper and computer records could establish nothing that implicated the Vice President in any wrongdoing. Vice President Bill Collins dodged the bullet, and nothing about his attempted dismantling of the DMS ever made it to the press. However, CNN was the first to observe that Collins and the president seemed cooler to each other than during their campaign, and Jon Stewart made some jokes about Collins being even more off the public radar than Dick Cheney had been.
The vice president spent a lot of time out of Washington.
On one of his flights to his home state, the vice president was alone aboard a small military jet. He put in his earbuds, turned on his iPod, and settled back to enjoy the trip.
20 minutes into the flight, someone reached over and turned off the iPod. The VP woke up and started to demand what the hell was going on.
But he never finished the sentence. A man sat across from him. Early 60s, tall and blocky, wearing tinted sunglasses. A slim briefcase lay on the seat next to him.
"What the hell are you doing here?"
Mr. Church opened his briefcase and removed a small pack of Nilla wafers.
He selected a cookie and set the pack aside. He did not offer one to the vice president. "You'd better have a good goddamned explanation for."
Church said, Sunderland.
"Bullshit," Collins sneered. "I stand by my."
"SHSHS," Mr. Church said, placing a finger to his lips.
"It would be better for you to listen."
The curtain to the forward cabin opened and Lyndon Brearley leaned against the doorframe. The newly appointed director of the Secret Service smiled thinly, but his eyes were as cold as ice. "Mr. Vice President," said Church, "we are going to have a long talk about your future in politics and your general health."
8.
Weeks later, when I could walk without crutches, I drove to the warehouse to pack my stuff. Rudy had been taking care of my cat, but I had clothes and a lot of personal belongings in my quarters. I wanted to take it home, to close that chapter of my life. The guards at the gate waved me through and saluted as I passed. Bunny met me at the staff door, but he could tell I wasn't in the mood to talk, so he just held the door open for me. I walked through the corridors of the warehouse, past the labs where Hu and Bug worked.
Past Jerry Spencer's forensics lab. Past the office Church used when he was there. Past the conference room and firing range.
Rudy's door was closed and I didn't know if he'd already packed his things.
We hadn't talked about whether he was staying on or not. I found my room and opened it with my key and lingered in the doorway.
I hadn't been there since the morning after the last time Grace and I made love.
Someone had straightened the bed, changed the sheets, replaced the damaged lamp. Inside I found two things.
Against the wall was a stack of empty boxes along with packing tape and labels. Everything I would need to remove all traces of myself from this place.
I was done with hunting evil. I was ruined, worn out, damaged beyond fixing. Rudy disagreed, but I was the one who could look inside and see only wreckage and no clear path left to take. The second item was on the bed. A file folder. I opened it. Inside was a surveillance photo of a tall man with an austere face. Behind him was a sign advertising a tour of the Riviera dei Fiori. The River of Flowers. A tourist spot on the Italian Riviera. Someone had used a Sharpie to draw a black circle around the man's face. Next to it was written, 2 days ago. I lifted the picture. Beneath it in the folder were my passport, plane tickets, a credit card with my name on it, and other useful documents. The man in the picture was Conrad Vetter. I sat down on the edge of the bed. I held the photo in both hands and stared into the face of the man who had murdered Grace Cortland. Then I looked at the stack of empty boxes. Church had left the decision up to me, though he'd given me everything I needed no matter which path I chose.